Chapter 1264. The heavenly demon Holy Land had submitted to the Dahan celestial empire. The world was in an uproar when the news came out. Even Jiang Chun and Bai were shocked. At the entrance of the temple, Jiang Chun looked in the direction of the infinite celestial capital. Long Outyin stood behind him. Outyin, since Long Zhonghua has appeared, why did you come back? Jiang Chun frowned. Grandpa Shang said that since I'm following you, I shouldn't betray you easily. Long Outyin said bitterly. Oh, Long Zhonghua asked you to come back and follow me? Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes at Long Outyin. Yes, Long Outyin said bitterly. Since Long Zhonghua had returned, Long Outyin was naturally willing to follow Grandpa Shang. However, Grandpa Shang had spent some time with Fushi. Long Outyin did not know what Fushi had said to Grandpa Shang, but Grandpa Shang had actually chased him away. Long Outyin was speechless. Jiang Chun was surprised, but judging from Long Outyin's expression, he didn't know what was going on, so he didn't ask. At the infinite celestial capital, Bai Zizai bowed in front of Gu Hai. The heavenly demon Holy Land had officially submitted to the Dahan celestial empire. All the officials were overjoyed. This was the heavenly demon Holy Land that had existed for millions of years. Everyone looked at Gu Hai with worship. So what if the Immortal of the Six Paths was standing in front of them now? They firmly believed that as long as they followed His Holiness's lead, the Dahan Celestial Empire would be within reach. Bai Zizai, although you and I have had some disagreements in the past, I still respect you as an ancient senior. I won't confer you any titles. From today onwards, you are the White Tiger of the Dahan Celestial Empire, just like Shengwan Hen and Ao Shang. Gu Hai said solemnly. Bai Zizai looked at Gu Hai in surprise. That was because, to a certain extent, the supreme beast of a nation was on equal footing with the monarch of a dynasty. Reaching the top, as soon as he entered the Dahan Celestial Empire? Yes, thank His Holiness. Solemnly, Bai Zizai bowed. Gu Hai looked at Bai Zizai and said, Next, I'll have to trouble you to work with Mr. Mo to completely incorporate the heavenly demon Holy Land into the Dahan Celestial Empire. Bai Zizai looked at Gu Hai and finally answered, Yes. Bai Zizai's Yinshan Temple moved to the limitless celestial capital and settled there. In the ancient temple, Bai Wuchang met Bai Zizai alone. My lord, are you really willing to submit to Gu Hai? Bai Zizai was silent for a moment. The situation forced me to stay in the Dahan Celestial Empire. It's the best choice. Let's talk about the future later. Bai Wuchang was anxious, but also helpless. Originally, the heavenly demon Holy Land and the Dahan Celestial Empire were like fire and water, but now they were extremely harmonious. The Dahan Celestial Empire now had too many elite soldiers and strong generals, and countless officials from all over the country. After a series of exchanges, the heavenly demon Holy Land was under control. Now, the Netherworld was unified by the Dahan Celestial Empire. In the Netherworld, there were only three forces left: Gu Hai, Qi, and Jiang Chun. Bai Zizai lived in the limitless celestial capital, but for some reason, he felt much more at ease here. Limitless celestial capital, Dragon God Ying's residence, Qian Hall. Gu Hai, Long Zhonghua, and Fushi sat in the hall, chatting with each other. Ao Tian is still young. I've already arranged for him to stay in the seizing divine temple. At least he won't affect your situation here. Long Zhonghua looked at Gu Hai and said, It's fine for him to stay in the limitless celestial capital. Gu Hai shook his head. I know you have a lot of experts under you, but it's better not to stay here in case Jiang Chun makes a move. After all, I'm going back soon. Long Zhonghua said solemnly. So soon? Gu Hai was puzzled. I've calculated the future. I'll be back in 1 or 2 years. Fushi said with an ugly expression. What? Gu Hai's expression changed. It's true. My cultivation was limited previously, so I couldn't predict the future. However, after refining the 3 souls of the Candle Dragon, my prediction became clearer. I can see that the 2 immortal firmament realms will have to prepare for battle at the 30th level. Fushi said with an unpleasant expression. In 2 years? Why so soon? Gu Hai said with a complicated expression. Therefore, we don't have much time left. I'm going to follow Long Zhonghua to the 30th level of the Immortal Firmament Realms to see if we missed anything. We can find a way to deal with the 30th level. Fushi said solemnly. Gu Hai nodded with a complicated expression. That's quite a rush. Yeah, we don't have much time left. Fushi let out a sigh. By the way, you haven't told me what's going on with Jiangchun. You said the time wasn't right, but the 30th is coming back. Is the time still not right? Gu Hai said with a frown. Fushi glanced at Gu Hai and fell silent. What's wrong? Long Zhonghua asked curiously too. All right, we don't have much time left. I don't mind telling you. However, you don't have to be too afraid of Jiangchun, Fushi said with a frown. Oh, Gu Hai and Long Zhonghua looked at Fushi. Jiangchun is the 30th level's body. Fushi said solemnly. The 30th level's body? Gu Hai was confused. Ingo, do you still remember? How did Ingo come about? Fushi said solemnly. Ingo? She's the body of an elite guard. Her spirit was born after the elite guard left the body. Gu Hai's expression changed. You guessed right. Jiangchun is the spirit born from the 30th level's body. In the beginning, before the 30th level left, only the 3 souls and 7 spirits left the immortal dome. His body was hidden somewhere in heaven and earth. However, one day, this body nurtured its own spirit and formed a new 3 souls and 7 spirits. This is Jiangchun's 3 souls and 7 spirits. Therefore, Jiangchun's body is the 30th level. Although Jiangchun was born many years later than the 30th level, the moment Jiangchun was born, there was a great enemy, the 30th level, a life and death enemy. They would not rest until one of them was dead. Fushi explained. If the 30th level comes back, the first thing he will take back is his own body. Therefore, when the 30th level returns, the first thing he will destroy is Jiangchun's consciousness. No wonder the Eye of Heaven was ineffective against Jiangchun. It turns out that the power of a spirit cultivator originated from Jiangchun's body. Gu Hai exclaimed, the soul is the sovereign, the body is the general and the subject. Therefore, he is called Jiangchun. Jiangchun knows that the enemy is fierce, so he has been defending himself against the 30th level all his life. Fushi explained, then this Jiangchun is really dangerous. Gu Hai's face darkened. Don't worry, he has not become the 30th level yet. Don't worry too much. Right now, he is standing on the same side as us. Although he did not gain anything from refining the 30th level soul, he will not make an enemy out of you for the time being. He hopes that you will be strong. The stronger you are, the more you can help him defend against the 30th level's invasion. Fushi explained. I understand. Gu Hai nodded. Although he no longer rejected Jiangchun in his heart, after knowing his identity, he was still very wary of Jiangchun. Right, do you have the innate talent? Fushi looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai nodded. The Eye of Heaven was formed from the innate talent. There was no need to hide it. I am not very clear about the 30th level's return, but the spiritual light in the innate talent is the 30th level's power. Be careful. At the very least, the Eye of Heaven is not harmful to Jiangchun. You know that. Fushi said solemnly. Gu Hai's expression changed, but he finally nodded. There's also this by Zizai. I keep feeling that he is unwilling to submit to the Dahan. Be careful. Fushi said. Don't worry, I will keep an eye on him. Gu Hai nodded. Good. I will have to trouble you to open the 2 Immortal Vault passageways. Long Zhonghua, and I will go there as soon as possible. I still have to help him complete the Master God space as soon as possible. Fushi solemnly said. Okay. Gu Hai nodded. Without hesitation, Xiao Chun waved his hand. Immediately, the infinite celestial capital's Go Dao array activated, and a spatial passageway appeared. Fushi and Long Zhonghua stepped into the passageway. Gu Hai watched the 2 leave. Determination flashed in his eyes. Buzz! The passageway immediately closed. Gu Hai slowly stepped out of the Qian Hall. His Holiness, where are my father and Mr. Fushi? Dragon Shinnying, who was guarding the entrance, asked curiously. They have something to do, so they went back first. Gu Hai said, Yes. Dragon Shining understood the meaning behind Gu Hai's words and nodded regretfully. Gu Hai walked to the soaring palace hall alone. It was already nighttime. Gu Hai stood in the soaring palace hall's plaza and looked at the silent world. Immortal Six Paths came out of seclusion half a year later. The 30th levels return in 1 or 2 years. Time is indeed tight. Fuxi, Long Zhonghua, Laozi, Shakyamuni, Jesus, Jiang Chun, and the others were all preparing for the final battle, the 30th level's madness. Gu Hai was also very worried. At this moment, he also felt extremely pressured and embarrassed. Just as Gu Hai was deep in thought, buzz. In the distant southwest direction, a pillar of light suddenly shot up into the sky. It shot up into the sky and down into the ground. Rolling white aura instantly lit up that part of the world. Xinyuan City? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. He focused his gaze and looked in that direction. Immediately, he saw the source of the light. Song Jie's residence? Gu Hai's expression changed. Whoosh! Gu Hai instantly rushed to Song Jie's residence. At this moment, there was chaos outside Song Jie's residence. Countless brocade-gowned guards quickly surrounded it. Quick! Report to His Holiness that Song Jie's residence is surrounded by a pillar of righteousness. No one can get close. A brocade-gowned guard said anxiously. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past. It was Gu Hai. His Holiness? The surrounding officials and brocade-gowned guards were shocked. Walala! Suddenly, everyone knelt down. However, Gu Hai did not pay attention to the crowd. Instead, he looked at the mansion of Song Jie in the white light. His Holiness, I can't get up to greet you. Please enter His Holiness by yourself. An old voice was heard. Seal the surroundings. No one is allowed to get close. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. The surrounding officials replied. Gu Hai stepped into Song Jie's residence, which was shrouded in white light. In the mansion of Song Jie, white smoke rose and filled the air. This white mist seemed to have a sense of holiness, which made Gu Hai feel like he could absorb it. Gu Hai didn't stay for long. Soon, he arrived at a small pavilion in Song Jie's residence. Song Jie was wearing a white robe, sitting on a stone bench. However, at this moment, he was all skin and bones. His face was full of wrinkles, his hair was white, and his body emitted a foul smell. His eyes were drooping, as if his vitality was about to be exhausted. Mister, what's wrong with you? Gu Hai's expression changed. He wanted to use the heaven-replenishing power to help Song Jie recover. Don't move! Don't touch me! Song Jie suddenly shouted. Gu Hai paused and looked at Song Jie in shock. If you touch me, I will die. Don't touch me. That's it. Listen to me, His Holiness. Song Jie said weakly. Mister, what's wrong with you? Gu Hai asked anxiously. Chapter 1265. Mister, what's wrong with you? Gu Hai asked anxiously. Song Jie carefully looked at Gu Hai and finally revealed a satisfied smile. His Holiness, it seems like this official selection over the years has finally come. You're the Saint Monarch who can fight against 30. Gu Hai looked at Song Jie in confusion. Although Song Jie was praising him, Gu Hai was more worried about Song Jie's safety. His Holiness, you don't have to worry about me. Speaking of which, I was already dead back then. It was only because my resentment was not extinguished that I managed to survive until now. Song Jie shook his head. Resentment was not extinguished. Gu Hai was surprised. Yes, otherwise, do you think I would help the Sovereign King? There is only one sovereign above and one sovereign below. His Holiness should have heard of it, right? Song Jie smiled. Gu Hai nodded. Back then, this official had already died, but because my resentment was not extinguished, I managed to survive because of the one Tao. My cultivation was crippled long ago. My current peak is only at the peak of Heavenly Palace. No, not even Heavenly Palace peak. Song Jie sighed. Your cultivation was crippled? You are the ancestor of Wendao. Who could cripple your cultivation? Gu Hai was shocked. 30. Song Jie sighed. 30? How is that possible? 30 has never been in the 6th Tao Immortal Dome. Oh right, 800,000 years ago, a strand of divine sense returned and perished together with Fuxi. Was that time? Gu Hai asked curiously. No, earlier than that, The 30th godly thought came back once. Songjia sighed. Earlier? What's earlier? Guhai's face darkened. At that time, it was also when Jiang Chun was born. No, to be precise, it was when Jiang Chun was resurrected. 30 originally wanted to seize Jiang Chen's body. At that time, I happened to be there. At that time, Jiang Chen's flesh body gave birth to a new spirit and fought against 30's spirit with me. Song Jia said solemnly, "We already know of Jiang Chen's identity. 30's body gave birth to a new spirit. Are you saying that when Jiang Chen was born and revived, 30 came back?" Guhai's expression sank. Yes. At that time, 30 seemed to have sensed the abnormality in his fleshly body and returned with his divine will. However, at that time, I deduced that 30 had bad intentions. He would exterminate all living things, take their souls, gather them into divine force, and move the two celestial domes to fuse together. I naturally stood on Jiang Chen's side and helped him resist 30's return. However, 30's strength was too strong. My cultivation, to be precise, if it wasn't for that unwillingness and resentment supporting me, I would have died back then. Song Jie sighed. So, all these years, you assisted various sovereigns in order to give birth to a strong person to fight against 30? Guhai frowned. Yes, I'm not as radical as Jiang Chun, but I will work hard. Song Jie nodded. You are the ancestor of literature cultivation. Literature cultivation is capable of drawing on the 3,000 great Tao from the side. You can't even defeat 30's divine will? Guhai said with an ugly expression. From this, one could see how tyrannical 30 was. I was crippled by him, but he is not much better. Song Jie said with a smile. Oh, Guhai was puzzled. When Jiang Chun was resurrected, 30 was in another immortal dome. He seemed to be restrained by an expert called Pangu, so he did not dare to leave and could only return with his divine will. Although I was crippled in the end, I found the way back. Song Jie said in a low voice. The way back. Guhai's expression changed. Yes, in order to not be discovered by 30, I did not dare to step on that path. However, when 30 closed the entrance of the path, I sent a location to him. 30 did not know about this location, but it was sent to the living beings in another immortal dome. Moreover, it should be a literature cultivator. The last thing I sensed was that person's name was Ichio. Song Jie said solemnly. Ichio. Guhai's expression changed. Ichio was the Earth Chess saint who found the two paths to the immortal dome. So, Ichio was helped by Song Jie? Unfortunately, Ichio did not send any news, so... However, 30's return was difficult. Ichio must have stolen 30's path. Song Jie took a deep breath and said. Guhai looked at Song Jie and was silent for a while. Finally, he said, Mr. Ichio did find 30's path according to your location and stole it. However, in order to deduce this path, Ichio exhausted all of his mental and physical strength. His Holiness, could it be? Song Jie suddenly seemed to have guessed something. He widened his eyes and looked at Guhai in surprise. Guhai nodded. I see. His Holiness, you found it. That's great. Song Jie suddenly burst into tears. Mister, if we win in the end, I will remember Mister and prolong your life. Guhai said solemnly. Song Jie had contributed greatly to Guhai's success today. Guhai was naturally grateful. Prolong my life? It's too late. However, it seems that I made the right choice. His Holiness, this is the final 3,000 arts formations that I prepared for you. Song Jie said as he looked at the white energy around him. 3,000 arts formations? Guhai asked in confusion. In my creation, arts are divided into the 4 main branches of zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The 4 main branches give birth to 3,000 great Tao. In today's world, there are 3,000 great Tao, and there is knowledge in every one of them. Song Jie said as he looked at the world. Oh, the torch dragon created something out of nothing. His 3 souls are endless. It's just that ordinary people can't see through them. I saw one more than most and discovered the arts. Now, His Holiness should be stuck at the 9th level of Heavenly Palace, right? Song Jie looked at Gu Hai. That's right. I cultivate one of the talents, the Great Compassion Poem of Heaven and Earth. Gu Hai nodded. 30 is the second spirit of heaven and earth. However, at that time, the Torch Dragon did not sacrifice himself for heaven and earth. 30 instigated the Torch Dragon, and when the Torch Dragon was evolving heaven and earth, he forcibly stole the Torch Dragon's cultivation method, causing the Torch Dragon to counterattack. However, the Torch Dragon had already evolved heaven and earth and could no longer resist. The Torch Dragon's sky-sealing gourd was shattered by 30, and its cultivation method was also stolen by 30. After 30's enlightenment, he finally comprehended the divine light. Although spiritual cultivation originated from 30 and now only obeys 30's orders, its origin is still from the Torch Dragon. His Holiness's cultivation of the talents is the most orthodox method, after all. As long as His Holiness breaks through the great perfection of Heavenly Palace before 30 returns, he will no longer be restricted by the talents. Song Jie said solemnly. However, the last step is as difficult as ascending to heaven. I've searched for the chi of the world, but I can't find it. When I entered your residence just now, it seemed like my cultivation method was loosened. The white energy here is the great righteous energy, but it doesn't seem like it. Gu Hai asked curiously. It's not the great righteous energy. It's the scholarly chi. Song Jie explained. Scholarly chi? Gu Hai was puzzled. The scholarly chi carries the Tao, and the Tao contains the scholarly chi. The 3,000 great Tao nourishes the endless scholarly chi, and it's all in my 3,000 scholarly formations. Song Jie explained. Can the scholarly chi help me break through? Gu Hai asked curiously. It's not that simple. To break free from the restrictions of the talents, His Holiness must condense the 7th soul. I created the scholarly chi, and I can tell that His Holiness' 7th soul is the scholarly chi. However, His Holiness' 7th soul is not enough. Song Jie looked at Gu Hai with a frown. That's right. It's the ghost spirit. I can't improve in the Go Dao, but I can't completely condense the ghost spirit. Gu Hai did not hide anything. 800,000 years ago, I actually watched the battle between His Holiness and Old Man Guanxi. No one noticed me, so I quietly hid in the shadows and watched. Even I couldn't play that game. Old Man Guanxi's Go Dao is even more. It's a pity that he doesn't have the ambition to rule the world, so I can't help him. However, I want to pass on my legacy to him. Unfortunately, Old Man Guanxi is troubled by love. Sigh. Song Jie sighed softly. Back then, I fought with Old Man Guanxi, and that's how I managed to break through to the 35 horizontal lines chess game. Old Man Guanxi's Go Dao is truly formidable, Gu Hai praised. Although I can't see through your Go Dao, I can sense the great Dao of Go. I can sense that Old Man Guanxi's Go skills are not exhausted. Song Jie said solemnly. His Go skills are not exhausted? Could it be that Old Man Guanxi was telling the truth when he said that he knew the 36 horizontal lines chess game? Gu Hai's expression darkened. I don't know if Old Man Guanxi has reached 36, but at the very least, His Holiness is still one step away, right? That means that 36 exists. Song Jie said solemnly. Gu Hai nodded solemnly. I set up this formation for His Holiness with the 3,000 Great Tao as a guide to help His Holiness break through this final restriction. In the formation, the one playing Go with His Holiness is no longer a person, but the 3,000 Great Tao. If His Holiness can win against the 3,000 Great Taos when Xiao and completely condense the Go spirit and absorb my ancient when Qi, he will definitely break through the restriction of the innate skill and reach the grand perfection of Heavenly Palace. No, with His Holiness's foundation, he should reach the grand perfection of gods in one fell swoop. Song Jie said expectantly. Gu Hai looked at Song Jie. Song Jie had thought of all his needs so perfectly. Gu Hai immediately felt boundless gratitude. Gu Hai didn't need to guess to know that Song Jie's current appearance was because of the 3,000 Great Taos when Xiao formation. Many thanks, Mr. Gu Hai bowed at Song Jie solemnly. His Holiness, You don't have to thank me. However, this formation is tyrannical and includes the 3,000 Great Tao. His Holiness shouldn't be able to withstand it now. Moreover, Wen Xiao is the main vein of the 4,000 Great Tao. His Holiness only cultivated the Go vein, which is ultimately a waste. We need to find 3 people with strong attainments in Qin, calligraphy, and painting to enter together and benefit together. With your help, they will also soar to the sky. The stronger their aptitude, the higher their achievements. Song Jie looked at Gu Hai and said, "All right." Gu Hai nodded. In Gu Hai's mind, 3 people with the strongest aptitude in Qin Dao, calligraphy, and painting flashed across his mind. Gaochen, Ziwei, and Changsheng. His Holiness, I can still withstand it now. One day later, the 3,000 Great Taos Wen Xiao formation will be activated. Please settle all matters immediately and enter the formation. Song Jie solemnly said. All right. Gu Hai nodded. Without a trace of hesitation, Gu Hai stepped out of Song Jie's residence. Outside Song Jie's residence, Kong Xian, Mosquito Darren, Shengwan Hen, and the others had all arrived and were waiting respectfully in front of Song Jie's residence. Guard this place. No one is allowed to come close. Gu Hai looked at the fierce generals with an incomparably solemn tone. Yes. The group of Dahan experts immediately responded. Mosquito Doran's black mosquitoes instantly covered the sky and earth, guarding every opening. The others naturally used their own abilities to guard Song Jie's residence. Chapter 1266. After leaving Song Jie's residence, Gu Hai instantly returned to the limitless celestial capital. 3,000 arts formations. Regardless of whether it could help him break through in the end, Gu Hai had to give it his all. After all, 30 was about to return. If he did not fight now, he would not have another chance. Gu Hai gathered the Empress, the Crown Prince, and the Long Wan Yu for a family meeting. Everyone was very moved by Song Jie's effort this time. No one objected to Gu Hai's opportunity to reach the top. After that, Gu Hai quickly dealt with the state affairs in the Immortal Dome of Ancients. He reviewed the memorials from all over the world, gathered a group of important officials, and gave them instructions. In the upper study, Gu Hai opened 2 more passageways to the Immortal Dome by himself. This time, a thin old man walked out of the passageway. He wore a pair of cloth shoes, a Chinese tunic suit that had been washed many times, and a pair of reading glasses on his nose. He walked out leisurely. Seeing the old man's appearance, Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, "Senior, did you go to the mortal world to experience life again?" "No, I just felt that those little old men were living a rather leisurely life, so I try to learn from them. I have to say, it is indeed more comfortable than being serious all day long. At my age, I should have the enjoyment of my age," the old man said with a smile. "All right, I won't say much. I have already sent you a message earlier. I will be in seclusion for a period of time, so I won't be able to divert my attention to the Dahan's Foundation. I will have to trouble you to help me look after it." Gu Hai solemnly bowed to the old man. The old man in the Chinese tunic suit nodded and said, Go ahead, go ahead. Anyway, I brought the things here, so I won't be bored. Long Zhongwa is doing a good job over there, so I don't need to worry too much. I can help you look after him before he comes back." "Thank you, Senior." Gu Hai bowed again. "You don't have to be so polite. Let's go. Bring me out and find a place to stay," the old man said casually. Gu Hai closed the passage between the 2 realms and immediately took the old man out of the upper study room. Outside the upper study room, a group of ministers looked at Gu Hai with a strange expression on their faces when they saw him come out with an old man. Everyone was mentally prepared for Gu Hai's methods, but when they saw another stranger, they were still curious. This old man looked ordinary and was dressed strangely, but from the respect that Gu Hai had for him, everyone knew that he was not ordinary. "Sacred Father? And this is?" Gu Qin and the others walked over. "He's an honored guest of Dahan. Seeing him is like seeing me," Gu Hai instructed. Yes." Everyone nodded. "When I am in seclusion, if I encounter any danger, I can ask this senior for help. However, don't disturb Senior if you can solve the problem," Gu Hai said solemnly. "Yes." Everyone answered, Huh? 3 Pristine's palace? A hint of curiosity flashed through the old man's eyes. That's where the Tongtian sect master stayed. Guhai explained. Oh, then I'll stay there. The old man nodded. Good. I'll have to trouble you next. Guhai nodded. Then, he sent the old man to 3 Pristine's palace. Guhai bade farewell to the old man. Gaochen, Ziwei, and Changsheng were already waiting at the entrance of the soaring palace. Master, Long One, you said earlier that you want to bring the 3 of us out and asked us to cooperate with you? Gaochen asked curiously. That's right. The 3 of you come with me. Guhai nodded. Is there anything to eat? Changsheng asked immediately. Yes. Black lines appeared on Guhai's forehead. That's good. Ziwei also nodded in agreement. Let's go. Guhai waved his sleeves. In an instant, the 4 of them disappeared into the horizon. In less than a day, Guhai had already settled everything and arrived at Song Jie's mansion again. Kong Xian and the others were guarding outside. Guhai led Gaochen, Ziwei, and Changsheng into Song Jie's mansion. As soon as they entered, Gaochen, Ziwei, and Changsheng immediately felt an extremely comfortable aura. Wow, what is this white aura? It's so comfortable. I feel like I'm going to fly. Ziwei's eyes lit up. Yes, I want to draw a painting to express my comfort at this moment. Changsheng's eyes lit up. I want to sing, Master. Gaochen also shouted comfortably. Guhai was speechless. The 4 of them arrived at Song Jie's mansion. Song Jie looked at the 3 of them. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The source of Guqin Dao, the source of Book Dao, the source of painting Dao. Good. Heaven's will, heaven's will. Sir, can we begin? Guhai asked. Wait, I'm waiting for someone. Song Jie said, just as Song Jie was speaking. Stop. Kong Xian suddenly shouted from the outside world. Halt, Master Duo Shun. This is the territory of the Dahan. Please don't trespass. Mosquito Daoran also shouted. In the outside world, the ministers of the Dahan were facing a formidable enemy. Jiangchen suddenly appeared in front of them. He stepped in the air and looked at the nervous heroes of the Dahan with a slight frown. The person I'm waiting for is here, Song Jie said with a smile. Jiangchen? Guhai looked at the outside world in confusion. In the outside world, Jiangchen also saw the people inside through the white light. Yes, it's Jiangchen. I told you before that when Jiangchen was born, Sa Zeng came back to seize the body. I helped Jiangchen, so he owes me a favor. Song Jie nodded. Let Jiangchen in. Guhai said. Yes. The ministers responded. They immediately let down their guard. Jiangchen stepped forward and instantly arrived at the people inside. Song Jie, you really came to this step. Jiangchen looked at Song Jie with a frown. Haven't I been waiting for this day for so many years? I found the sage, and I will do my best to assist him. You, on the other hand, should fulfill your promise to me. Song Jie said solemnly. Jiangchen was silent for a while, and finally nodded. I will naturally do what I promised you. Moreover, if Guhai can become stronger, it will also be good for me. That's good. Before Sa Zeng returns, as long as Guhai doesn't come out of seclusion, you will guard here. Song Jie looked at Jiangchen with incomparable determination. Good. Jiangchen looked at Song Jie and sighed slightly. Jiangchen saw Song Jie's state. This was Song Jie's last chance. His Holiness, I'll have to trouble the 4 of you to sit on the futons in my 4 directions. I will lead you to the 4 streams of literature cultivators. Song Jie said. Guhai nodded and took the lead to sit on a futon. Gaochen, Ziwei, and Changsheng also knew that this was a serious matter, so they didn't refute. You can leave. Song Jie looked at Jiangchen. Oh, you are really? Jiangchen smiled bitterly. Jiangchen stepped out of Song Jie's mansion again. Kong Xian. Guhai said, Yes, your majesty. Kong Xian answered in the outside world. You can take the people back. Jiangchen is here to protect us. It's enough. Guhai said. Kong Xian and the others in the outside world looked at each other. They were somewhat reluctant, but they still answered, Yes. Immediately, all the officials of the Dahan retreated. Jiangchen waved his hand, and a palace appeared in the outside world. It temporarily landed outside Song Jie's mansion. Song Jie raised his head and looked at the sky. There was a trace of reluctance in his eyes. As if he couldn't bear to leave this world, he took one last deep look. This look lasted for the time it took to burn a stick of incense. Gu Hai and the other three waited patiently. The Tongtian land of literature, the Tongtian land, the Tongtian land, the Tongtian land, the zither touches the souls of all living beings, the chess game of the world, the book records the history, and the painting of life and death. Literature cultivates the 3,000 Tao, and each Tao points to civilization. Array up! Song Jie shouted. Boom! The Tongtian light pillar that shrouded Song Jie's mansion instantly split into four, as if it was rotating slowly. After it split into four, it trembled slightly. Whoosh! Whoosh! In all directions, shadows of the great Tao suddenly appeared. The great Tao surged violently, shaking heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, all the 3,000 great Tao appeared. Whoosh! In the next moment, the 3,000 shadows of the great Tao instantly turned into a strange energy and rushed straight to Song Jie's mansion. The four light pillars of Song Jie's mansion suddenly shrank. The power formed by the 3,000 shadows of the great Tao was sealed by the four light pillars, together with Song Jie's mansion. Looking from the outside, Song Jie's mansion seemed to be enveloped by a white barrier. There was not much of a phenomenon, and one could not see what was inside. One could only see endless white gas in the barrier. This strange white gas was so thick that even Jiang Chun could not see the depths. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the white gas was constantly condensing into words, musical notes, chess pieces, and even paintings. The flowing white gas was exceptionally mysterious. 3,000 Tao formations of literature? Gu Hai, you are really lucky. Song Jie sacrificed his life for you. And I am protecting you? Huh. Jiang Chun shook his head, a trace of jealousy flashing in his eyes. At the entrance of the Flame God Hall in the primitive city, you quietly looked at Xianyuan City. How could you not know about such a big commotion in Song Jie's mansion? Although he could not see clearly, you understood that Gu Hai must be doing some kind of cultivation. This Gu Hai is so important that Jiang Chun is protecting him? Ho, he said in surprise. It's not that Gu Hai is important, but Song Jie is. Who would have thought that this Song Jie is that Song Jie, the ancestor of literary cultivation? Song Jie. Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of emotion. Infinite celestial capital. Kong Xian and the others returned. However, Gu Hai had already explained everything. Everyone looked at Xianyuan City with anticipation and worry. They were all praying for Gu Hai. Of course, there was one exception. The White Tiger sovereign of the Dahan Celestial Empire. Bai Zizai. Bai Zizai had been watching all this since a day ago. However, Bai Zizai had never shown up. Until just now, Bai Zizai had confirmed that Gu Hai had really gone to cultivate in seclusion. It was just that Jiang Chun was protecting him, which surprised Bai Zizai. Bai Zizai knew that Gu Hai could not trust him that much. The infinite celestial capital must have something to counter him. Was it the missing Long Zhanghua and Fuxi, or that old man who came out of nowhere? Bai Zizai subconsciously looked in the direction of the Three Pristines Hall. Outside the Three Pristines Hall, there was an old man sitting in front of a desk with a cup of tea beside him. He was basking in the sun while playing with a metal box. Bai Zizai took a step and arrived at the old man. The old man was wearing reading glasses as if he had Alzheimer's. He did not notice Bai Zizai's arrival at all. Bai Zizai quietly walked behind the old man and looked at the metal box he was playing with. The metal box was open, and the box was connected to the lid. There was a screen on the lid with a large number of buttons below. It was very strange. The old man held a semicircular object in his hand and kept clicking on something. The screen on the lid was playing a strange scene. What is this? Bai Zizai asked curiously. A computer. The old man took a sip of tea and continued to click on the mouse in his hand. A computer? Bai Zizai found it strange. Electricity and a brain? This thing did not seem to be a powerful artifact. What are you doing with the computer? Bai Zizai asked curiously. I was bored, so I played a game of Lian. Why? Do you want to play too? The old man stopped and looked at Bai Zizai in confusion. Lian. Bai Zizai looked at the computer in confusion. Do you want to play a game? I'll teach you. The old man took out another computer. Chapter 1267. Limitless Celestial Capital. Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, and the others responded and returned. At the entrance of the Soaring Palace Hall, they met up with Mo Yike and the others and told them about what happened outside Song Jie's residence. At the same time, they received instructions about Gu Hai. Your Highness, this is bad. Sovereign Bai is going to the Three Pristine's palace. A guard rushed over. What? The expressions of Gu Qin and the other Dahan officials changed. Chun Tian Shan, in particular, immediately revealed an anxious expression. Bai Zizai submitted to the Dahan celestial capital because of the Dahan's strength. He had no choice but to submit because His Holiness was suppressing him. However, now that His Holiness was in seclusion, who in the limitless celestial capital could suppress Bai Zizai? At this time, if Bai Zizai rebelled, what should they do? Everyone immediately looked at the Three Pristine's palace. Indeed, Bai Zizai was at the entrance of the Three Pristine's palace. However, he was not causing trouble as everyone had imagined. Instead, he was sitting in front of a desk with the old man, each holding a computer. They were competing with each other. The tense scene did not appear. Instead, it was a strangely harmonious scene. Bai Zizai stared at the computer in front of him, his fingers constantly clicking the mouse. Bai Zizai clicked for a long time, extremely anxious. Then, his expression became ferocious. After a long time, Bai Zizai's ferocious expression finally stopped. However, he was still very angry. Little Bai, it's normal to lose to me. Don't take it to heart. Don't be anxious. I still have demonic beasts. I will teach you later. The old man looked at Bai Zizai earnestly. Little Bai? Bai Zizai's face darkened. No one had ever dared to call him Little Bai. Is this little old man courting death? The old man gently patted Bai Zizai's shoulder. Don't be angry, Little Bai. This is your first time playing. That's how it should be. That earnest and heartfelt manner of speaking was clearly the manner of looking at a junior. How could Bai Zizai take it? What kind of lousy game is this? Where did you come from? How dare you call me Little White? Bai Zizai glared at him. You can call me lousy. The old man laughed. Bai Zizai's expression suddenly changed. Was this the end of the story? Just a moment ago, you were speaking earnestly, and in the blink of an eye, you're taking advantage of me? You dare to be my father? You dare to scold me? Bai Zizai glared at him and was about to pick him up. Boom! Bai Zizai stood up, but Laozi's hand, which was on Bai Zizai's shoulder, was not removed. Bai Zizai suddenly rushed forward, but was actually pressed down by Laozi's hand and could not stand up. At this moment, Bai Zizai's expression changed as he realized how powerful the person in front of him was. I am Laozi. When Gu Hai saw me, he also called me Laozi, Laozi said lightly. Gu Hai also called you Laozi? In an instant, Bai Zizai's temper was suppressed. Did he really call me Laozi? Young man, don't be impulsive. Laozi said earnestly. Young man? Haha, you think you're older than me? Also, you call me Laozi? Why haven't I heard of it before? How can Gu Hai stand you calling me Laozi? Bai Zizai did not believe it. It seems that you are quite concerned about the name. It's just a name, a code name. Don't be too serious. Laozi advised. What do you mean by too serious? You said it so easily. You're taking advantage of me. Why shouldn't I be serious? Bai Zizai said bitterly. Since you care so much, then fine. Next time, I will introduce a friend to you. His name is Sun Tzu. It can also calm your temper. Laozi sighed slightly. Bai Zizai felt that he could not keep up with this old man's routine at all. The most important thing was that he could not figure out Laozi's background. Why couldn't he beat him when he patted his shoulder just now? Bai Zizai was rarely depressed. However, Laozi did not give him too much time to think. Come on, let's play another round. You can familiarize yourself with it. Laozi said. Bai Zizai. After playing Combo Watch for the whole afternoon, Bai Zizai felt that he was in a bad mood. He did not win for the whole afternoon, and he was still playing that trashy Combo Watch. Under the strange gazes of the Dahan officials, Bai Zizai returned empty-handed. In the distance, Qin Tianshan and the others also had strange expressions. Mr. Mo, why do you think Bai Zizai accompanied that senior for the whole afternoon? Why did he have such a strange expression? Qin Tianshan asked curiously. That senior must have used some very powerful professional knowledge to destroy Bai Zizai's self-confidence. Mo Yike analyzed. That senior is not simple. Kong Xian said in a deep voice. Yes, I just eavesdropped on their conversation. Combo watch should be some kind of very complicated array. Mosquito Dowan frowned. It doesn't look like it. I think it's some kind of complicated magic. Dragon Shinning guessed. Bai Zizai, who was returning to the Yama shrine in the distance, also heard the conversation of the Dahan officials. Bai Zizai did not explain, and he was too ashamed to explain. He actually played such a stupid game for the whole afternoon, and he did not win. He was so unlucky today. Song Jie's mansion, in the 3000 arts array. The moment the array was activated, Guhai seemed to be in a strange space in an instant. The surrounding space was filled with arts. At the same time, there were 3000 light shadows of the Great Path. Under each Great Path sat a hazy figure. Guhai looked carefully, but he could not see the faces of the 3000 people. At that moment, lines of latitude and longitude suddenly appeared under the ground where Guhai was sitting. They quickly divided the entire ground into a huge chessboard. The chessboard was infinite, covering the positions of Guhai and the people under the 3000 Great Paths buzz. A pile of chess pieces suddenly appeared in front of Guhai. Black first. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the sky. Guhai was slightly stunned. What do you mean by black first? Do you want me to play chess with them? But who should I play chess with? There were 3000 people here. Moreover, he could not see their faces clearly. Just as Guhai was feeling curious, whoosh, it was as if a breeze had blown by, slowly blowing away the white gas that enveloped the 3000 people, revealing the appearance of the 3000 people inside. What? Guhai's expression changed. These 3000 people actually looked exactly the same as him. All of them stared at him with grave expressions. 3000 of him? Black first. Another voice sounded. Guhai's expression turned grave. At that moment, Song Jie's voice suddenly sounded. His Holiness, these 3000 people are the Tao bodies that I created by analyzing the 3000 Great Paths. With your mental state, as your Go power, they will be as strong as your Go power. At the same time, they also have the analysis of the Great Paths. Their Go power is overwhelming. Song Jie said. Guhai's eyes lit up. He said, You mean that I have to defeat them one by one? No, you are playing with 3000 of them at the same time. This game of chess is infinite. You are playing with them. Although you are playing with 3000 chessboards, in the later stages, when the pieces slowly fill up the chessboards, the 3000 chessboards will become one. You are playing with 3000 of them at the same time. I wish you good luck. Song Jie said. Guhai's heart skipped a beat. Fighting 3000 of himself at the same time? His Go power was on par with Xiao Qian's, and he also had the analysis of the 3000 Great Paths. This was letting Xiao Qian fight 3000 Great Paths alone. Black first. That voice rang out again. Guhai knew how terrifying this Go game was. However, even so, Guhai did not back down. After old man Guanxi died, Xiao Qian could no longer improve his Go power. This was because he did not have enough opponents. No one in the world could compare to him. The peak was the loneliest. Now, how could Guhai give up on such a terrifying Go game? Clack! 3000 black Go stones immediately landed on the huge Go board. The 3000 black Go stones formed a large character for Zhen. 3000 identical opponents each took out a white Go stone. Xiao Qian gently placed his Go stones. Boom! The 3000 people with Guhai's Go power instantly determined the strength of their Go stones. In an instant, the 3000 white Go stones formed a large character for Tao. Not only did they form a character for Tao, but they also split up Guhai's character for Zhen, breaking it into pieces. Good Tao. Today, Zhen will fight your 3000 Great Paths. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. Boom! Another 3,000 Go stones were sent out, and the 3,000 Go boards officially started moving. At the same time, the Go boards continuously expanded, covering the Great Fusion Go board. This was a Go game. Naturally, it was shockingly complicated. As the two sides placed their Go stones, images of countless immortal birds and divine beasts appeared on the Go board. Heavenly music drifted through the air, and a strange fragrance filled the air. Lotuses even appeared in some places. Gradually, the two sides were no longer playing Go. Instead, it was a clash of worlds, a battle of creation and destruction. The entire world was undergoing earth-shaking changes. Gu Hai became completely immersed in this Go game. Outside the Go game, surrounded by white fog, Song Jie's eyes flashed with admiration as he watched Gu Hai's Go game. Perhaps His Holiness's Go skills can really surpass Old Man Guanqi's. Song Jie's eyes flashed with strong anticipation and infinite satisfaction. As Gu Hai went into seclusion, Xianyuan City, the entire world seemed to have returned to peace. In a short time, the heavenly demon Holy Land had been taken into the hands of the Dahan. The 1,000 cities of Wanshou Taoism had also been taken into the Great Yin Heavenly Dynasty. All the officials in the world knew about His Holiness's power and knew that the upcoming battle with the Immortals was imminent. None of the officials dared to slack off. They went around comforting the people and promoting Gu Hai's benevolence and righteousness. Volumes of novels, nursery rhymes, and poems were all praising Gu Hai. They made the people in the world accept Gu Hai's greatness from the bottom of their hearts and acknowledge the Dahan Heavenly Dynasty. Ancient Temple. Bai Zizai listened to Black Bai Wuchang's report and finally sighed softly. Gu Hai has finally obtained the world. Bai Wuchang said with a bitter smile. Master, let's not waver anymore. Since we have decided on Gu Hai, let's not change. Because we have already bet everything on Gu Hai. Black Impermanence advised. There was still a trace of struggle in Bai Zizai's eyes. Wang. At this moment, there was a slight tremor in the main hall. A cloud of black gas condensed, and then a small black eye of heaven emerged from the black gas. Immortal of the Six Paths? Why are you here again? Bai Zizai's expression changed. Why? Am I not welcome? The eye of heaven said coldly. Black Bai Wuchang's expression changed. Bai Zizai's expression was also complicated. Bai Zizai, you better think carefully. You are standing on the opposite side of me. When I come out of seclusion, it will be your death date. The eye of heaven said coldly. Me? Bai Zizai's expression was complicated. Bai Zizai felt very depressed. Why is everyone forcing me? Black Bai Wuchang did not know what to do at this moment. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly came from the main hall. Xiao Bai, what are you doing? The sudden voice made the three people's hair stand on end, and they looked over in surprise. They saw that Laozi had already stepped into the main hall. How did you come in? Bai Zizai was surprised. Your door is not closed, so I came in. Laozi pointed at the door as if it was a matter of fact. The door was indeed open a crack. Everyone, Xiao Bai, is this the Immortal of the Six Paths you mentioned? He doesn't look like much. Laozi was slightly puzzled. He reached out and pinched the eye of heaven, which was so weak that it was only the size of a finger. Who are you? The eye of heaven asked in surprise. Oh, it's still alive. It should be delicious if you stir-fry it. Xiao Bai, this is a gift to me. Laozi took out a small bottle and put the eye of heaven inside. Bai Zizai reached out his hand and did not know what to say for a moment. Delicious if you stir-fry it? Why does it sound so strange? Xiao Bai, are you afraid of losing again and again? It's okay. I will take you to play other games today. Sai, when people get old, they get bored. By the way, since there are 3 of you, let's play a round of mahjong today. I will teach you, Laozi said with a smile. Chapter 1268. The old man who called Laozi was very enthusiastic. More importantly, the old man seemed to be very powerful. When he patted the shoulder casually, the 3 perfected gods couldn't resist even if they wanted to. Bai Zizai, Black Impermanence, and Bai Wuchang couldn't fall out with each other before they understood the background of the limitless celestial capital. It seemed that they couldn't beat the old man either. The three of them could only accept the old man's enthusiasm gloomily. Every day, at the entrance of the Three Pristine's hall, they basked in the sun and played mahjong. Zai was crying in his heart. Where did this old man come from? He made me play this stupid game with him every day. Just as he didn't want to play, the old man pressed on his shoulder and made him continue. Black Bai Wu Chang didn't even need to talk about it. At this moment, Laozi took a tile and looked at it for a long time. He adjusted his reading glasses and hesitated for a moment. Hurry up, play, Zai said gloomily. Every time he sat next to the old man had to look at his tiles for a long time before he played. Young man, don't be anxious. I haven't looked at it yet, the old man said calmly. As he spoke, he picked up the teacup beside him and took a sip. Zai. Three of a kind. The old man finally decided and played a card. Bang! Zai's eyes lit up, and he immediately shouted, Jackpot! Jackpot! Black Bai Wu Chang immediately shouted excitedly. Huh? Zai's eyes widened. Black Bai Wu Chang's expression changed. No, continue. Zai then took the three of a kind home with satisfaction. 50,000. Zai played a card. Win. The old man flipped the tile in his hand. Zai. If he had known earlier, he would have let Black Bai Wu Chang win. After a few days, Zai knew that he couldn't fight back. Although it was quite boring every day, without the harassment of the Immortal of Six Paths, it was quite peaceful. At this moment, Zai didn't think about anything else. Since he couldn't resist, he might as well enjoy it slowly. At this point, the sound of mahjong could be heard at the entrance of the Three Pristine's hall every day. Dahan and his advisors looked at Zai in the distance with strange expressions. Previously, he had been on guard against Zai causing trouble, but now, he didn't know what to do. Netherworld, Eternal Een Capital, Blood God Temple. Blood God Temple, Chongming's residence. After a period of time, Chongming finally finished refining the seventh soul of the Candle Dragon. Chongming found Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, Shenwan Hen, Ao, Sheng, Scorpio, Dragon God Ing, Maotanyan, and He Tu. Chongming, why did you ask us to come here? Kong Xian asked with a frown. Chongming was the commander of the Bloodstrike Guards. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have much contact with him. But why did he ask him to come here? What do you think of my cultivation? Chongming asked. Finally, they looked at Chongming in confusion. Chongming immediately released his aura. Boom! A powerful aura instantly surged toward the five people. What? The five people's faces darkened. They stared at Chongming's aura as if they were facing a great enemy. Whoosh! Chongming's aura came and went quickly. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chongming, what do you mean? Mosquito Daoran stared. What do you think of my cultivation? Chongming looked at everyone. Everyone looked at Chongming in confusion. It's very strong. I feel like I've seen the Lord know, Zai. Scorpio was the first to speak. Complete deity stage? Mosquito Daoran said in surprise. Chongming nodded. I don't know how strong Zai is, but I have indeed reached the peak of the complete deity stage. That's a good thing. At least we don't have to worry about Zai stirring up trouble. Mosquito Daoran said with a smile. Chongming nodded. Now the world is clear. There are no ordinary opponents in the Dahan Celestial Empire. I invited you here this time to help you reach the complete deity stage. Help us. Mosquito Daoran said in surprise. Yes, before His Holiness left, I met His Holiness. I don't know when His Holiness will return, but I told His Holiness my guess. I can help you reach the complete deity stage. Chongming said solemnly. You can help us? Everyone was shocked. Yes, I have obtained some of Torch Dragon's inheritance and can help you. It is extremely complicated and will take a long time. However, Fushi left something for His Holiness in the past. His Holiness lent it to me, so I can help you reach it in a short time. I think Fushi must have calculated it back then. Chongming said solemnly. What did Fushi leave you? Dragon Godding asked curiously. 64 trigrams Heavenly Forge Furnace. Chongming explained. 64 trigrams Heavenly Forge Furnace? Fushi's treasure back then? The 11th of the 16 great treasures of history? Dragon God narrowed his eyes. 64 trigrams, heavenly forge furnace. Ao Sheng showed a trace of discomfort. Chongming looked at Ao Sheng and said, Supreme Ao, I know that Ao Shun and you were burned by amethyst furnace back then, which caused Ao Shun to be burned to death. After all, that furnace was only an imitation of the 64 trigrams heavenly forge furnace. Don't force your hatred onto the 64 trigrams heavenly forge furnace. Ao Sheng gritted his teeth and nodded. I have the Torch Dragon's method to help you reach the complete deity stage. His Holiness has given me special permission. This is the Imperial Edict that His Holiness left for me. Please take a look. Chongming took out an Imperial Edict. Everyone immediately looked at it. After confirming that it was Gu Hai who had personally issued the decree, they relaxed. Why is it only us? Prince Guhan has also reached the complete deity stage? Mosquito Dowrin asked curiously. My method is the Torch Dragon's method, which is only suitable for the monster race. Moreover, the 64 trigrams heavenly forge furnace can only carry 8 people. Dragon God Ing, a zombie cultivator, can barely be considered a half-human, half-monster. Although it's a little forced, it's still worth a try. Chongming said solemnly. 8 people? Everyone was stunned. That's right, that's how it is. Does anyone have any objections? If there are no objections, we can talk about other things. Chongming said solemnly. We naturally have no objections. Kong Xian shook his head. What objections could there be if their cultivation could advance further? The world had settled down in a short period of time. The great Yin Heavenly Dynasty was the Dahan's ally and would not go to war. Bai Zizai was being held back by that senior. Jiang Chun was also protecting His Holiness. What other matters could there be? The group of empresses could solve everything with a stretch of their hands. There was no need for anyone to worry. All right, I'll say one more thing. This time, the Dahan will be facing a monstrous enemy. I have obtained the Torch Dragon's inheritance and have the ability to fuse all the monsters in the world. When the great enemy attacks, I hope that everyone will join hands with me and fuse to become the strongest to help His Holiness. Chongming said solemnly. Fuse. Everyone was stunned. Can we separate after fusing? Mosquito Dowrin asked curiously. His Holiness also said about 30. You should know that if we lose, we will all die. It doesn't matter whether we separate or not. If we win, His Holiness will definitely help us separate. Chongming said solemnly. All right, go back and prepare. Come to me in 2 days. Chongming said solemnly. Everyone nodded. They went out and made arrangements before coming to the Sacred Blood Temple again. At the Sacred Blood Temple, Chongming, on the other hand, opened a tunnel and led the 8 of them straight down. Soon, they came to an underground cave. There was a huge cauldron in the cave. Golden light shone everywhere, and dragon roars came from all directions. Roar, roar. Dragon roars sounded everywhere, shaking the hearts. This is the sound of the Earth's dragon vein? The Earth's dragon vein of the Dahan Heavenly Dynasty? Kong Xian said in surprise. That's right. Otherwise, how do you think you can break through? His Holiness has already moved the Earth's dragon vein into this cave. The Earth's dragon vein will draw the power of the mountains and rivers, pouring into the 64 trigrams heaven-forging cauldron to help you break through. Please enter the cauldron, Chongming said. Kong Xian, Mosquito Dowrin, Dragon God Ing, Scorpio, Mao Tianyun, Hutu, Ao Sheng, and Shang Wanhen looked at each other and nodded in the end. The 8 of them entered the 64 trigrams heaven-forging cauldron, each occupying a position of 8 trigrams. 8 trigrams, 64 trigrams, just enough to fill the cauldron. His Holiness has decreed that the dragon vein enter the cauldron. Listen to my command and burn the 8 heroes, Chongming shouted. Holding the cauldron lid, they entered the cauldron as well. Roar. After a dragon roar, surging golden energy poured into the cauldron from all directions. The cauldron seemed to be on fire, burning crazily. Outside, the earth churned. The dragon vein carried the power of the earth and poured into the cauldron. Rumble. The entire cauldron, including the hole above, was completely buried. A deafening sound was heard. Ah! The cries of the 8 powerhouses came from the cauldron, but once the fire was ignited, there was no time to stop. Although the group of powerhouses was tyrannical, under the suppression of the 64 trigrams, heaven-forging cauldron, and the impact of the earth, no one could escape. Refine, refine, refine. Guhai was in seclusion, Song Jie's mansion. Fierce General Dahan was in seclusion underground. Bai Zizai was restrained by Laozi and played mahjong every day. The world seemed to be very peaceful. However, there was still a month before the Immortal of the 6 Paths woke up. Today, at a moment that no one could have imagined. In the world of the living, above the starry sky, 13 stars suddenly connected into a line. Buzz. The 13 stars shone slightly, but they didn't have much momentum. After a flash, they dimmed. To be precise, that part of the starry sky was covered by rolling black fog. In the starry sky, covered by black fog, the void trembled slightly. Crack! There was a crisp sound, and a crack suddenly appeared in the void. There was no black hole in the crack, but a small space. In the small space, there was a coffin. The coffin's lid was open, and a man in a Taoist robe was lying in the coffin. He seemed to be sleeping very peacefully. Suddenly, the man in the Taoist robe opened his eyes. Boom! The surrounding black fog was instantly blasted away by a powerful aura. The man in the Taoist robe woke up. He opened his eyes and looked down at the world from the starry sky. The man in the Taoist robe was none other than the ruler of the Immortal Dome, the Immortal of the 6 Paths. The Immortal of the 6 Paths woke up. He woke up 1 month earlier than the 1-year agreement. All the injuries on the Immortal of the 6 Paths had disappeared. The cracks on his face were all gone. No one in the world had expected him to wake up a month early. The Immortal of the 6 Paths twisted his head and stepped out of the coffin. The moment he stepped out, the surrounding stars suddenly trembled. No, it should be that all the stars in the sky trembled violently because of the Immortal of the 6 Paths stepping out of the coffin. It was as if they were worshipping the Lord of the world. With one step, the stars trembled. A king's aura was emitted. Chapter 1269. The Immortal of the 6 Paths had come out of seclusion. The stars in the sky trembled incessantly. An aura of a sovereign overlooking the world spread out in all directions under the backdrop of the starry sky. Boom! The power of fear caused all living beings in the world to panic. Countless people looked up at the sky, but the Immortal of the 6 Paths was standing too far away. They couldn't see him clearly, but they all felt a sense of doom. Ordinary people couldn't see the stars clearly, but the peerless experts could. Outside Song Jie's residence, Jiang Chan was supposed to be guarding Gu Hai, but the attendants of the Seizing Divine Hall had also come to serve him. True Lord, that's the Immortal of the 6 Paths? Why did he come out of seclusion early? Did he force himself out of seclusion because he hasn't recovered from his injuries? Long Outyin said in surprise. No, he's completely recovered, and he's at his peak. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed as he stared into space. The Immortal of the 6 Paths coming out of seclusion early was also out of Jiang Chen's expectations. Guhai was still in seclusion in Song Jie's residence and couldn't be distracted. Guhai is really lucky. Song Jie is helping him wholeheartedly. Little Six is out of seclusion, but I'm guarding Guhai because of Song Jie's favor. Huh. Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed. At the entrance of the Flame God's Hall, Ho Yi, Xing Tian, and the other officials stood at the entrance of the hall and looked up at the sky. His Holiness is the Immortal of the 6 Paths? He came out of seclusion early? What should we do? Xing Tian was worried. Ho's eyes were cold. What should we do? We'll just deal with whatever comes our way. Yes. Xing Tian nodded. But His Holiness is definitely going to cause trouble for the Dahan Celestial Empire. Guhai is in seclusion now, will he? Hui frowned and was worried. Ho narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the infinite celestial capital, but there was a trace of worry in his eyes. The infinite celestial capital. The Empress and the Crown Prince, along with their powerful ministers, looked up at the sky. Mother, the immortal of the six paths has come out of seclusion ahead of time. Gu Han said worriedly. Father is in seclusion in Xinyuan City. Father's clone has gone into the void. Kong Xian and the rest went into seclusion with Chongming. Right now, the limitless celestial capital is rather empty. Gu Qin revealed a trace of worry as he said. When some of the officials received the news, they became anxious. However, Dehan and the other Legion commanders still looked determined. Didn't brother-in-law invite that old man over? The person invited by brother-in-law definitely won't be a problem. Long Wanyu immediately interrupted. Everyone looked at the entrance of the Three Pristines Palace. At the entrance of the Three Pristines Hall, Laozi was playing mahjong with Bai Zizai and the other two. Suddenly, the sound of mahjong stopped. Who? Bai Zizai and Hei Bai Wuchang immediately jumped up from their chairs. What? The Immortal of the Six Paths? Bai Wuchang suddenly exclaimed. Black Impermanence's expression also changed. He revealed a look of horror. The aura that stirred the starry sky and the aura of a sovereign descending from the heavens were too terrifying. A month ahead of time? A month ahead of time? Why is it ahead of time? Bai Zizai's expression was extremely unpleasant. Only Laozi, although his expression was very serious, was still sitting in his chair and did not get up. In the starry sky, the immortal of the six paths twisted his body and stretched his body. He waved his hand. Boom, 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 boom. Around the immortal of the six paths, the illusory figures of the 3,000 paths suddenly appeared. With Sinuan in his hand, he could mobilize the 3,000 paths. The immortal's power was undoubtedly displayed. The powerful aura spread out, and countless people immediately knelt down in fear. It was as if they felt that the heavens were about to send down heavenly punishment. Are you all ready to die? I'm back. The immortal of the six paths said calmly. Boom! The immortal of the six paths' voice instantly spread to everyone's ears. All living beings were in a state of panic. Bai Zizai, who was at the entrance of the Three Pristines Palace, was anxious and did not know what to do. Xiao Bai, why are you trembling? Drink a cup of tea to calm yourself down. Laozi advised. Bai Zizai's expression froze. Why am I trembling? At this critical moment, Gu Hai went into seclusion, and the immortal of the six paths woke up. I'm on Gu Hai's side. Isn't this asking me to take the immortal of the six paths side? Isn't this a trap? Bai Zizai wanted to cry, but had no tears. The immortal of the six paths waved his hand again. Whoosh! 6 entrances suddenly appeared in front of the immortal of the six paths. Is that the entrance to the six paths of reincarnation? Laozi asked curiously. The immortal of the six paths looked inside. Hungry ghost path. No evil ghosts. Azura path. No Azura path. Animal path. No God's path. Hell path. 18 levels of hell. No stars path. Human path. Shattering souls. 5 paths of reincarnation. Stolen. Good. The immortal of the six paths said with a ferocious expression. Boom! The immortal of the six paths waved his eye of heaven. Streams of light flowed in the 5 paths of reincarnation. Not long after, all the scenes of the past were replayed. Gu Hai, haha, it's all you. You stole my preparations all these years. The immortal of the six paths' eyes flashed with coldness. Suddenly, the 3,000 great Daos in the surroundings converged, and all the entrances to the 6 paths of reincarnation closed. The immortal of the 6 paths stepped in the starry sky, surrounded by boundless murderous intent. He looked around the world with murderous eyes. The infinite celestial capital, the seizing God Temple, and the flame God Temple were all under his gaze. His gaze swept across the infinite celestial capital, and a destructive intent surged. The Dahan officials felt a chill in their hearts. There's no Gu Hai in the infinite celestial capital. It seems that Gu Hai hasn't come out of seclusion and is still in Xinyuan City. The immortal of the 6 paths' eyes turned cold. He looked at Xinyuan City, saw Songjia Mansion, and then stared at Jiangchun. Jiang Chun and the Immortal of the Six Paths looked at each other from an infinite distance. They used to be master and disciple, but they fell out with each other. In fact, the Six Paths wanted nothing more than for Jiang Chun to die. One was the person he hated to the bone, and the other was the person he hated to the bone. They were both in Xinyuan City. Oof. The Immortal of the Six Paths snorted. Boom! The Immortal of the Six Paths figure flashed, and he instantly arrived in the sky above Xinyuan City. He arrived in front of Jiang Chun. At the same time, he released his aura, and all the people in Xinyuan City were forced to kneel down. Long Outyin and the others were shocked. They were terrified. Little Six, have you mastered your divine skill? Jiang Chun asked with a smile. The Immortal of the Six Paths looked at the white barrier, and then at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun, you really only care about my cultivation. You only care about whether I can be used by you? The Immortal of the Six Paths said coldly. Isn't it good to pay attention to your cultivation? Could it be that you don't want your current monstrous cultivation base? Jiang Chun laughed. Monstrous cultivation? Ha ha. Yes, monstrous cultivation. However, I also know that there were 3 little Six before me. Because they weren't as lucky as me, they all died under your nurturing. The Immortal of the Six Paths said coldly. Oh, you know? Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes. Yes, I know. I also know that you taught me everything not to make me stronger, but to help you fight against a demon. I'm just a tool for you, am I not? Or rather, a sword. You want to sharpen me to the extreme so that I can help you kill a demon. Only by getting sharper can you have a chance to survive. Once the sword is broken, I'll be abandoned. Master? Hee, you've never treated me as a disciple. The Immortal of the Six Paths said coldly. Is that what you think? Jiang Chun said in a deep voice. There's no such thing as thinking. You forgot that I've died for this day. The Immortal of the Six Paths stared at Jiang Chun and said coldly. Died? Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes and asked doubtfully. Don't pretend to be innocent. It's useless. During those years of cultivation with you, I've narrowly escaped death several times. I know your intentions. The first few times, I kept defending you in my heart, but I won't anymore. Especially the last time when I died. I swear that if I come back alive, I'll kill you and let you have a taste of death. The Immortal of the Six Paths said coldly. I gave you everything you have. Jiang Chun said coldly. No, you didn't. I fought for it myself. It has nothing to do with you. You're guarding Gu Hai? Jiang Chun, you're getting worse and worse. You're guarding him? But it doesn't matter. I'll kill you. I'll kill Gu Hai too. The Immortal of the Six Paths said ferociously. As he spoke, he waved his hand. The void suddenly stirred, and 3,000 shadows of the Great Path appeared behind the Immortal of the Six Paths. The Immortal of the Six Paths extended his hand, and the 3,000 Great Paths seemed to surge with power, rushing into the Immortal of the Six Paths' palm. He slapped out, and a giant palm that was 100 feet long slammed toward Jiang Chun and Tsang Jie's residence. The palm didn't shatter the void, but at this moment, the surroundings of Xinyuan City seemed to be imprisoned. The wind, air, and light were all frozen. It was as if the world was frozen at this moment. Only the palm slowly pressed down, wanting to kill Jiang Chun and Gu Hai of Tsang Jie's residence. Even Long Outyin, who was at the peak of the Heavenly Palace, was shocked to find that he couldn't move. Far away, in the infinite celestial capital, the Immortal of the Six Paths did it. He used Sun Yuan to activate the power of 3,000 Great Paths. Long Wanyu gasped in shock. 3,000 Great Paths? Long Wanqing's expression changed. Yes, 3,000 Great Paths. All 10 meridians are activated. Lin, Bing, and Doja are all in formation. It's much more powerful than when he fought Yuan Shi Tianzuan. Long Wanyu exclaimed. The Immortal of the Six Paths knows how powerful Jiang Chun is, so he used all his strength from the beginning, activating the power of 3,000 Great Paths. What should we do? Lin Wan said anxiously. No, the Immortal of the Six Paths is invincible now. No one can stop him. Brother-in-law. Long Wanyu was anxious. Long Wanyu was once the firmament. Only she knew how powerful it was to activate the power of 3,000 great paths. In the past, when she fought Yuanshi Tianzuan, she only used half of her power. Now, the power of 3,000 great paths was enough to destroy the world. However, everything happened in the blink of an eye. In this short period of time, no one could save them. This palm was the might of the firmament in the past. The true might of the firmament descended, wanting to completely destroy Jiang Chun and Gu Hai. At this moment, Jiang Chun did not show any fear. Little six, if it's only the might of the firmament, it's not enough. Although the power of 3,000 great paths is strong, it's not your power. Jiang Chun slowly stretched out his right hand. We'll talk about it after you survive. The Immortal of the Six Paths said coldly. The palm of 3,000 great paths was even more ferocious. It looked like it was going to destroy Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun stretched out his right hand, but a layer of light suddenly appeared. No, two layers of light, like two layers of glass, were close together. Time reversal, Jiang Chun shouted softly. Buzz! The double layer of light instantly bloomed with a stream of 7 colors, piercing the world. The palm of 3,000 great paths suddenly hit the double layer of light. Chapter 1270. The palm of the great Tao, carrying the power of the 3,000 great Taos, pressed down on Jiang Chun's time reversal. Buzz! The two forces collided, but there was no earth-shattering sound as expected. There was only a puff of green smoke between the two forces. The palm of the great Tao pressed down on the 2 layers of light. The first layer was fine, and it instantly penetrated. However, when it passed through the 2 layers, it instantly turned into green smoke and quickly dissipated. It could not reach the second layer of light at all. The ferocious and invincible palm of the great Tao seemed to have melted in an instant. In the direction of the infinite celestial capital. He blocked it? Guhan exclaimed in surprise. That's time reversal? The law of time? Long Wan Yu exclaimed in shock. Jiang Chun seems to have really blocked the power of the 3,000 great Taos. But how did he do it? Those are the 3,000 great Taos. There should be the time great Tao among them, right? Long Wan Yu exclaimed. No, Jiang Chun has grasped an even stronger law of time. Long Wan Yu exclaimed. An even stronger law of time? Yes, the law of time is a special case. The 3,000 great Taos were formed by the 3 souls of the Torch Dragon. However, before the Torch Dragon formed everything in the world, the law of time already existed. When the Immortal Dome was born, time followed. At that time, the 3 souls of the Torch Dragon had yet to form the 3,000 great Taos, Long Wan Yu said. Then, the 3,000 great Taos of the Torch Dragon should only be a part of the world. The time great Tao among them should only be the Torch Dragon's understanding of time. Time has existed since ancient times. Jiang Chun did not comprehend the law of time of the 3,000 great Taos, but the ultimate mystery of the birth of the Immortal Dome, time reversal. Can he block the Immortal of 6 paths? Long Wan Yu asked worriedly. I don't know. Long Wan Yu smiled bitterly. What if Jiang Chun loses? Let's go wake father up. Gu Han said anxiously. Don't go. Chun Xian suddenly said. What? Everyone looked at Chun Xian in confusion. Chun Xian said in a low voice. My husband is very thoughtful. He must have thought of something. My husband is at the most critical moment of his breakthrough. Jiang Chun is guarding him. Do you want to disturb my husband? Everyone's expression stiffened as they felt anxious. If Jiang Chun can't stop it, he will definitely wake up my husband. What's the difference between waking him up and being woken up by the Immortal Dome of 6 paths? It's better to pray for our husband to break through as soon as possible, Chun Xian said. Everyone was silent for a while, and in the end, they could only nod. At the entrance of the 3 Pristine's Hall, Lao Zi and Bai Zizai were also staring at the battlefield. Jiang Chun blocked it? Bai Wuchang asked in surprise. Bai Zizai also revealed a look of astonishment. He did not expect Jiang Chun to be so powerful. He blocked it? That's barely enough. Lao Zi said lightly. How is it barely enough? There is no aura overflowing at all. How can you tell? Black Impermanence said in surprise. Look at the two light curtains that Jiang Chun threw out. Between the two light curtains is the power of time. The power of time is not invincible. If it exceeds its capacity, even the power of time is useless. The palm of the immortal dome of 6 paths can't penetrate the power of time. Once it penetrates the power of time, the reversal of time will be useless. Laozi pointed out. Bai Zizai looked carefully. Sure enough, the palm of the immortal dome of 6 paths was shaking between the two light curtains. It approached the second light curtain for a while, and then it was pushed back. The power of time was wearing down the palm of the immortal dome of 6 paths. The thin layer of the power of time had a monstrous power. It was about to penetrate the thickness of the power of time, but every time, it was just a little bit away. Senior, you are so observant, Black Impermanence exclaimed. He didn't understand the battle just now, but after Laozi's explanation, he immediately understood the battle situation. Bai Wuchang also looked over with admiration. Bai Zizai also showed a hint of admiration in his eyes. Of course, I am your father, Laozi said matter-of-factly. Bai Zizai, Black and White Impermanence. Laozi took advantage of them again. But at this moment, the three of them were not in the mood to argue with Laozi. In the distance, Immortal Dome of 6 Paths was very serious. Jiang Chun was also very serious. Haha, little 6, you're stronger than I thought. When the heavens used the 3,000 great paths, they didn't have such power. Jiang Chun praised. Jiang Chun? The power of time? Ha ha ha, Jiang Chun. Once I penetrate this layer of your power of time, you'll be useless. Break! Immortal Dome of 6 Paths roared. Buzz! The palm of the Immortal Dome of 6 Paths shook violently. Boom! Boom! Claps of thunder rang out all over the world. The palm of the Great Path was only as thick as a piece of paper away from the second layer of light. It was about to break. Jiang Chen's face was gloomy. Immortal Dome of 6 Paths looked ferocious. Boom! Boom! In the two realms of Yin and Yang, countless thunders suddenly appeared. It was as if the heavens and earth could not bear it. But this little bit of power of time could not be broken. You can't break it, Jiang Chun said coldly. Can't break it? Ha ha ha, have you forgotten? In addition to the 3,000 great paths, I can also use the power of all living beings. Did you know? Immortal Dome of 6 Paths stretched out his other hand. His other hand was holding Sinyuan, the power of all living beings. He had used it once against Long Zhonghua. Now, he only needed a little bit more power. As long as the power of all living beings was added, he would be able to break the power of time. Jiang Chen's face changed when he saw Sinyuan. Forget it. I wanted to see how strong you are. Unfortunately, I promised Song Jia that I will protect Gu Hai for him. I have no choice but to fight with you. Jiang Chan said in a deep voice. You want to escape? Immortal Dome of 6 Paths' face turned cold. Time reversal, rewind the past. Step on the spot and distort time and space. Jiang Chun shouted again. With a shout, the 2 layers of light flashed and turned from 7 colors to white. At the same time, it enveloped Xianyuan City. Buzz! The entire Xianyuan City trembled. Hong! The palm of the Great Path passed through the light and struck down. Under the huge force, the ground around Xianyuan City exploded. A terrifying tremor swept across the entire world. Everywhere in the Yang realm, there was a huge earthquake. In Xianyuan City, thick smoke billowed. There was no sign of life. Oh no, Guhan said anxiously. Chun Xian grabbed Long Wanqing's hand anxiously. Was Xianyuan City destroyed? Whoosh! In the distance, Immortal Dome of 6 Paths waved his sleeves. Instantly, all the smoke dissipated. The appearance of Xianyuan City was revealed. Where Xianyuan City was, a huge crater was created by the palm of the Great Path. However, Xianyuan City was above the crater. It was just that the entire city had become illusory. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. Long Outyin was pleasantly surprised. Jiang Chun stood in the illusory light. He looked coldly at Immortal Dome of 6 paths come out. Immortal Dome of 6 paths roared with hatred. What is that? Black Impermanence, who was at the entrance of the Three Pristine's palace, asked in confusion. Distort time and space? If that's the case, did Jiang Chun bring Xinyuan City to another time? The law of time is indeed magical. Laozi narrowed his eyes. What do you mean by another time? Black Impermanence asked curiously. That is, to another time. For example, the time and space 3 days ago. Laozi explained. The time and space 3 days ago. Everyone was curious. Yes, Jiang Chen's law of time is indeed powerful. The past? The power of the past? He brought Xinyuan City to the time and space of the past. Although it is still there, and because of Jiang Chun, people in Xinyuan City can still see the current scene, but Immortal Dome of 6 paths can't touch it. Laozi frowned. Can't touch it? Because Jiang Chun has returned to the past. Bai Wuchang frowned. Yes, even if Immortal Dome of 6 paths is powerful, even if he can mobilize the power of the Great Path and the power of all living beings, even if he is more powerful than Jiang Chun, what's the use of all his power if he can't touch Jiang Chun? Laozi shook his head. With such means, isn't he invincible? Black Impermanence was shocked. At least, it should be so when facing Immortal Dome of 6 paths. Even if Immortal Dome of 6 paths is more powerful, it's useless. If he can't touch his opponent, what's the use of his power? Laozi shook his head. Immortal Dome of 6 paths kept waving his hands and hitting Xinyuan City. However, he could only leave huge craters and could not touch Jiang Chun. This was the magic of the law of time. Immortal Dome of 6 paths also had the Great Path of Time, but he could not use it freely, so he could not hit Jiang Chun. Coward, come out! Immortal Dome of 6 paths glared at him and said coldly. Jiang Chun stared at the Immortal of the 6 paths for a while, then shook his head. I wanted to test your strength. I even hoped that you could surpass me. I also hoped that you would be stronger than me. But in the end, I promised Sanjia. At this moment, I will not fight with you. Everything will wait until Gu Hai comes out of seclusion. Ha ha ha. Don't use other excuses. Jiang Chun, you are a coward. Immortal Dome of 6 paths continued to provoke him. Jiang Chun shook his head and smiled. He wasn't angry at all. Humph. Do you think you can protect Gu Hai? You are a coward, and so is Gu Hai. I am right here, but you don't dare to come out. Immortal Dome of 6 paths continued to scold him. However, Jiang Chun did not care. Fine, fine, fine. You don't want to come out? Gu Hai also doesn't want to come out? Fine. Gu Hai is protected by you, but there are still people you can't protect. Immortal Dome of 6 paths' eyes suddenly turned cold. Jiang Chun was confused. Immortal Dome of 6 paths suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of the infinite celestial capital with murderous intent. Whoosh! Although it was just a glance, and they were separated by an infinite distance, the temperature around the infinite celestial capital dropped instantly. Under the murderous intent, a large amount of frost and snow fell. The officials of the infinite celestial capital immediately turned cold. A feeling of death filled their bodies. What? Everyone's expression changed. In the distance, Immortal Dome of 6 paths glanced at the infinite celestial capital. I remember that Gu Hai cares a lot about his family. I'm going to destroy the infinite celestial capital now and kill his entire family. Let's see if Gu Hai will come out. Immortal Dome of 6 paths said with murderous intent. What? Long Wanyu's expression changed. Great Yin, celestial capital, and Qi's expression changed too. His Holiness, why is Immortal Dome of 6 paths like this? He shouldn't implicate his wife and children. He can't do anything to Gu Hai and Jiang Chun, so he wants to kill their entire family. What a despicable act. Xing Tian's expression changed. You've known Immortal Dome of 6 paths for a long time. His character has nothing to do with his strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lied to the heavens and the masses 800,000 years ago. Killing Gu Hai's entire family is something Immortal Dome of 6 paths can do, she said with a gloomy expression. In the distance, Immortal Dome of 6 paths looked at Jiang Chun after he finished speaking. Jiang Chun, Can you protect the infinite celestial capital? Immortal Dome of Six Paths said coldly. Jiang Chun shook his head. Why should I protect the infinite celestial capital? Immortal Dome of Six Paths' expression darkened. I only promised Song Jia to protect Guhai. I don't care about anything else. You don't have to waste your breath on me, Jiang Chun said, while shaking his head. Immortal Dome of Six Paths stared at Jiang Chun in the light. After confirming that Jiang Chun was telling the truth, he sneered. That's right, that's your style. Other than yourself, what does the life and death of others have to do with you? That's right, you don't have to protect Guhai's family. Fine, it doesn't matter if you don't help. I said that I'll destroy the infinite celestial capital. So, I'll destroy the infinite celestial capital. Whether it's Long Zhonghua or Fushi helping Guhai, I'll kill them all the same. Whoosh! Immortal Dome of Six Paths turned into a ray of light and left Xinyuan City. In the next moment, he arrived outside the infinite celestial capital with a huge gust of wind. Rumble! The gust of wind hit the infinite celestial capital, causing the entire city to shake. Bai Zizai, Black by Wu Chang, and some ministers with weaker wills immediately showed great fear. Chapter 1271. The Immortal of the Six Paths displayed his might. His powerful aura shook the entire limitless sky, as if it would fall at any moment. Jiang Chun of Xianyuan City looked indifferent. He had no intention of coming forward to help. In fact, Jiang Chun was watching the Immortal of the Six Paths go on a killing spree with great interest. This was because the greater the hatred between the Immortal of the Six Paths and Gu Hai, the more he could stimulate Gu Hai and make him stronger to achieve his goal. At the entrance of the Flaming God Palace, His Holiness, what should we do? Xing Tian asked anxiously. Zhao narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists as if he was about to attack. Although the Dahan and Great Yin did not have an alliance agreement on paper, the friendship between the kings of the two dynasties was much deeper than what was written on paper. Zhao was a person who could distinguish between kindness and hatred. He owed Gu Hai a favor, so he naturally wanted to repay it, even if it would bring disaster to the Great Yin dynasty. Of course, Zhao knew that the Immortal of the Six Paths would find trouble with him sooner or later. Zhao moved his fingers gently. Suddenly, the sun in the sky trembled slightly. Of course, the tremor was very small, so no one noticed it. The Immortal of the Six Paths looked down at the limitless sky capital and stared at the entrance of the towering palace. At the entrance, some officials had already knelt down under the pressure of the Immortals. However, none of Gu Hai's relatives or important officials knelt down. Although Chan Xian was under great pressure, she still stood at the front. Gu Hai's women and sons? Almost all of them are here. The Immortal of the Six Paths sneered. At this moment, the Immortal of the Six Paths felt that victory was in his hands. He was high and mighty. Firmament? It has been 800,000 years. How have you been? The Immortal of the Six Paths looked at Long Wanyu and sneered. How have you been? Of course, I'm better off than you. Long Wanyu sneered. Better off than I am? I used to be Firmament, but now you're just a little girl. As for me, I have reached the top of the world and become the most powerful person in the world. You have a better life than me? Immortal Six Paths said disdainfully. Of course, I'm living in happiness every day while you've been living in hatred every day for the past 800,000 years. I'm happy every day, and you're filled with hatred every day. Tell me, who's living a good life? Long Wanyu reprimanded. Happy? What a joke. You don't even have the ability to protect yourself. How can you be happy? Immortal of Six Paths looked at Long Wanyu with disdain. Heavens, 800,000 years ago, I could kill you once. Today, I can kill you again. By the way, aren't you Long Zhonghua's granddaughter? What about Long Zhonghua? Come out. Immortal of Six Paths shouted coldly. Boom! His voice penetrated the boundless celestial capital as he waited for Long Zhonghua to come out. Immortal of Six Paths didn't underestimate Long Zhonghua, but he wasn't afraid of Long Zhonghua either. Now that he had recovered, even Jiang Chun would avoid him. Not to mention Long Zhonghua. Immortal of Six Paths waited for Long Zhonghua to come out. Many of the Dahan's officials were also waiting for Long Zhonghua to come out. After all, Long Zhonghua was still living in the boundless celestial capital not long ago. He couldn't have gone far. However, Immortal of Six Paths shouted for a while, but Long Zhonghua didn't show up. Oh, you're learning from Gu Hai and Jiang Chun. You're a coward now? Long Zhonghua, weren't you arrogant in the past? Didn't you dare to go against the heavens and kill immortals? Now that I'm standing here, why don't you dare to come out? Immortal of Six Paths shouted coldly again. However, there was still no sign of Long Zhonghua in the boundless celestial capital. Immortal of Six Paths narrowed his eyes and glanced around the boundless celestial capital. After looking around, he didn't find Long Zhonghua. However, he saw Bai Zizai, Black Bai Wuchang, and Laozi at the entrance of the Three Pristine's palace. The moment they saw Bai Zizai's heart skipped a beat. Black Bai Wuchang was even more frightened. Bai Zizai, Immortal of Six Paths, suddenly said with a cold expression. Bai Zizai's scalp tingled. Immortal! Bai Zizai looked at Immortal of Six Paths with a complicated expression. Ha ha! Did you destroy my strand of divine consciousness? Immortal of Six Paths said coldly. I was the one who destroyed it. Bai Zizai immediately explained. Immortal of Six Paths glared at him. Bai Zizai, how dare you talk to me like that? He wanted to see how Bai Zizai would repent, but he didn't expect him to call himself lousy. Was he determined to go against him? No, I didn't say that I was lousy. I said that he was lousy. Bai Zizai knew that he had misunderstood. He immediately pointed at Laozi and explained. Laozi looked at Bai Zizai. Then, he looked at Immortal of Six Paths. He's right. I'm their Laozi. Laozi nodded, but Immortal of Six Paths didn't believe him. Are you playing with me, Bai Zizai? You call an old man lousy? Who are you trying to fool? Bai Zizai, Immortal of Six Paths said coldly. Yes, Bai Zizai said bitterly. At this moment, Bai Zizai felt how pathetic he was. His identity as one of the four great commanders of the monster clan seemed so ridiculous now. He had been forced everywhere and was now being blamed by the Immortal, but he couldn't resist. How pathetic. Bai Zizai hated his current situation, but it was useless. The Immortal was staring at him. I know that you were forced to submit to the Dahan Celestial Empire. Long Zhonghua, Fuxi, and Gu Hai forced you to submit to the Dahan Celestial Empire. I can give you a chance. Immortal of Six Paths stared at Bai Zizai and said, Thank you, Immortal. Bai Zizai didn't know whether to be sad or happy. Not far away, the ministers of the Dahan Celestial Empire looked at Bai Zizai angrily. Let me ask you, where are Long Zhonghua and Fuxi? Immortal of Six Paths asked coldly. I don't know, Bai Zizai said bitterly. You don't know? Haha, have you forgotten the last order I gave you? I asked you to investigate the infinite celestial capital, and you say you don't know? What have you been doing for the past 6 months? Immortal of Six Paths asked coldly. What have I been doing for the past 6 months? Bai Zizai looked at the mahjong table next to him. I've been playing mahjong with me for the past 6 months. I didn't do anything. Bai Zizai smiled bitterly. How could he say that? Besides, even if he said it, the Immortal wouldn't believe him. Immortal of Six Paths stared at Bai Zizai. Bai Zizai didn't say anything for a long time. The Immortal was angry. Humph! Bai Zizai's heart skipped a beat. I can let bygones be bygones. Bai Zizai, I'll give you one last chance. Use your actions to prove that you're Gu Hai, who was forced to submit. Immortal of Six Paths said coldly. Prove? Bai Zizai was puzzled. That's right. Since Long Zhonghua doesn't want to come out, force him out. Now, you're the most powerful one besides me. Now, slaughter the infinite celestial capital. Immortal of Six Paths shouted. What? Bai Zizai's expression changed. The expressions of the great Han dynasty's ministers sank as they looked at Bai Zizai warily. They were already very wary of Bai Zizai. Now, seeing how timid Bai Zizai was, it was obvious that he was forced by Immortal of Six Paths. At this time, if Bai Zizai were to start a massacre, what would they do? Bai Zizai's expression suddenly changed. Master, you can't do that. We're now part of the Dahan. Black and Permanent said. Fine. Immortal of Six Paths widened his eyes. Black Impermanence's body suddenly tensed up, and a great threat of death filled his body. Baizazai looked anxious. This was an opportunity given by the Immortal to force him to choose a side again. Kill Guhai's family and completely turn against Guhai? Baizazai felt more and more that he had been too cowardly these past few years. It was not that he wanted to be a fence-sitter, but that he was forced by the situation. He had no right to make a decision. Beside him, Bai Wuchang also revealed a bitter smile. Master! Baizazai looked at Bai Wuchang. This was a life and death moment again. It was the same as when Gu Hai came to force him. We don't seem to be suitable for the disputes of the world. Bai Wuchang smiled bitterly. Bai Wuchang did not persuade Baizazai to turn against Gu Hai this time. Perhaps he had had enough of these years of being forced. Baizazai, what are you waiting for? Immortal of Six Paths stared at him and forced him again. Baizazai looked at Laozi, who looked at Baizazai quietly, as if he was waiting for something. Baizazai looked at all the people around him, and then at the mahjong table. After a quick change of expression, a rare look of determination flashed in his eyes. Baizazai suddenly bowed to Laozi respectfully. Everyone was confused by this bow. They did not know what Baizazai was doing. Even the Immortal narrowed his eyes and looked at Laozi. You've understood? Laozi smiled with relief. Yes. Thank you for your guidance. The past 6 months were the most relaxing and happiest days of my life. Every day, I lived under great pressure and drifted from place to place. It seemed to be a glorious life, but no one knew my bitterness. When facing Jiang Chun, Long Zhanghua, Gu Hai, and Immortal of Six Paths, it was the same feeling. Only Mr. brought me to experience this carefree life. I thought about my life's pursuit. Isn't this the same, without any troubles? Baizazai said bitterly. It's good that you've understood. Laozi nodded. Baizazai, have you thought about it? Immortal of Six Paths stared at him again and shouted. Baizazai's knot was untied. His temperament seemed to have changed completely. Finally, he looked at Immortal of Six Paths and said, I'm sorry, Immortal. I can't do it. What did you say? Immortal of Six Paths said with cold eyes. I've had enough of this kind of life. I don't want to be forced to hide anymore. No, I don't want to. From today onwards, I'm me. I'm Baizazai. No one can force me to do anything I don't want to do. Jiang Chun can't, Long Zhanghua can't, Gu Hai can't, and you, Immortal of Six Paths, can't? Baizazai shouted. Huh, you dare not to listen to me? Immortal of Six Paths sneered. Yes, no one can force me to do anything I don't want to do. Instead of living like a coward, I'd rather fight for my own happiness. Immortal, if you want me to destroy the boundless celestial capital, I, Baizazai, can't do it. Baizazai glared. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you too? Immortal of Six Paths stared at Baizazai. If you want to kill me, then kill me. It's better than dying like a coward. I'm now the supreme beast of the Dahan celestial dynasty. If I can fight, I'll do my best. Even if I can't protect the boundless celestial capital, I've tried my best. I don't want to be bullied by you anymore. If you want to do it, then do it. Baizazai shouted. Good, good, good. Trying to be a hero? If you want to die, then I'll start with you. Immortal of Six Paths said coldly. I'm not trying to be a hero. I just don't want to be a coward. I can't stand the cowardice of the past. Baizazai's red eyes flashed with a heroic desire to perish together with his enemy. Baizazai's body emitted a raging flame of war. Immortal of Six Paths' eyes were filled with killing intent. Laozi suddenly patted Baizazai's shoulder and said, Young man, don't be so angry. Life is long. There's nothing you can't cross. Chapter 1272. Laozi suddenly patted Baizazai on the shoulder. Young man, don't be so hot-tempered. Life is long. There's no obstacle you can't cross. His sincere and heartfelt attitude made everyone who saw him feel strange. Young man? Baizazai was the oldest batch of Monster Kings, and he was still a young man? Yes, sir. Baizazai was very obedient to Laozi at this moment. Laozi had proven his strength and used half a year to enlighten Baizazai. Perhaps Baizazai didn't feel it first, but under the influence of Laozi, Baizazai's state of mind changed dramatically. In this half a year, Bai Zizai completely removed the pressure and shackles on his body. Once the shackles were removed, no one would want to wear them again. Bai Zizai found his goal. Facing the threat of an immortal, he dared to talk back. This change caused many people to be shocked. Xianyuan City. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes at Laozi. This was the first time Jiang Chun looked deeply at Laozi. That old man is really funny. He actually called Bai Zizai young man. Does he know how old Bai Zizai is? Long Out Yin said disdainfully. No, this old man is unfathomable. Jiang Chun said solemnly. Flame God Palace entrance. He was ready to help, but the appearance of an old man in the distance made him stop. His Holiness, that old man has been living in 3 Pristine's palace. I've asked around for a long time, but there's no news. He seems to have appeared out of nowhere. He's called by Zizai young man. Is he crazy? Xing Qian asked curiously. No, he's not crazy. He used half a year to transform by Zizai. This person can't be underestimated. He narrowed his eyes. Oh, outside limitless celestial capital. Bai Zizai was extremely respectful to Laozi. At this moment, the Immortal of the 6 Paths finally took him seriously. The Immortal of the 6 Paths often monitored the world. Although he didn't know everything about the strong men in the world, he at least had a rough idea. At first, he thought that Bai Zizai was just making excuses. But now, he saw how respectful Bai Zizai was to him. However, the Immortal of the 6 Paths became serious. Young people? He called Bai Zizai a young man. How old was he? Immortal of 6 Paths stared at Laozi. Laozi waved his hand, signaling Bai Zizai and the other 2 to stand behind him. The 3 of them were slightly startled. Eventually, they nodded and walked behind Laozi. Others didn't know Laozi's strength, but the 3 of them did. Even Bai Zizai couldn't fight back in front of Laozi. Of course, the 2 of them didn't use their full strength, but Bai Zizai knew that he was definitely not as good as Laozi. Laozi stepped to the front, slowly took off his reading glasses, and looked at the Immortal of the 6 Paths in the sky. Old man, who are you? The Immortal of the 6 Paths asked coldly. Laozi looked at the 6 Paths and smiled. Bai Zizai introduced me just now. Don't you remember? Names are just co-names. Don't take it to heart. Just call me Laozi. Call you Laozi? You wanted to take it to heart? The Immortal of the 6 Paths. The Immortal of the 6 Paths had a murderous look in his eyes. No one dared to speak to him like this. He insulted him verbally. Bai Zizai and the others were used to it. Many of the Dahan's officials looked at Laozi as if he was crazy. This old man really didn't want to live anymore. Only Jiang Chun and you in the distance narrowed their eyes. From Laozi's calm and composed demeanor, the 2 of them could see that he was unfathomably powerful. He seemed ordinary. Yes, ordinary. So ordinary that when Jiang Chun and Embark looked at him, they ignored him. It was almost as if they were looking at an ordinary old man. And yet, it was this ordinary feeling that caused Jiang Chun and Embark to take him seriously. Because how good were their eyesight? With their eyesight, they couldn't see through this person. This showed how powerful this person was. Am I powerful? Of course I am. On Earth, Laozi was the leader of the 30 immortal domains. Before Guhai was born, Laozi was the leader. Although Buddha, Jesus, and the others were on the same level as Laozi, they all followed Laozi's will. Laozi was responsible for the safety of all living beings in the 30 immortal domains. He was the commander-in-chief of the 30 immortal domains. How could such a person be ordinary? Laozi? Huh, where did Guhai find you? How dare you call me Laozi? The Immortal of the 6 Paths said coldly. The Immortal of the 6 Paths stared at the infinite celestial capital. You don't have to look. Longzhan and Fu Shi are not here. Guhai has gone into seclusion. He asked me to guard the country for him. I heard what you said in Xianyuan City just now. If you want to make a move, hurry up. Don't be so wishy-washy. Laozi said lightly. What did you say? The Immortal of the 6 Paths said coldly. Didn't I say it clearly enough? Can't you see that we are playing mahjong? If you don't attack quickly, I will. Laozi said with a sigh. Arrogant thing. If you want to destroy the infinite celestial capital, I will fulfill your wish. The Immortal of the 6 Paths said coldly. As he spoke, The Immortal of the Six Paths waved his hand. Boom! 3,000 great Tao phantoms appeared again. The Immortal of the Six Paths waved his hand, and the power of 3,000 great Taos rushed toward the infinite celestial capital. At the entrance of the Flame God Palace, the Immortal of the Six Paths. Is he going to use the power of 3,000 great Taos? Is he going all out from the start? Xing Tian said, in surprise. Yes, he is. The Immortal of the Six Paths is not stupid. Do you think he can't see how strange I am? Lao said in a low voice. Strange I am. Xing Tian said doubtfully. His Holiness, are we still going to attack? Hui looked at Lao. Lao shook his head gently. Let's wait a little longer. I want to see where the Immortal of the Six Paths gets his confidence from. I want to see what the Helper Gu Hai found is capable of. In the distance, the same scene happened in Xinyuan City again. Everything in the infinite celestial capital seemed to be imprisoned by the power of 3,000 great Taos. Laozi was the only one standing in front of everyone, watching the destructive palm strike coming toward him. Before the torch dragon turned his body into heaven and earth, he died before he could pass on his inheritance to all living beings. What a pity. Laozi shook his head. What are you talking about? Die, old man. The Immortal of the Six Paths shouted coldly as he exerted more strength in his hand. The Immortal of the Six Paths seemed casual, but he could clearly sense the strangeness of Laozi. Therefore, he didn't dare to be careless. He used the same aura that he used to kill Jiangchun and hit Laozi with his palm. He wanted to kill Laozi with all his strength. Laozi wasn't in a hurry. He looked up at the 3,000 great Taos in the distance and waved his hand gently. He smiled and said, the Tao can be spoken of, but 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 the Tao can be spoken of. As Laozi spoke, endless purple clouds suddenly appeared from Dongfang. The purple clouds surged and covered 3 million miles of the sky in the blink of an eye. Purple clouds come 3 million miles from the east. When Laozi recited the Tao Te Ching, there seemed to be a chaotic aura. The purple clouds surged and shook people's souls. In just an instant, they floated to the 3,000 great Taos. They were like clouds and mist that surrounded the 3,000 great Taos. The 3,000 great Taos suddenly trembled and then seemed to be frozen in place, not moving at all. The endless power that was surging toward the palm of the great Taos suddenly leaked out. Poof! The terrifying palm of the great Taos of the Six Paths suddenly deflated like a balloon. Under everyone's incredulous gazes, it slowly became smaller and dissipated. When it reached Laozi, it was only the size of a child's palm. Laozi pointed his finger gently. Bang! The last trace of the power of the great Taos disappeared instantly. The strange purple clouds surrounded the 3,000 great Taos. That strange power made the Immortal of the Six Paths' scalp tingle. The ministers of Dahan, by Zizai, He by Wuchang, Xing Tian, Ho Yi Long Ao Yin, and the others all rubbed their eyes, feeling as if they were in a dream. Zhao and Jiang Qin's expressions changed, because even the two of them couldn't do what Laozi did. That was the palm of the great Taos, but Laozi neutralized it so easily? That's impossible. How did you do it? The Immortal of the Six Paths widened his eyes in shock and anger. The power of the 3,000 great Taos was the most powerful force in the world. How could such a terrifying force disappear in front of this old man? Purple clouds? A cloud of purple clouds neutralized the power of the 3,000 great Taos? No, there's also the Tao Te Ching in the void. Laozi was not the only one reciting the Tao Te Ching. In the purple clouds, there seemed to be hundreds of millions of people reciting the Tao Te Ching. The sound of the scripture resounded throughout the world. Bai Zizai looked at Laozi in surprise at this moment. He thought that he was going to die today. He didn't expect Laozi to be so awesome. Bai Zizai went from great sadness to great joy and suddenly shouted excitedly, "Who can compete with me? Ha ha ha!" Shouted Bai, "Don't be too complacent. He's still an immortal," Laozi said. "Yes, sir," Bai Zizai said excitedly. "Yes, senior." Hey Bai Wuchang also shouted excitedly. Laozi turned his head to look at the Immortal. At this moment, the Immortal grabbed Sun Yuan with his left hand and tried to activate the 3,000 great Daos. However, in the purple clouds, the shadows of the 3,000 great Daos trembled and couldn't borrow any more power. The Immortal of the Six Paths felt a chill in his heart. However, after so many years of ferocity, he wouldn't back down so easily. Old man, what is this purple clouds of yours? Immortal Six Paths stared at him. Young man, you should at least show some respect to the elderly. Laozi said lightly. You, Immortal Six Paths said angrily. I just said that it's a pity that before Torch Dragon died, he didn't teach you how to use the power of heaven and earth. You can only use a little of the power of the 3,000 great Daos. What a pity, what a pity, Laozi said lightly. In the distance, Jiang Chan interrupted. When Torch Dragon was born, it was destroyed by 30's conspiracy. Therefore, only 30 has the inheritance of Torch Dragon. Oh, no wonder the inheritance of Torch Dragon wasn't passed to you. What a pity, Pangu is good. He taught us the great method early. Laozi sighed. Who is Pangu? What's this purple clouds? Immortal Six Paths stared at him. This is the chi of Taoism, the chi of fortune. What a pity, you can't understand it. Laozi shook his head. The chi of morality? Old man, you did seal the 3,000 great Daos, but can your chi of morality seal the power of all living beings? Immortal Six Paths stared at Laozi. As he spoke, he took out Sun Yuan and prepared to mobilize the power of all living beings. At this moment, Laozi frowned and said, the power of all living beings? Young man, don't get carried away. Laozi waved his hand again. Rumble. The 3,000 great Daos that were enveloped by the chi of morality suddenly trembled. Then, the power of the 3,000 great Daos quickly gathered and formed a huge palm of great Daos according to the outline of Laozi's palm. It grew stronger and stronger as it pressed down on Immortal Six Paths, palm of great Daos. This old man can mobilize the power of 3,000 great Daos? That's impossible. Long Outyen exclaimed in the distance. Jiangshun and Bai's eyes widened with shock. Immortal Six Paths felt his scalp go numb. That's right, the power of the great Daos was the palm that he had just used. The aura was not wrong at all. The power of 3,000 great Daos versus the power of all living beings? Stop joking. Even if he mobilized the power of all living beings, he could not match the power of 3,000 great Daos. Immortal Six Paths was immediately discouraged. Old man, just you wait. I will find your flaw and break your chi of morality. Old man, just you wait. Immortal Six Paths roared in shock and anger. Whoosh! Immortal Six Paths' body swayed, and he fled. Fled? The Immortal was scared away? At this moment, all the powerhouses who saw the result revealed looks of astonishment. Am I blind? Did I see an old man and he scared away the Immortal? The Immortal is the most powerful expert in the world. How could he be scared away? Are you kidding me? Sir, is that true? Bai Zizai looked at Laozi in confusion. No, I lied to him. How can I mobilize the power of 3,000 great Daos? Laozi smiled. Then just now, Bai Zizai said in shock. Laozi smiled, but did not explain how he did it. However, at this moment, everyone was looking at Laozi in a different light. Their fanatical gazes even raised the temperature outside the Three Pristine's palace. Who dares to challenge me? Chapter 1273. Who dares to challenge me? An inconspicuous old man who has never appeared in history has suddenly defeated the strongest immortal in the world? That's unbelievable. Jiang Chun and Bai stared at Laozi. Laozi's methods are amazing. Although I didn't fight the immortal head-on, it's clear that the immortal is afraid of me from the way he retreated. The chi of virtue? Perhaps the immortal will come back after studying the chi of virtue. After all, the immortal has the power of 3,000 great Daos, the power of all living beings. The immortal's power is the best in the world. However, Laozi's method of borrowing power is even more shocking. I directly sealed the Immortal's power and then used the Immortal's strongest power to fight the Immortal. The Immortal left, but everyone's eyes never left Laozi. Xianyuan City. How is that possible? True Lord, how did that old man do it? What's the Qi of virtue? Why haven't I heard of it before? Long Outyin exclaimed. Jiang Chun was shocked for a while. His mind kept flashing, and finally, he seemed to have thought of something, giving him a taste of his own medicine. Spatial laws? What? Long Outyin didn't understand. I get it now. What a Qi of virtue. Being virtuous, the Tao follows nature? Ha, that's great. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with amazement. True Lord, I don't understand. Long Outyin was confused. What I used just now was the spatial laws, not the great Tao space. Before the torch dragon was born, when the immortal dome appeared, space already existed. It's the most ancient spatial laws, just like my time laws. I used the spatial laws. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes. I still don't understand. That purple Qi is 3 million miles long, surrounded by 3,000 great Taos. Purple Qi? That's not a simple Qi of virtue. To be precise, it should be called primordial purple Qi. When the immortal dome was born, it formed chaos. There was primordial purple Qi in the chaos, and it created a huge space. The immortal dome space was born from this purple Qi. That purple aura seems thin, but there's a tremendous amount of space within it. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes. There's space in the purple Qi? That's right. I've mastered the law of space to the point of perfection. Do you think it's the purple Qi that imprisoned the 3,000 great Tao? No. When Little Six used Sun Yuan, he was actually activating the power of the 3,000 great paths. However, after the power of the 3,000 great paths was released, it did not appear. It was not that it was imprisoned, but that the power was absorbed and stored in the purple gas space. The power of the 3,000 great Taos had already been released and stored within the purple clouds. Furthermore, the power within Little Six Palm of the great Tao was also absorbed into the purple Qi. Jiang Chun explained. That is to say, the palm that I said cracked the great path wasn't actually there. Instead, it was the purple cloud space that stored all the power of the great path, causing the immortal of 6 paths to misunderstand. Long Outyin's eyes lit up. That's right. Jiang Chun nodded. Then just now my palm strike seemed to have mobilized the power of 3,000 great Taos. Was that also an illusion? That palm strike of his had merely re-released the power within the purple aura. It made people think that he had mobilized the 3,000 great paths. But in fact, this power was originally unleashed by the immortal of 6 paths? Long Outyin said in shock. That's right, giving him a taste of his own medicine. This Laozi is not simple. Jiang Chun exclaimed. In other words, I tricked the immortal of 6 paths? Long Outyin said in shock. What do you mean by tricked? That was real power. The law of space seems to be something that only 30 can master. This Laozi is really strange. Where did Gu Hai find such a helper? Could it be? Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes. Jiang Chun saw through Laozi's trick, but how many Jiang Chens were there in this world? Even you did not see through what was going on. After all, Jiang Chen's knowledge was passed down from ancient times. Jiang Chun even had some memories of 30, and 30 could be traced back to the Torch Dragon era. What a good Laozi! You praised from the bottom of his heart. There was no one else who could scare away an immortal with a raise of his hand. The officials of the Dahan looked at Laozi with burning eyes. Where did His Holiness find such a freak? He was invincible. What was there to be afraid of? Even if an immortal attacked, it would not be a problem. The Dahan would live forever. Long live the Dahan! Long live the Dahan! Long live His Holiness! Long live the Dahan! Many of the officials who were afraid of the immortals suddenly showed deep regret in their excitement. What was there to be worried about? With His Holiness in the Dahan, what was there to be afraid of? In addition to Jiang Chun, Long Wanyu had a rough idea. Long Wanyu had some guesses, but she was not sure. The Empress and Crown Prince were naturally overjoyed. Mother, I'll go and thank Senior Laozi. Guqin looked at Qin Xian and said, well, Take us to thank him. Don't disturb him and make him feel disgusted. Chen Xian'er nodded. Naturally, Gu Hai's son would be the best person to thank him. Mother, don't worry. Before father left, he told me not to disturb Senior Laozi. Gu Qin said with a smile. Chen Xian'er nodded. From this moment on, the officials of the Dahan were no longer worried. Mo Yike and Sima Chongkong quickly spread the news of today's battle to the ears of the people all over the world. Bai Zizai and Black Bai Wuchang also witnessed Laozi's miracle. At this moment, they were all excited. Bai Zizai knew that Laozi was powerful, but he did not expect Laozi to have such means. Laozi's means were too powerful. The Immortal of 6 Paths, whom he was terrified of, was nothing to Laozi at all. Bai Zizai and the other two were in awe of his demeanor of destroying everything with a flick of his finger. Sir, Bai Zizai looked at Laozi excitedly. What do you mean by you? I won. Pay up. Laozi put on his reading glasses and said immediately, the battle with the Immortal of 6 Paths just now was like a game of mahjong and a trip to the toilet. This huge contrast made Bai Zizai and the others speechless for a long time. The Immortal of 6 Paths retreated. In addition to the fierce and ambitious people all over the world, there were 2 pairs of eyes that had been watching this battle. In a mountain forest in the world of the living, Zhu Yi and Zhu Sansan were staring at the 2 battles just now. The Immortal of 6 Paths' strength was the strongest in the world, but he was defeated in 2 aspects. The law of time and the law of space were showing their overwhelming power. Only 2 of the 7 Supremes of Vermilion Bird were left now. Zhu Yi and Zhu Sansan. As the 2 of them looked into the distance, Zhu Yi's body suddenly emitted a colorful aura. Buzz! When the colorful aura appeared, Zhu Sansan's expression changed. Plop! Zhu Sansan immediately knelt down. Master, you have a large number of divine senses back. The colorful aura surrounded Zhu Yi as if it was possessing him. Zhu Yi didn't move, but his expression became gloomy as if he was controlled by the colorful aura. Jiangchun, the law of time has become more refined. Unfortunately, it's still incomplete, Zhu Yi said in 30's voice. Zhu Sansan knelt on the ground and confirmed that 30's divine senses had returned. Zhu Yi turned around and looked at the infinite celestial capital in the distance. Hey, Laozi? Laozi? Ha 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 ha, it's you. Zhu Yi's eyes flashed with coldness. At this moment, Zhu Yi was possessed by 30's divine sense, so he naturally recognized Laozi. 30 was the commander of all the rebels. It wasn't the first time 30 had met Laozi, so how could he not recognize him? In the immortal firmament, Laozi was like a rat, avoiding me everywhere. Ha! Now a rat like you actually came here? Good, 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 very good. 30 said coldly. Master, then Laozi and Laozi have fought before? Zhu Sansan knelt on the ground and asked carefully. That's right, you're just a rat who knows how to hide. However, it's good that you're here. Now that you're here, I can confirm that the path between the 2 immortal firmaments was indeed stolen by them. Laozi came from the path I opened. Laozi, now that you've been exposed, I know everything, huh? 30 said coldly. Path? The path that Master wants us to find. Could it be? Zhu Sansan's eyes flashed with surprise. It should be that Gu Hai or something. That's right, Gu Hai. So my path is in his hands? 30's tone was ice cold. No wonder Gu Hai rose so quickly. It's only been a few decades. In just a few decades, he's already aiming for the world. Zhu Sansan exclaimed. 30 nodded and looked at Laozi in the distance with a cold smile. Since I've come here and exposed myself, that's for the best. Don't even think about going back. 30 said coldly. But Master, Big Brother and I aren't. We aren't that old man's match. Zhu Sansan said bitterly. 30 lowered his head and glanced at Zhu Sansan as a look of disdain appeared on his face. It's not that you guys are inferior to this daddy. Among all the experts under the heavens, who can you compare to? Zhu Sansan. Zhu Sansan did not dare to refute. One step at a time. If you want to kill me, you still need to use that samsara. 30 narrowed his eyes. Ah! Zhu Sansan was slightly stunned. In the starry sky, the sage of the 6 paths stood on a star and looked down at the world of the living. Initially, he thought that he would be able to dominate the world after coming out of seclusion this time. However, the two battles after coming out of seclusion turned out to be so awkward. The first battle against Jiang Chun was excusable. Since Jiang Chun was a coward, he would let him off for the time being. However, in the second battle, he was extremely depressed. He had only attacked twice, and these two times had completely disrupted his plans. The Sage of the Six Paths was angry, but he was not stupid. He did not go around showing off. Instead, he found a quiet place and carefully watched Laozi. He wanted to know everything about him, find his weakness, and kill him to protect his reputation as an immortal. This world belongs to me. Whoever dares to disobey will be killed. The Sage of the Six Paths said coldly. Buzz. The Sage of the Six Paths shot out his eye of heaven and shone in the direction of the infinite celestial capital. The stream of light backtracked, trying to find all traces of Laozi's appearance. However, the stream of light backtracked and found that Laozi had mysteriously appeared before Gu Hai went into seclusion. There was no trace of Laozi in this world. The Sage of the Six Paths had a complicated expression. Nothing? Nothing? The Sage of the Six Paths was frustrated, just as the Sage of the Six Paths was feeling frustrated. Whoosh! Two streams of light instantly appeared near the Sage of the Six Paths, supreme vermilion bird. Zhu Yi, Zhu Sanson. The Sage of the Six Paths looked at the two coldly. Chapter 1274. Just as the immortals were at a loss, two figures suddenly appeared beside the immortal of Six Paths, vermilion bird supreme. Zhu Yi, Zhu Sanson. The immortal of Six Paths looked at the two coldly. Whoosh! Zhu Yi and Zhu Sanson landed not far from the immortal of Six Paths. Zhu Yi's body was covered in a seven-colored light. Although it was Zhu Yi, it was actually possessed by 30's divine will. Are you two here to laugh at this immortal? Or are you courting death? The immortal of Six Paths looked at the two coldly. Zhu Sanson stood behind 30 and did not speak. 30 looked at the immortal of Six Paths and smiled. Don't you remember me? 30 suddenly smiled. The immortal of Six Paths narrowed his eyes. The immortal of Six Paths stared at 30 for a while and said, You are not Zhu Yi? Who are you? Did you possess Zhu Yi? The immortal of Six Paths looked at Zhu Sanson and was surprised to see that Zhu Sanson had no reaction to the immortal of Six Paths being possessed. That year, you died in the Heavenly Path reincarnation. I saved you. Have you forgotten? 30 said calmly. The immortal of Six Paths narrowed his eyes. Then, the immortal of Six Paths stared at 30. 30 did not speak and let the immortal of Six Paths stare at him. Back then, before I reached immortal ascension, Jiangxin tortured me again and again with hellish tempering. I almost died a few times, but I still defended him in my heart. But the last time, Jiangxin just watched as I died and didn't try to save me. That time, I really did die. It was also that time that I thoroughly hated Jiangxin. He's a devil. I swear, if I ever get the chance to live again, I'll rip him to shreds. But at that time, a stream of light flashed and wrapped around my broken soul. That stream of light was also seven-colored. It was you? The immortal of Six Paths narrowed his eyes. That's right. It's a pity that I could only use my visualization to come back. That weak strand of power was only able to save you before my divine sense was annihilated. 30 nodded. 30 was the savior of the immortal of Six Paths? At the side, Zhu Sanson revealed a hint of astonishment. However, he did not dare to interrupt. Immortal Six Daos confirmed 30's words because only he knew the truth. Even Jiangxun didn't know when he died. This person had saved Immortal Six Paths, but Immortal Six Paths didn't immediately become friendly toward him. Instead, he looked at the man coldly. Who are you? Immortal of Six Paths asked cautiously. I am 30. 30 did not hide his identity. 30? The enemy that Jiangxun can't forget? Immortal of Six Paths narrowed his eyes. That's right. I'm another immortal from the Immortal Dome realm. Jiangxun has taken over my body. My divine sense has returned many times because I wanted to take back my body. Back then, I saved you. When you destroyed Jiang Chen's consciousness, you had to return his body to me. 30 calmly spoke. If 30 had saved the sixth Tao, the immortal of the sixth Tao would have been on guard. Now that 30 had a request, the immortal of the sixth Tao was much more relaxed. Another immortal firmament? There's another immortal dome? Immortal of the sixth Tao was surprised. 30 nodded. Yes. Return Jiang Chen's body to me. Okay. Immortal of the sixth Tao nodded. Immortal of the sixth Tao stared at 30 for a while. He was on guard, but he also had a plan in mind. After a while, he said, "How strong are you in my immortal dome?" 30 stared at Immortal of the sixth Tao and smiled. You and I are separated by the immortal dome. No matter how strong I am, I can't use it. However, I want to tell you that the old man who fought with you just now is an expert from my immortal dome. Old man, from your immortal dome? Immortal of the sixth Tao narrowed his eyes. Otherwise, where do you think such a peerless expert came from? 30 said calmly. My method just now? Immortal of the sixth Tao frowned. It's fine if you don't understand his method. In fact, if I explain it clearly, it's worthless. However, it's still my immortal dome's ability. I can't tell you much, but I can help you restrain him. 30 said, Oh, your immortal dome's ability? Immortal of the sixth Tao was surprised. Old man is in my immortal dome, just like Jiang Chen is in your immortal dome. So, you don't have to be nervous. He already represents the peak of mortals. I told you that I need Jiang Chen's body. Of course, I will help you. 30 said calmly. Help me? How will you help me? Help me take care of old man. Immortal of the sixth Tao's eyes flashed coldly. Help you conquer the world. How about it? Wipe out all the rebels. 30 stared at solemnly of the sixth Tao. 30's offer of help made Immortal of the sixth Tao's heart skip a beat. Then what do I have to do? Immortal of the sixth Tao asked curiously. You owe me force out Gu Hai. 30 said solemnly. Force out Gu Hai. Yes, I have something that was stolen by Gu Hai. He's hiding under Jiang Chen's protection. I can't get it. You help me force out Gu Hai, and I help you restrain old man. If the opportunity is right, I will destroy old man, 30 said solemnly of the sixth Tao. Immortal of the sixth Tao stared at 30 for a long time and finally nodded. Deal. It's settled. 30 nodded. After that, 30 left with Zhu Sanson. They disappeared into the horizon. Immortal of the sixth Tao looked at the direction 30 left in. He didn't show any joy. Instead, he showed a dignified expression. After Old Man defeated the enemy immortals, the battle scene quickly spread throughout the Dahan. Although the people supported the Dahan, there were still some who were worried. According to Sima Chongkong's propaganda, Immortal of the sixth Tao was a heaven-defying thief who killed the heavens to steal Sinyuan. Immortals were tyrants. The Dahan Celestial Empire had the reincarnation of the heavens. His holiness was strong and stood at the peak of righteousness and strength. However, there were still some who were worried. That was an immortal. Immortals, oh God, would his holiness win in the end? The people were worried. However, after Old Man's battle was publicized, countless people were relieved. It turned out that immortals were only SOSO. It turned out that immortals were not invincible. His Holiness's friends could defeat immortals. What were they worried about? Under the management of the Dahan Celestial Empire, the people's taxes were reduced and they lived and worked in peace. They no longer had to worry about the safety of their property and lives. Why wouldn't they support such a Dahan? For a time, the world's fate gathered in the infinite celestial capital, making the fate of the infinite celestial capital even more prosperous. However, only a group of Dahan strategists understood that the more peaceful the times were, the greater the potential danger. Is Immortal of the sixth Tao really not going to do anything? 10 days later, at the entrance of the Three Pristine's palace, Mo Yike and the others all came to visit Old Man. Fortune lies in misfortune, and misfortune lies in fortune. Old Man frowned slightly. Senior, is Immortal of the sixth Tao plotting something again? Mo Yike looked at Old Man worriedly. Mo Yike's intelligence was also what Laozi appreciated the most. These days, a group of princes and officials came to visit Old Man. Old Man was very polite and chatted with them for a while. Among them, Emoyike's vision of the big picture amazed Old Man. Old Man often asked Emoyike to stay and chat with him. Yes, I have a bad feeling. Old Man frowned. Bad feeling? Senior, even if Immortal of the Sixth Tao came, you could drive him away with a wave of your hand. What bad feeling do you have? Emoyike asked curiously. Old Man closed his eyes and sensed carefully for a while. Baizazai and the others were also curious. Today it was very strange. Old Man didn't even play mahjong with them. What was it that made Old Man so serious? Old Man closed his eyes. At the same time, in Xinyuan City, Jiang Chun was drinking tea. Suddenly, the teacup in his hand paused, and his pupils shrank. He looked up at the sky. In the distance, Old Man also opened his eyes and looked at the sky, toward the depths of the starry sky. 30. Jiang Chun and Old Man opened their mouths almost at the same time, a cold light flashing in their eyes. 30 Sora, that's right. It's 30. Old Man stood up and looked at the starry sky with an ugly expression. 30 came back early. Emoyike's expression changed. Immortal of the Sixth Tao was already troublesome enough. Now 30 came? Did they come together? Senior, maybe 30 and Immortal of the Sixth Tao will fight each other. Emoyike said. Old Man took out a jade box and opened it. Gently opening the jade box, there was a butterfly lying in the middle of the jade box. Zhuangzhou dreamt of a butterfly. Go back to the past. Where did 30's aura come from? Old Man said softly to the butterfly. Puff, puff, puff. The butterfly flew out of the jade box slowly. Gradually, it turned into a cloud of colorful smoke. There were some pictures in the colorful smoke. In the pictures, a foggy figure seemed to be talking to Immortal of the Sixth Tao. Patter! Old Man trembled and dropped the teacup beside him. Whoosh! The seven-colored smoke slowly dissipated, and the butterflies also vanished into thin air. Is that Immortal of the Sixth Tao? Baizazai asked anxiously. 30? 30 and Immortal of the Sixth Tao are allies? Old Man's expression was very ugly. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of wind whistling came from the sky. To others, it was just a strange wind. Only Old Man knew that it was 30's aura. 30's aura leaked out. It's 30. 30 hasn't completely returned. His huge divine sense is back. Old Man said with an ugly expression. 30's divine sense is back. That's fast. Emoyike said with an ugly expression. We have to destroy this divine sense. Otherwise, more of them will come back. When the number reaches a certain level, he will be able to reconnect the two immortal domes. Once the two immortal domes are connected, everything will be in vain. Old Man's eyes flashed with determination. Mister, are you going to find 30's divine sense? Then, what about the limitless celestial capital? Baizazai was worried. Old Man was going to chase after 30's divine sense. But what if Immortal of the Sixth Tao comes back? Old Man looked at the sky. This time I have to go. I'm sorry, everyone. Baizazai, I'll go and come back quickly. Although I'm prepared, I'll have to trouble you to take care of this place in case of accidents. Baizazai was silent for a moment. Solemnly, he nodded. Yes, mister. Old Man was really going? Everyone was anxious. Only Emoyike could see the big picture. He knew that Immortal 30's divine sense would be disastrous. Senior, be careful. Emoyike bowed respectfully. My lord, the Dahan officials shouted anxiously. What would happen to us if Old Man left? But Emoyike looked at Old Man with a determined gaze. Emoyike had a strong sense of the big picture. Although he knew that he would be in danger, Emoyike knew his priorities. Emoyike didn't stop him, so the others could only be anxious. Old Man looked at Emoyike and nodded. I'm going. I left a backup in the boundless celestial capital. I hope he can help me stall for a while. Once I destroy 30's divine sense, I'll come back immediately. Try your best to hold on. Bang! Old Man took a step and rushed into the sky. When he reached the sky, he saw Zhu Yi flying. Old Man, how have you been? Ha ha ha. 30, who was possessed, sneered. Boom! 30 rushed out of the sky and entered the void. Laozi turned his head to look at the boundless celestial capital in the distance. He revealed a bitter smile and said, "Gu Hai, I'm sorry this time." 30's divine sense appeared. "I knew that I would let you down, but I had no choice but to go." 30 came back early. "We don't have much time left." I had to destroy his divine sense and delay his return. Boom! Old Man took a step and rushed into the void. Old Man knew that this was a trap, but he had to step into it. On the other side of the sky, Immortal Six Paths was watching quietly in the dark. When he saw Old Man leave the boundless celestial capital and head into the void, he finally smiled coldly. "Boundless celestial capital? Let's see who will protect you this time." "Oomph." Immortal Six Paths snorted. Boom! Immortal Six Paths dove down and headed straight for the boundless celestial capital. Chapter 1275. 30 possessed Zhu Yi and led Laozi out of the immortal dome. Laozi had to go. Others may not know how terrifying 30 is, but Laozi is very clear. I can't let 30's divine sense increase any further, because Laozi knows that if 30's divine sense continues to increase, it will be able to create a clone of 30 in this world. The more the will, the stronger 30 would be. This was also the reason why Fushi wanted to perish together with 30's divine sense back then. At that time, 30's divine sense had already reached a terrifying level. If a clone of 30's divine sense appeared, it would be no small matter. Laozi had to go. Laozi had to break his promise. Because in Laozi's heart, the life and death of everyone was more important than his promise. Laozi had to go. 30 had his own reasons for revealing himself now. If he did not reveal himself now, would he allow everyone in the world to grow stronger? Moreover, now that he knew where his two immortal dome paths were, 30 wanted it even more. Laozi might not be his match, but he would find a hole to hide like a rat. This was something 30 could not tolerate. This time, 30 wanted to use the samsara to destroy the Dahan, take the two immortal dome paths, and kill Laozi. 30 lured Laozi into the void to buy time for the samsara. He wanted the samsara to force Gu Hai out. Boom! Boom! Laozi and 30 entered the void and looked at each other from a distance. "Rat leader? Heh, you're really good at hiding." 30 looked at Laozi and sneered. Laozi, on the other hand, was prepared. He said with a gloomy face, "Rat leader? Heh, when you came to the immortal dome, you were even worse than a rat. Oomph, do you know that the samsara has already gone to destroy the infinite celestial capital?" 30 sneered. Laozi's face darkened. "That's why I had to destroy your will." As he spoke, Laozi waved his hand, and an endless amount of purple energy surged out, covering 30. 30 was only a part of Zhu Yi's will and not his original body, so he did not dare to underestimate him. He spread his wings. Rolling flames rushed towards Laozi. Laozi did not dare to hesitate. He controlled the purple energy to absorb the flames and rushed towards 30. Boom! With a loud bang, the two peerless experts separated. A crack immediately appeared on Zhu Yi's palm. "The body you possess doesn't seem to be that good," Laozi said coldly. 30 looked at the wound on his palm. The wound on his palm was healing at a visible rate. 30 gave a faint smile. "Just put up with it. Your father, I'll hold you back." Laozi narrowed his eyes. "Now that samsara has gone to the limitless celestial capital, I wonder if Gu Hai will come out after the limitless celestial capital is destroyed. Now that Gu Hai is out of seclusion, everything is fine. It seems that my path was stolen by Gu Hai, right?" 30 laughed coldly. "You lured me here to force Gu Hai out? Take back that path." Laozi's expression changed. "That's right. Although it won't take too long if I can find my way back. Wouldn't it be even faster? Laozi, you've been exposed. Everything is over." "Ha ha!" 30 laughed. Boom, boom, boom. Laozi and 30 were entangled in the void. Six Paths, immortal dome, Yang realm, starry sky. There was a star. 30 had possessed Zhu Yi and lured Laozi away. There was another figure on the star. It was Zhu Sanson. Zhu Sanson watched 30 leave. Soon, he saw the immortal of the six paths rushing towards the limitless celestial capital. Whoosh! At this moment, the immortal of the six paths was filled with rage, boundless killing intent, and an indomitable will as he rushed towards the limitless celestial capital. Zhu Sanson was watching happily at first. Suddenly, Zhu Sanson's body trembled, and he revealed a look of shock. After the shock, he was ecstatic. Master? Master, you still have a strand of divine sense in my body? That's right. 30's voice came from Zhu Sanson's body. Don't resist. Wait for me to possess you. 30 said indifferently. Yes. Zhu Sanson said respectfully. Wong. Zhu Sanson's body trembled violently, and a seven-colored light suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. This light was lighter than Zhu Yi's. Clearly, 30's divine sense in Zhu Sanson was less than Zhu Yi's. However, no matter how little, it was still 30's divine sense. 30's divine sense slowly entered Zhu Sanson's body. After Zhu Sanson trembled violently, it completely replaced Zhu Sanson's consciousness. Standing with his hands behind his back, 30's second divine sense clone coldly looked in the direction of the limitless celestial capital. Boom! A strong wind rushed towards the limitless celestial capital. The limitless celestial capital was on the verge of collapse in this storm. The limitless celestial capital, which had just settled down for 10 days, once again welcomed a calamity. Rumble. The limitless celestial capital trembled violently. However, Laozi was no longer here to protect them. The ministers of the Dahan were anxious. However, even though they were anxious, no one took a step back. This time, Bai Zizai stepped in front of the soaring palace. Along with the ministers, he looked at the immortal of the six paths who suddenly appeared. In the distance, Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes and looked over. As if he had guessed something, he turned his head and looked at Song Jie's residence. It's over, it's over. Allah! Laozi went crazy and went into the void. This time, the limitless celestial capital is finished. Long Outyin said with an ugly expression. Jiang Chun looked at the void with a gloomy expression. Little Six actually got together with 30. At this moment, Jiang Chen's eyes were full of anger. The birth of the immortal of the six paths could be said to be single-handedly facilitated by Jiang Chun. His purpose was to inspire the experts in the world to climb the peak and to resist 30's invasion. He originally thought that the immortal of the six paths would oppose 30 no matter how much resentment he had towards him. But now, 30 was exposed, and the immortal of the six paths actually allied with 30. Little Six, whom he had trained to deal with 30, was now on 30's side? How could Jiang Chun not be angry? How could he not be angry? Allah, the one who lured me out just now was 30? 30 is back. But why did he expose himself? Long Outyin asked curiously. Jiang Chun also fell silent for a moment, then turned to look at Song Jie's residence. Perhaps the crux of the matter lies with Gu Hai. Gu Hai, that's right. Gu Hai. Gu Hai should have something that 30 wants, right? How interesting. Gu Hai. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes at Song Jie's residence. Gu Hai is opposing 30, and the immortal of the six paths is allied with 30. Then, do you really want to stop the immortal of the six paths from destroying the limitless celestial capital? Long Outyin asked. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment, then shook his head. No, there's another reason why 30 exposed himself. The reason is that I was protecting Gu Hai, so he had no chance to take advantage of me. Since I gave 30 no chance to take advantage of me, why should I give him a chance? No, from now on, no one is allowed to disturb Gu Hai. It's not only for Song Jie's promise, but also for 30's plan to fail. If I give up protecting Gu Hai, that's what 30 wants the most. How can I let him do as he wishes? Ha ha ha. Jiang Chun shook his head. Jiang Chun would not interfere with the disaster of the limitless celestial capital. At the entrance of the Flame God Temple, His Holiness, I was lured into the void. Now, the limitless celestial capital is about to be destroyed. Oh, he said worriedly. Hesitation flickered in Huey's eyes. Although he didn't know much, with his intelligence, he could guess something from the development of the scene in front of him. "Why don't we wake up Gu Hai?" Xing Tian said. Tian looked in the direction of Xinyuan City and shook his head. "No, Gu Hai is at the most critical moment. If we forcefully wake Gu Hai, we'll fall into the trap of Immortal 6 paths and 30. Moreover, Jiang Chun will definitely be more vigilant against disturbances at this moment. If we don't wake up Gu Hai, the limitless celestial capital will be finished. That's Immortal 6 paths, who can mobilize the power of 3,000 great Daos and the power of all living beings. His power is almost unrivaled in the world. Who can stop him? Can we stop him?" Xing Tian said anxiously. Tian was silent for a while, then took a deep breath. "I want to try." "What?" The officials were shocked. "I said I want to try." Tian's eyes flashed with a cold light. Limitless celestial capital. Immortal 6 paths stood in the air and looked at the swaying, limitless celestial capital. He sneered, especially when he saw Bai Zizai, who was standing at the front of the group. "Bai Zizai, ha 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 ha, you still want to stop me?" Immortal 6 paths laughed. "I'm not talented, but I want to try." Bai Zizai said coldly. You're overestimating yourself." Immortal 6 paths sneered. With a sneer, the Immortal of 6 paths grabbed Bai Zizai. This time, Immortal 6 paths was extremely confident. He didn't even need to mobilize the power of 3,000 great Daos. He grabbed at Bai Zizai, and the void was torn apart. Tigers roar in the forest, roar. Bai Zizai roared and punched at the incoming attack. He punched out, and the image of a tiger appeared out of thin air, crashing into the palm of the sage of 6 paths. Boom! Outside the limitless celestial capital, the huge collision created a space explosion that tore apart the sky and earth. Under the explosion, thousands of miles of mountains and rivers were blown into pieces. Although the limitless celestial capital was protected by countless arrays, the Immortal's power was too strong. Many cracks appeared under the palm. Puff! Bai Zizai spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body was suddenly blown away. The Immortal didn't use the power of 3,000 great Daos, but even so, Bai Zizai was no match for him. He spat out a mouthful of blood. It was a horrible sight. "Master!" Bai Wuchang rushed over in fear. Bai Zizai pushed the two of them away and slowly walked to the front again. Bai Zizai blocked the limitless celestial capital behind him and slowly flew up to the sky. He was now on the same level as Immortal 6 paths. Although he was heavily injured, he didn't retreat. Bai Zizai looked at Immortal 6 paths with a ferocious expression. Immortal 6 paths was surprised. He then mocked. "Ha! Is this still the Bai Zizai I know? Where's the cowardly Bai Zizai who hid when he was in danger? Who are you? Are you pretending to be Bai Zizai?" Bai Zizai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He didn't care about Immortal 6 paths' mockery. In fact, to Bai Zizai, the mockery sounded like praise. That's right. The Bai Zizai of the past was indeed a coward and a fence-sitter. But not anymore. I've had enough of the past. Mr. Laozi taught me what respect is. He taught me the importance of respect. Life is precious, but sometimes some things are more precious than life. Bai Zizai said solemnly. More precious than life? Huh. You just joined the Dahan Celestial Empire. Why don't I see anything important to you here? Are you crazy? Immortal 6 paths said in surprise. No, there's something important here. Mr. Laozi trusts me. I promised him that I would help him delay until he returns. Bai Zizai said with a ferocious expression. Chapter 1276. Bai Zizai's sudden change was extremely abrupt. However, this sudden change moved the ministers of the Dahan. Mo Yike, Gao Xianji, Sima Changkong, and even Gu Qin's vigilance against Bai Zizai instantly disappeared. When they looked at Bai Zizai, they even felt a little ashamed. Perhaps the suppression of millions of years was too great. When Laozi used some time to help Bai Zizai remove the shackles, Bai Zizai instantly developed another extreme. Bai Zizai was grateful to Laozi for helping him regain his dignity and find his goal. Although this goal was very difficult, once one found the direction, It was not easy to get lost. Bai Zizai's gratitude to Laozi and his promise to Laozi made him not flinch even when facing the immortal. A gentleman dies for his bosom friend. Bai Zizai used to scoff at this sentence, but now Bai Zizai personally experienced the importance of this sentence. Bai Zizai blocked it. Even if he was seriously injured, he still blocked it. My trust. Ha ha, my trust. Bai Zizai, you are really funny. You have been a deserter for millions of years, and now you are suddenly pretending to be a martyr in front of me? If you want to die, then I will fulfill your wish. Die. The immortal of 6 paths stared at him and hit him again. Boom! The power of the palm shook heaven and earth. The palm that covered the sky and had the power to destroy the world rushed toward Bai Zizai. Roar! Bai Zizai roared like a tiger and punched the sky. Master, we will help you. Hey, Bai Wu Chang shouted together. Bang! The two immediately put their palms on Bai Zizai's back and poured their strength into Bai Zizai's back. Buddha's palm, Guhan shouted, and also put his palm on Bai Zizai's back. After Guhan took the lead, the experts of the Dahan all followed suit and poured their strength into Bai Zizai's body. The Dahan and the other perfected heavenly palace experts went into seclusion at the earth's core. However, they had also subdued the emperors and sect masters of the world. Those were all at the heavenly palace level. Now that they were pouring their full strength into Bai Zizai, they were also extremely powerful. Bai Zizai's fist, which gathered the experts of the Dahan, collided with the immortal of 6 paths' palm. Hong! The infinite celestial capital's earth cracked again, and many buildings in the city collapsed. If it wasn't for the array's protection, more than half of the outer space was torn. The immortal's power's power. Even though he was of the heavenly god of 6 Wuchang, he was still inferior to the immortal. Bai Zizai spat out a mouthful of blood again and was sent flying. His body was covered in blood, and he was severely injured. Hey, Bai Wu Chang, Guhan, and the Dahan experts were also sent flying by the recoil, vomiting blood. You really overestimate yourself, the immortal said with a ferocious expression. Cough, cough, cough. Bai Zizai crawled up from the ground with difficulty and transformed into a huge white tiger. The white tiger was covered in wounds, and its fur was dyed red with blood. However, it still slowly walked to the front. Again, the white tiger said with a ferocious expression, trembling. The immortal of 6 paths' face darkened. Bai Zizai, I think you've really gone mad. I'm still here, and the infinite celestial capital is still here. Bai Zizai said resolutely as he floated in the air. At this moment, Bai Zizai seemed to have reached the end of the road, but he was still unwilling to give up the infinite celestial capital behind him. The ministers of the Dahan were touched. Good. You asked for it, the immortal of 6 paths said with a ferocious expression. Boom! Behind the immortal of 6 paths, 3,000 shadows of the great Tao suddenly appeared. The great Tao shone brightly, shaking heaven and earth. The immortal of 6 paths waved his hand, and once again he gathered the power of 3,000 great Tao in his palm and struck out. The palm of the great Tao carried the might of the heavens and the power of destruction. It smashed toward Bai Zizai and the infinite celestial capital behind him. The palm of the great Tao, it was so huge. Everyone revealed a look of horror. Even Bai Zizai revealed a look of despair. This palm had mobilized the power of 3,000 great paths. He could no longer block it. Sir, I've tried my best, Bai Zizai said bitterly with despair. Just as Bai Zizai was in despair, Xing! Suddenly, in the direction of the southern sea in the Yang realm, a ray of sword light shot up into the sky. The sword light was dazzling, like a heavenly pillar that pierced through heaven and earth. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, all the swords in the divine continent suddenly vibrated, as if they had sensed the aura of the King of Swords, and were trembling and worshipping him. The sword light was so strong that even the immortal of 6 paths, who was separated by infinite power, suddenly felt his hair stand on end. He turned his head to look. Boom! The sword light suddenly changed its direction, as if it was slashing from the top of the sky, and it was about to hit the immortal's head. What? The Immortal's face darkened. He immediately changed the direction of the palm of the great Tao to meet the sword light. Boom! With a loud sound, the sword light was shattered by the palm of the great Tao, and the palm of the great Tao was also cut in half by the sword light. Even though the palm of the great Tao came in a hurry, the terrifying sword force was still able to cut it in half, which shocked many people. The Immortal's battle stopped, and he turned his head to look. He saw a man in a white robe flying out of the sky in the distance. The man was none other than the disciple of the Wansho Taoism who had disappeared for a long time. Ho! Just now, it was Ho's sword that had cut the Immortal's palm of the great Tao. It's you? The Immortal of Six Paths suddenly opened his eyes wide. Whoosh! Ho took a step forward, and like a sword light, he appeared in front of the limitless sky in an instant, blocking the limitless sky behind him. The Immortal of Six Paths stared at Ho and said coldly, "As expected, if you don't remove the roots when cutting the grass, there will be endless trouble." Ho looked at the Immortal of Six Paths coldly. "If I didn't remind me and wake me up from my sword dream, I wouldn't have known that you had already come out of seclusion." You know that old thing too?" The Immortal said in surprise. "Wasn't I another immortal firmament?" Ho is a disciple of the Wansho Taoism. How did he know me? The Immortal didn't know that Ho was the reincarnation of Tong Tian from the Jie sect, and the Tong Tian from the Jie sect was the supreme pure one of the three pure ones. When I went to Chase 30, I sent a voice transmission to Ho to wake him up. This was also a backup plan I left behind. Ho waved the bronze sword in his hand and looked at the Immortal coldly. "There are many things you don't know, Immortal. According to the will of sect leader Yuanshi Tianzuan, I am the new sect leader of the Wansho Taoism, and I also have the obligation to avenge Yuanshi Tianzuan. You have repeatedly opposed the Wansho Taoism and even killed Yuanshi Tianzuan. Today, I will use the sect leader's sword Dao to kill your evil body." Ho flipped the sword in his hand and immediately slashed at the Immortal of Six Paths. The Immortal of Six Paths' face turned cold. What a joke. Back then, even Yuanshi Tianzuan was no match for me. You think you can? Xing. The Immortal of Six Paths waved his hand, and a sacred sword appeared in his hand. The sacred sword instantly clashed with Ho's bronze sword. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and the holy sword missed. However, the holy sword was struck by the bronze sword. Bang! The sacred sword changed its direction, but the bronze sword instantly reached the center of the Immortal of Six Paths' eyebrows. The Immortal of Six Paths' face changed. He grabbed the power of the great Tao to block it, and quickly retreated to a safe place. Although he was safe, the Immortal of Six Paths was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. "Impossible! How can your sword Tao be so strong? Have you reached the perfection of the gods? Or the perfection of the gods?" The Immortal of Six Paths' face darkened. "The sect leader taught me the sword Tao, so I can't let him down," Ho said coldly. "Yuanshi Tianzuan's sword Tao? What's the big deal?" "No. Since your sword Tao was taught by Yuanshi Tianzuan, how about you face Yuanshi Tianzuan?" The Immortal of Six Paths sneered. As he spoke, he activated the Sinyuan. Wang. The power of the 3,000 great Taos slowly condensed into the shadow of Yuanshi Tianzuan. The Yuanshi Tianzuan condensed by the great Tao was as majestic as before. The primeval sword in his hand was drawn, and sword chi exploded in all directions. "How is it? This is your sect leader." The Immortal of Six Paths pointed at Yuanshi Tianzuan and laughed. Ho's eyes turned cold. He's not the sect leader, and the sect leader is not someone you can insult. Ho took a step forward and slashed at Yuanshi Tianzuan. Yuanshi Tianzuan's face turned cold, and the primeval sword in his hand slashed out a destructive chaotic sword aura. Yuanshi Tianzuan versus Ho. Hong. Two beams of sword light pierced through heaven and earth. The two sword cultivators separated after the battle, and their figures crossed each other. Ho was still holding the bronze sword, and Yuanshi Tianzuan was also holding the primeval sword. Both of them suddenly stopped in the air. Just when no one knew who was going to win, Yi Zichen was stunned. Creak. However, the heavenly lord of primordial beginnings' forehead suddenly split apart. In an instant, he turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Impossible. You killed Yuan Tianzuan? The Immortal of Six Paths said in surprise. He's not the sect leader. Although you simulated the swordsmanship, he'll never be a match for the sect leader. All right, Immortal of Six Paths, it's your turn now. Ho said coldly. Shing. The sword light soared into the sky and pierced toward the Immortal of Six Paths. The Immortal of Six Paths' expression changed. The sacred sword in his hand mobilized the power of the 3,000 great Daos and instantly triggered a vast amount of sword chi to surge toward Ho. Whoosh! The sword chi triggered by the 3,000 great Daos was extremely terrifying. In an instant, the sword chi covered the sky and earth, and it surged toward Ho like a sea. It was like a person facing the entire sea with a sword. The contrast between the huge and the weak shocked by Zazai and the others. Ho was not afraid at all. He gripped the bronze sword in his hand, and a murderous look flashed in his eyes. He took a step forward and instantly rushed into the huge sea of sword chi. The bronze sword in Ho's hand was like a stream of light. The light flashed and exploded in all directions. Every time the bronze sword rippled, a large amount of sword chi would flow back. The sea of sword chi was huge, but it flowed and turned, and Ho's sword was indomitable. Rumble! With a loud bang, Ho actually deflected all the sword chi. The entire sea of sword chi seemed to be torn apart by Ho's sword. Wherever the sword tip went, all the other swords submitted. 3,000 great Daos of swords? Immortal of the Six Paths, your 3,000 Daos are nothing more than this. I shouted. With Ho as the center, the bronze sword erupted with a sharp green sword chi. The sword chi shot in all directions, like a vast green sword lotus blooming in the sea. The green lotus bloomed, and all the swords collapsed. With a deafening boom, the surging sea of sword chi actually crumbled apart. The power of the sea of sword chi, gathered by the 3,000 great Daos, disappeared under Ho's green sword. The terrifying sword Dao shocked all the experts in the world, and they widened their eyes, revealing a look of disbelief. When the sword comes out of the lotus, it fills the 3,000 great Daos. Ho has created a new Dao technique, the lifespan divine tech spirit. Will there be another sword cultivator? Long Wanyu's eyes widened in surprise. Chapter 1277. She stepped on the sword lotus, and when the sword lotus bloomed, the 3,000 great paths seemed to tremble. Immortal Six Paths stared at the trembling 3,000 great paths and revealed a look of surprise. Breaking through the sword sea of the 3,000 great paths was nothing. But why did the 3,000 great paths tremble when the sword lotus bloomed? It was as if some of the rules of the 3,000 great paths were triggered by the sword lotus. Was it the same when Fuxi created longevity cultivation? Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes in the distance. Long Wanyu revealed a look of surprise. It was the same when I created longevity cultivation. In the starry sky, the second divine consciousness of 30, who was attached to Zhu Sanson, also suddenly narrowed his eyes. Sword cultivation has been recognized by the 3,000 great paths? Another founder of cultivation has been born? 32nd divine consciousness said in surprise. After the surprise, 30 frowned again and said, "It is indeed the birth of a new cultivation, but it is not perfect. Sword cultivation? Sword cultivation? This is an unexpected thing. This person's sword Dao is extraordinary. I don't believe it. Who do you think you are? The Wanshou Taoism and Yuan Shi Tianzuan were both defeated by me. You are just a disciple of the Wanshou Taoism. How strong can your sword cultivation be?" Immortal Six Paths stared. He waved his hand. Boom! The 3,000 great paths suddenly moved quickly, as if they were faintly condensing into 3,000 cultivators of different appearances. They led the 3,000 great paths to attack Qi. Sometimes talent is needed. My sword cultivation is not complete, but it is enough to avenge the sect leader. Qi stared. In the blink of an eye, he rushed toward Immortal's 6 paths. The 3,000 great paths condensed into experts pounced on Chi-Chi's azure-sharp, long sword, slashed down like a torrential storm. Where Chi stepped, huge green sword lotuses bloomed everywhere. In an instant, under the huge battle, the world was filled with sword lotuses. Endless sword lotuses blotted out the sky and earth, matching the grand occasion of the birth of the sword cultivation lineage. Boom, boom, boom. Ho's sword Dao was too ferocious. Perhaps the sword cultivator lineage was a lineage born for battle. Once it appeared, even the 3,000 great Dao would have to retreat under the sword. Impossible. No one can compare to him. Sword Dao? What sword Dao? What a joke. The great Dao is in my grasp. Open. Immortal of 6 paths waved his hand again. The power of the great path surged into the sage of 6 paths' sacred sword. At this moment, the holy sword was like a heavenly pillar. As the immortal used it, it cut through the heavens and broke the earth. It was incomparably ferocious. Boom! The bronze longsword collided with the sacred sword. When they collided, the bronze sword was ultimately inferior in terms of strength. The bronze sword suddenly paused. However, Ho's sword Dao was even more powerful. He took a step back to advance, and in an instant, a sword Qi slashed across Immortal's 6 paths shoulder. The Immortal of the 6 paths quickly dodged, but the corner of his clothes was still cut open. Impossible. I am the best swordsman in the world. Immortal of 6 paths said with a ferocious expression. His eyes stared into the eyes of the Ho, and a powerful will rushed out. Ho did not give in at all. His will of sword principle rushed out. Buzz. The two of them paused slightly in the void. It was as if a spiritual space had been opened. In that spiritual space, the two of them were fighting with their sword Dao. Boom! With a loud bang, Immortal of 6 paths was suddenly hit by a powerful will. His body shook, and he staggered and looked at Ho in surprise. Immortal of 6 paths lost in a sword battle? Impossible. Swordsmanship requires continuous battle to improve. Who fought with you? Why do you have such a sword Dao for no reason? Immortal of 6 paths said with a look of disbelief. Ho looked at Immortal of 6 paths coldly. Opponent? Of course, Ho had his own opponents. Yuanshi Tianzuan had left behind the memory of his battle with 6 paths. Ho and his 4 disciples had all comprehended it. After comprehending it, the 5 of them opened a spiritual space and continued to fight. The 5 of them were all peerless sword cultivators. The more they fought, the fiercer they became. They even perfected the cultivation of the sword range. In the past few days, they had no distractions and created the sword cultivation sect. There were 5 cultivators in the world, but the 5 of them had strong talents and dedicated deduction. Finally, they created the 6th cultivator, sword cultivation. However, it was still a little rough. If Laozi hadn't called Ho to help at the last minute, the 5 of them would have perfected the sword cultivation sect. However, Ho had to come because of Laozi's call. Ho came. His 4 disciples were still in the process of perfecting the sword cultivation sect. Ho's sword was fierce. Immortal of 6 paths was at his wit's end with just a bronze sword. Jiang Chun, Ho, and Bai Zizai were all surprised by the battle. Who would have thought that Ho was so talented? Ho had inherited everything from the 2 Tontian sect masters and the sword Dao of the primeval Lord of Heaven. It was not surprising that he was able to do so by climbing on the shoulders of giants. However, if that was the case, the situation in the battle would be different. Although Ho had not hurt Immortal of 6 paths, the 2 of them were in a stalemate. How strange was that? At this moment, the countless commoners of the Great Han dynasty rejoiced. His Holiness had friends who could drive away immortals. Ho could also block immortals. What was there to worry about? At least the people of the infinite celestial capital were relieved. In the starry sky, 30's second divine will looked at the noisy battle below with a gloomy expression. Immortal of 6 paths? You cultivated the extreme Tao body. 800,000 years ago, you had 3 souls and 7 spirits and 10 bodies. In the end, You lost your 2 souls and 7 spirits, leaving only your heavenly soul as your main body. You seem to have reached the extreme heavenly soul, but you will lose something. At the very least, you will lose the ability to perfectly control the power of the 3,000 great Taos. The power you can control is only a third of it. 30 narrowed his eyes at Immortal of 6 paths. Ho's sword Tao is powerful, but you are an immortal. You shouldn't lose to him. You have 3,000 great Taos, but you can't fully use them. Fine, I'll help you. I'll help you undo the restriction on Sun Yuan so that you can control the complete power of the 3,000 great Taos. 30 waved his hand. Like a ray of light. It shot into Sun Yuan on Immortal of 6 paths' left hand. The immortal origin trembled slightly and turned scarlet red. What? Immortal of 6 paths looked at Sun Yuan on his palm in shock. At this moment, the 3,000 great Taos that stood between heaven and earth suddenly became more than 3 times thicker. The power they emitted also increased by more than 3 times. Boom! With a loud bang, the power of the 3,000 great Taos surged out and sent Ho flying. Even the sword lotus under his feet shattered. How can this be? How did the power of the great Taos become stronger? Ho was shocked. The sword lotus under his feet regenerated. But when Ho looked at Immortal of 6 paths, he felt a lot more dangerous. Immortal of 6 paths looked at Sun Yuan on his palm in surprise. Just a moment ago, Immortal of 6 paths felt as if a seal on Sun Yuan had been undone. He could control the 3,000 great Taos more easily now. This is... Immortal of 6 paths didn't understand. In the starry sky, 30 narrowed his eyes. 6 paths, you are not a complete person. How can you completely refine Sun Yuan? However, you are lucky that I helped you refine it. Now, you have 3 times the power. He will not be your opponent anymore. So what if his sword Tao is powerful? In front of the great Taos, all power is useless. Strength can break everything. No matter how powerful his sword Tao is, he will not be able to defeat your overwhelming power. Immortal of 6 paths suddenly became stronger. Not only did the 3,000 great Taos become thicker, but their power also increased by 3 times. They hit Ho and forced him to retreat. Immortal of 6 paths, you still have a trick up your sleeve. Humph! Ho glared and continued to attack with his sword. Immortal of 6 paths also noticed the abnormality, but it was good news for him. Immortal of 6 paths didn't think too much about it. What he needed to think about was how to kill Ho as soon as possible. Ho, the power of the great Taos changed? Then let's do it again. Let's see if you can block it. Sword Ocean out. Immortal of 6 paths shouted. The 3,000 great Taos once again formed a sea of sword chi. The sea of sword chi rushed toward Ho. Boom! Ho rushed forward with his sword. Suddenly, a green lotus bloomed in the sea of sword chi, and a large amount of sword chi exploded. However, it was not like before, where all the sword chi exploded. Only a small part of it exploded. However, this small part of it was filled up in the blink of an eye. Again, Ho's eyes widened. Boom, 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 boom. The sword lotus bloomed, and the sea of sword chi was like a green lotus blooming continuously. Ho's terrifying combat power shook the world as he rushed toward Immortal of 6 paths again and again. Immortal of 6 paths was also shocked. Fortunately, Ho's sword Tao was powerful, but he was still blocked by the sea of sword chi. Immortal of 6 paths held the sacred sword and controlled the sea of sword chi to attack Ho. In the blink of an eye, Ho was trapped by the sea of sword chi. He was arrogant just now, but in the blink of an eye, the situation was reversed. Although Ho was so fierce that Immortal of 6 paths didn't dare to be careless, and didn't even have the time to use the power of all living things, it didn't change the fact that Ho was losing. Was Ho going to lose? At this moment, Ho was completely submerged in the sea of sword chi. He could only see the green lotuses blooming in the sea of sword chi, telling everyone that Ho was still alive. Was Immortal of 6 paths going to win? A look of despair appeared on everyone's face. What should we do? Immortal of 6 paths has become stronger, but he hasn't used the power of all living things. Long Wanqing was anxious. Give me the power of all living things. Suddenly, a voice sounded at the entrance of the soaring palace. Everyone looked over. They saw His Holiness of Great Yin standing at the entrance of the soaring palace. Oh, Chen Xian, Er's face darkened. Ho's defeat is certain. Your boundless celestial capital is about to be destroyed. At this time, only I can resist Immortal of 6 paths. I have the power of Great Yin, but Dahan doesn't. You can use the power of the celestial capital and give me the power of all living things. I'll deal with Immortal of 6 paths. Ho solemnly said, only His Holiness can use the power of Dahan. How can I give it to you? Qin Tianshan was extremely conflicted. Long Wanyu, how did Yuanshi Tianzun do it back then? You should have a solution, right? Ho looked at Long Wanyu. A complicated expression appeared on Long Wanyu's face. Long Wanyu indeed had a way. Back then, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning had been able to do it. How could Long Wanyu, the creator of luck cultivation, not be able to do it? Furthermore, the river diagram was beside her. Long Wanyu looked at Qin Xian. Immortal of 6 paths destroyed my boundless celestial capital to force my husband out. My husband isn't in the imperial court, but he gave me an imperial edict, allowing me to decide the military affairs of Dahan on his behalf. This time, I'll have to trouble His Holiness of Great Yin. Chen Xian took out an imperial edict. Walala, seeing the imperial edict, all the officials immediately knelt down. When Ho looked at Chen Xian, he sighed in admiration. Empress Chen, your spirit is not inferior to Gu Hai's. Chen Xian was not happy. Solemnly, she said, Wanyu, what should we do? Cooperate with His Holiness of Great Yin immediately. Oh, Long Wanyu nodded. Chapter 1278. Boundless Celestial Capital, Sea of Providence. Under Long Wanyu's control, Hichu's body emitted a trace of the power of Providence and immediately condensed the clam statue in the Sea of Providence. Long Wanyu created the Sea of Providence, so she knew more about it than Yuanshi Tianzun, so it wasn't difficult for her to do this. The clam statue stood on the Sea of Providence and looked at Gu Hai's statue. On the other side, Long Wanyu reached out and tapped Hichu's glabella, as if a force had stimulated Gu Hai's statue. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, I'm borrowing your power from the Dahan. Long Wanyu whispered. Gu Hai's statue seemed to wake up after being stimulated. However, Gu Hai's statue didn't seem to recognize the clam opposite it. When it saw the invader, its eyes immediately widened. Long. On the Sea of Providence, the statues of ministers also moved, as if they were helping Gu Hai's statue to expel the clam statue. His Holiness decrees that I will deploy the Dahan's military and politics. Chen Xian raised the imperial decree and pointed it at the Sea of Providence. On the Sea of Providence, Chen Xian's statue reached out, and a beam of golden light immediately surged toward Gu Hai's statue. It was as if it was passing Gu Hai's decree to the statue. The deity statue was Gu Hai's incarnation. However, Gu Hai did not have his consciousness in the deity statue. The deity statue would only instinctively defend against all unfavorable situations. However, with Gu Hai's imperial edict, and after confirming its authenticity, the deity statue naturally followed the edict like it had found its backbone. Immediately, Gu Hai's statue lowered its guard against the clam statue. Providence connects all the people in the world. Guide the power of the people into the clam statue. Let my voice spread to the ears of the world. Chen Xian said. Gu Hai's statue didn't refuse. Of course, it was the same in the Indu of eternity. Citizens of the Dahan, this consort, Chen Xian, is His Holiness's wife. Today, His Holiness is in seclusion to make a breakthrough. The heavens are at peace with the infinite celestial capital. Traitor of the heavens, Samsara, they wanted to take advantage of the situation and destroy the limitless celestial capital and the Dahan celestial empire. 10 days ago, His Holiness's friend, Laozi, defeated the Samsara and fled. This time, the evil traitor attacked again, but His Holiness's friend, Laozi, stopped him. The might of the Immortals is nothing more than this. They fought with great difficulty to protect the Dahan Celestial Empire. The Dahan Celestial Empire doesn't only need protection. The Dahan Celestial Empire can also resist, because the Dahan Celestial Empire has countless citizens and endless power. Today, this consort, as His Holiness's wife and His Holiness's imperial edict, which is also His Holiness's order, asks everyone to raise their right hands and lend the power of the infinite celestial capital to help Laozi eliminate the evil and defend the Tao. We will defend the Dahan Celestial Empire and make it eternal. Chun Xian'er suddenly shouted. Boom! The Sea of Providence immediately transmitted Chun Xian'er's voice to the ears of all the citizens of the Dahan Celestial Capital. After a series of events, the citizens of the Dahan Celestial Capital had a very high degree of recognition of the Dahan Celestial Capital. So what if they were immortals? They only dared to launch a sneak attack when His Holiness was in seclusion. However, they were scared away by His Holiness's friends the first time. This time, it was another person who blocked their attack. How could they be called immortals? These days, Sima Changkong and the others praise Gu Hai with all kinds of stories, novels, and biographies. Similarly, as Gu Hai's wife, Chun Xian'er, was also praised. Chun Xian'er's words came through the Sea of Providence, which was almost the same as Gu Hai's. Moreover, she also had Gu Hai's imperial edict. Divine Empress, take away my power and destroy the 6 paths. The Dahan Celestial Capital will become an immortal. The 6 paths is a traitor. He stole the Sinuan of the heavens, and he still wants to kill all of us? The heavens are the rightful rulers. Who cares about the 6 paths? Take away my power. Take away my power. In the Dahan Celestial Capital, countless people raised their right hands. Waves of power flooded into the infinite celestial capital and the eternal Indu. With the help of Gu Hai's statue, these waves of power quickly entered the body of the statue of Hui. People of the Great Yin Celestial Capital, please raise your right hand and borrow my power. Hui also said, with the help of Long Wanyu and Hichu, Hui could borrow power from the people of the Great Yin Celestial Capital, even if he stood in the infinite celestial capital. Rumble. Waves of power flooded into the statue of Hui. When the 6 Paths Immortal was fighting Hui, Hui secretly took away the power of all living beings. Of course, he couldn't take away the 2,000 cities of the God-seizing palace, but those 2,000 cities were nothing in the world. The Dahan Celestial Capital and the Great Yin Celestial Capital had 98,000 cities. Rumble. The terrifying power gathered into a group of god statues, which slowly flew to where Hui was and poured the terrifying power of living beings into his body. A thunderous sound came from Hui's body. The power was as terrifying as a tsunami. Under the huge power, even the 6 Paths Immortal who was fighting not far away was shocked. What? The 6 Paths Immortal's expression changed. He didn't have time to take the power of all living beings, but someone else did it first? How dare you? The 6 Paths Immortal glared and roared. She wanted to pounce over, but Yu was in the front of the pack. Hui's body was only an afterimage. At this moment, there seemed to be hundreds of Hui's afterimages floating in the sky, each holding a bronze longsword. Wherever the longsword was drawn, green lotuses bloomed everywhere. The green lotuses bloomed, and the swords exploded. The sea of sword chi formed by the 3,000 great Daos exploded everywhere. Even though Hui was being suppressed, its powerful sword was able to hold Immortal 6 Paths back. Holding the sacred sword, the 6 Paths Immortal was anxious. Hui, you forced me to do this. I didn't want to use the divine skill that I cultivated in seclusion for 800,000 years. You asked for it. The 6 Paths Immortal said with a ferocious expression. The divine skill that you cultivated in seclusion for 800,000 years. In the starry sky, 30 narrowed his eyes. Obviously, 30 didn't expect the 6 Paths Immortal to have a backup plan. The 6 Paths Immortal's body suddenly blurred, and in the next moment, he disappeared. Huh? In the distance, Hui, Jiangchun, and 36 expressions changed. What kind of cultivation technique was that? The rolling sea of sword chi suddenly came to life. All of a sudden, it became several times sharper. Rumble. Suddenly, a large amount of sword chi slashed through Huey's body, and countless wounds appeared on his body. His robe was torn into pieces. All the afterimages disappeared in an instant. How did the sea of sword chi formed by the 3,000 great Daos suddenly become so strong? Long Wan Yu said in surprise. Huey's expression was also gloomy. Hurry up, people, raise your hands. Power, hurry. The power of all living beings was still gathering in Huey's body. He was not ready yet. On the other side, Hui seemed to be defeated in the sea of sword chi. In the starry sky, 30 narrowed his eyes. The body of a celestial god? So the body of a celestial god is different from the body of 3 souls and 7 spirits. The body of a celestial soul can transform into billions? Little 6 divine skill has been mastered? In the distance, Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes. True Lord, what kind of cultivation technique is that? Why is he gone? Long Out Yin said in shock. He is still here. He has merged into the billions of sword chi, and the billions of sword chi are his carriers. Every sword chi that slashed into the heavens is one of little 6 clones, and his clones can mobilize more power of the great Daos. Jiang Chen explained. I don't understand. The power of 3,000 great Daos is condensed into this huge sea of sword chi. In other words, the power of 3,000 great Daos is dispersed in this huge sea of sword chi. Once little 6 fuses with it, he'll be able to redistribute the scattered power. He'll be able to distribute more power to the sword chi near Pyrolite and less to the sword chi in the periphery. That way, he'll be able to multiply his power by countless times. Thousands of clones, merging into all things? 800,000 years ago, his 2 souls and 7 spirits were destroyed, and only this one is left. This one has its advantages. The celestial soul may be able to merge into heaven and earth, and mobilize heaven and earth for his own use. I still don't understand. If you don't understand, keep watching. Jiang Chan said in a deep voice. Boom, boom, boom. Huey's sword chi was finally no match for Immortal 6 Paths Sea of sword chi. Indeed, the path of destruction was powerful, but it was easy to use. How could it be compared to the power of the great Daos? Now that Immortal 6 Paths had merged into it and carefully allocated the power, the sword chi was huge. If there was only a small amount of sword chi, we could avoid it, but it was surrounded by sword chi, and there was no room for more. Some of the sword chi did not have much power, but when Hui dodged, it was instantly endowed with endless power by Immortal 6 Paths. As a result, whenever Hui encountered sword chi, it would be strengthened countless times. How could he withstand it? Boom, boom, boom. After a while, Hui was covered in blood, and some parts of his body were even cut off. White bones were exposed. Roar, 6 Paths. Huey's face was ferocious. Die ho! Immortal of 6 Paths shouted. Rumble. The rolling sword chi suddenly drowned Hui, like a mortal falling into the sea, and was completely drowned by the roaring sea. Under the destructive power of the great Daos and the sword chi, no one could withstand it. The outcome was clear, and Hui was buried in the sea of sword chi. Immortal 6 Paths, who had split into thousands of clones, slowly reformed his body. Huff! The Immortal, who had reformed his body, panted heavily. Clearly, the splitting just now had taken a huge toll on him. However, looking at the whirlpool-like sword chi in the center of the sea of sword chi, the Immortal revealed a look of satisfaction. You overestimate yourself. The Immortal revealed a cold smile. If he won, Hui would have been killed inside. Just as the Immortal was sure that Hui was dead. Boom! At the place where the sword chi was the densest, endless sword chi suddenly exploded. A green sword rushed into the sky and instantly pierced between the Immortal's eyebrows. What? No. The Immortal screamed in shock, and suddenly activated the Sea of Sword Chi. Huh. The vast Sea of Sword Chi, which had gathered the 3,000 great Daos, suddenly exploded under the Immortal's control. The huge explosion swept through the entire world of the living and went straight into the starry sky. The endless starry sky suddenly trembled. How terrifying was the explosion of the 3,000 great Daos! It was so terrifying that the Immortal, who had the great Daos protecting him, had his clothes torn apart, and his entire body exploded in a sorry state. Along with the explosion of the Immortal, there was also a bronze sword. The bronze sword pierced between the Immortal's eyebrows. Half an inch. It pierced in half an inch. It stopped. In front of the Immortal stood a white, misty figure. It was an illusory figure made of white fog. It stopped 3 feet away from the Immortal. Hui! Its body and soul were destroyed, leaving only a trace of its figure. It held the sword and pierced between the Immortal's eyebrows. Unfortunately, it was only half an inch. Only half an inch. At this moment, the Immortal was covered in sweat and quickly retreated. He retreated for a full 50 miles before stopping. He slowly pulled out the bronze sword between his eyebrows. In the distance, the Huey's figure was about to disappear, but the remnant aura still looked at the Immortal of 6 Paths with a trace of regret. This regret might be eternity. Hui was defeated. Its body and soul were destroyed. However, the Immortal of 6 Paths was so frightened that he didn't dare to move forward for a long time. When he pulled out the bronze sword, blood flowed out from between his eyebrows. The Immortal acted as if he didn't see it. It was too dangerous. It was too dangerous. Hui was so close to killing the Immortal. Chapter 1279. Song Jie's Residence. Gu Hai practiced the 3,000 formations in Go and won. At first, Xiao Chun waited in anticipation. Now, he was completely immersed in the Go puzzle. 3,000 Gu Hai's Go skills analyzed the complexity of the 3,000 Great Dao and played 3,000 powerful Go puzzles with Gu Hai. Furthermore, these 3,000 Go puzzles gradually merged into one. They were no longer split into 3,000 Go puzzles. Now, there was only one Go puzzle, an extremely complicated Go puzzle. This Go puzzle was the most complicated one Gu Hai had encountered so far. It was even more horrifying than the one he faced Old Man Guanxi. Gu Hai immersed himself in the Go puzzle. A vast army slowly materialized above the Go puzzle. Gu Hai seemed to see his own image standing on the dragon throne and controlling the world. However, the world here was even larger and more complicated than the Dahan Heavenly Dynasty. It seemed to be as deep as ancient times, spanning thousands of immortal heavens. Every time Gu Hai placed a Go stone, a boundless army would be destroyed. Even dozens of immortal heavens would be destroyed. Of course, new immortal heavens would be born as well. Life and death. Gu Hai seemed to have seen through the cycle of life and death. Every Go stone represented a new life. In Gu Hai's forehead, the 4 Go puzzles, which were close to perfect in the past, were slowly piecing together in a seemingly impossible manner. Previously, they could not fit together because the Go stones of the 4 Go puzzles did not connect to each other after they fit together. It did not matter whether the Go puzzles fit together or not. However, it was different now. Gu Hai seemed to see something different. Life turns into death, death turns into life. However, there is a third form between life and death. Preconception of life, but not death. Preconception of death, but not life. A third Go puzzle? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal on Xiao Chen's forehead fell. Boom! The heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal landed in the center of the 4 Go puzzles pieced together. When an outsider Go stone was placed, the originally unconnected Go puzzles suddenly connected. Boom! The 4 Go puzzles merged completely. So that's how it is. There really are 36. A chess piece outside the game may seem like an outsider, but it's actually inside the game. It broadens one's horizons and allows one to survey the entire universe. That's the 3rd chess piece. Gu Hai's eyes suddenly lit up. Walla lala. The go pieces on the four go boards started to move quickly and complicatedly. On the other hand, the four gu high chess souls on the four chessboards found a point of agreement and suddenly merged with each other. The seventh fragment. Gu Hai's seventh soul was slowly being born. At the same time, waves of white when Qi suddenly rushed towards Gu Hai's body like a gale. Rumble. The entire Cangjie mansion was filled with rumbling noises. Not far from Gu Hai, Cangjie saw the changes in Gu Hai's body and revealed a gratified expression. His Holiness, you're indeed amazing. I didn't misjudge you. Cangjie also said excitedly. All of Li Gu's Wen Qi was collected by Cangjie for Gu Hai to break through. Now, Gu Hai's seventh soul was about to be born completely. Wen Qi would also become Gu Hai's peak Qi and achieve heavenly palace perfection. Gu Hai's human soul and earthly soul were also perfection. 3 souls as gods. All perfection, perfection of gods. Cangjie was looking forward to it. Jiangchen also felt the movement in Cangjie Mansion's boundary and looked over in confusion. However, he couldn't see anything clearly. When Qi filled the air and was endless, Jiangchen only took a glance and then turned his gaze to the battlefield outside the infinite celestial capital. Because the battle there was equally exciting. Qi's strength was beyond Jiangchen's expectations. Perhaps because of Yuanshi Tianzun's halo in the past, Jiangchen didn't pay much attention to Qi, however. At this moment, Qi's ability made Jiangchen reveal a look of amazement. Another person like Fuxi. It's a pity that his sword cultivation was comprehended too late. It's still in its embryonic form. It still needs time. Jiangchen said with a trace of pity. In the distance, Qi's sword before his death was too amazing. It actually pierced half an inch into Immortal Six Paths' forehead. Just a little bit more, and he would have killed the Immortal. Many people had a look of pity. Immortal Six Paths, who was flying far away, pulled out the bronze sword from his forehead. His eyes were also filled with shock. So close, just a little bit more. Immortal Six Paths was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. In the distance, Qi's soul had already dispersed. His body and soul were destroyed. The only thing left was a wisp of remnant consciousness that was about to be destroyed and a trace of smoke. The white and transparent Qi also showed a look of regret at this moment. Just a little bit more, and he would have one. Just a little bit more. Qi showed a trace of bitterness, and it was about to disappear. However, even though Qi had been utterly defeated, Immortal Six Paths still couldn't let go of the anger in his heart. Immortal Six Paths shouted angrily after recovering from his shock. Boom! The bronze sword that was pulled out from between his eyebrows suddenly bounced back like a sharp arrow. Shooting towards the smoke of Qi, this sword didn't have much power, but it would definitely destroy the last trace of Qi and make Qi completely disappear from this world. The bronze sword, which was in front of Qi, completely announced the fall of Qi from now on. There would be no trace of Qi left in this world. Bang! The moment the bronze sword hit the smoke of Qi, suddenly the bronze sword stopped in front of Qi, bringing with it a strong wind. Immortal Six Paths' face turned cold. However, at this moment, Qi appeared. Qi used his body to block the wisp of smoke of Qi. He pinched the bronze sword between his 2 fingers. The tip of the sword couldn't move, and a huge force bounced back to the sword hilt. The sword hilt shook violently, and a buzzing sound was heard. Qi. Immortal Six Paths' face turned cold. Qi stopped the sword and looked behind him at the smoke that had been destroyed. Qi, your sword cultivation has exceeded my and Gu Hai's expectations. This time, you helped Gu Hai protect the country, and your body and soul were destroyed. I can't completely restore you, but I can still save your life. Unfortunately, from now on, your cultivation will be destroyed, and you will have to start all over again. Qi said, Ha ha, his body and soul are already destroyed. How can you save him? Immortal Six Paths said with disdain. Qi reached out his hand and took out a pill. He put it into the smoke of Qi whoosh. Suddenly, bursts of flames seemed to surge from all directions. Then, Qi's hazy body slowly became solid. That's impossible. What's that? A Nirvana pill? Immortal Six Paths stared. In the starry sky, 30's eyes turned cold. Nirvana pill? No, this Nirvana pill's power is much weaker. At most, it can save Chi, a weakened Nirvana pill. Jiangchen also narrowed his eyes. Nirvana pill? I understand. It must be Jing Wei. Jing Wei gave it to her. Unfortunately, its power is too weak. She can only live and can't be restored. Infinite Celestial Capital. Lin Wanner also recognized it. Back in the Eastern Spirit Fire Sea, Guhai had used Zhu Qiqi's Nirvana pill to save her and Jing Wei. Now, there was another one. Jing Wei just obtained the vermilion bird's body, so the Nirvana pill he condensed is naturally weak. However, it is enough to save his life. Chi's cultivation is destroyed, but I believe that he will recover sooner or later. Slowly, Chi revealed a faint smile. How dare you? Immortal Six Paths stared. He stepped forward and charged at Chi, wanting to completely destroy him. Even if Chi's cultivation was destroyed, Immortal Six Paths did not want him to be revived. After all, what happened just now was too dangerous. Bai Zizai, protect Chi, revive. Chi shouted and threw the bronze sword in his hand. Then, he charged at Immortal Six Paths with a ferocious expression. Roar! Chi was still fearless facing Immortal Six Paths. He threw a punch with a ferocious expression. Huh! There was a deafening sound, and a large area of the void was torn apart. However, Chi protected behind him, and everything behind him was stable. The huge impact was all behind Immortal Six Paths. Behind Immortal Six Paths, the void exploded as if thousands of arrows were tearing through it. Chi did not move, but Immortal Six Paths suddenly retreated more than 10 feet. With one punch, the winner was decided. Chi won. Many of Dahan's officials were shocked. That was Immortal Six Paths, and he lost to Chi? Bai Zizai quickly flew to Chi's side, caught the bronze sword that Chi threw out, and guarded Chi in front of him. He was also amazed by Chi's power. Immortal Six Paths took a step back. He was shocked at first, but in the next moment, he revealed a ferocious expression. The power of all living beings, my power of all living beings has been stolen by you. Good. Immortal Six Paths said hatefully. Immortal Six Paths did not use the power of the 3,000 paths in his punch just now. It was just his own power. His own power was naturally inferior to Chi's power of all living beings. That was the power of all living beings in the world. How could it compare? However, Immortal Six Paths did not admit defeat. Chi had taken the power of all living beings first, and he still had 3,000 paths. Chi was so fierce just now, but in the end, he was defeated by his 3,000 paths. With 3,000 paths, Immortal Six Paths would be invincible. It was a close call before, but it would not happen now. As for Chi being revived, Immortal Six Paths was no longer in a hurry. He calmed down and saw everything clearly. Even if Chi was revived, his cultivation would be destroyed. Wouldn't it be the same if he killed him later? Now, killing Chi was the right thing to do. Great Yin, His Holiness Chi, a mere drought demon, wants to be an enemy of me? That's right. If you didn't jump out today, I would still look for you in the future. Not only you, but all those who helped Yuanshi Tianzuan in the past deserve to die. No one can get away with it. Immortal Six Paths looked at Chi and sneered. Rumble. The 3,000 phantoms of the Great Path, which had been destroyed by the explosion, appeared behind the Immortal of the Six Paths once again. With Sun Yuan around, Immortal Six Paths could use the 3,000 paths at will. Immortal Six Paths was invincible in the world. The wound between his eyebrows slowly healed. Immortal Six Paths' torn clothes were also instantly restored. His gorgeous Taoist robe fluttered in the wind. Immortal Six Paths looked at Chi with murderous intent. We all deserve to die. Many people helped Yuanshi Tianzuan in the past. You, Immortal Six Paths, have been out of seclusion for 10 days? Who did you kill in these 10 days? Jiangchen? Guhai? Me? Oh, right. You killed Chi, but Chi was revived immediately. Oh, right. You were so scared by me that you ran away. Immortal Six Paths? Immortal Six Paths? You didn't kill anyone in the world. Immortal 6 paths? What a joke. You sneered. Chapter 1280. We all deserve to die? Heh, there were many people who helped Yuan Shi Tianzun back then. You, the immortal of 6 paths, have been out for 10 days? Who did you kill in these 10 days? Jiangchun. Go hi. Me? Oh, right, you killed me, but I was resurrected immediately. Oh, right. You were so scared by me that you ran away. Ha ha, immortal? Immortal is nothing more than that. You didn't kill anyone in the world. Immortal, immortal? What a joke. You sneered. The immortal's face was gloomy. Yu's words had hit the immortal's sore spot. When he came out of seclusion 10 days ago, he came with the aura of a king. In the past 10 days, he had been defeated everywhere. Until now, he had not even killed a single opponent, which annoyed the immortal. Fine, I didn't kill anyone. Then I'll start with you. What do you think? The immortal of 6 paths said coldly. In a cold voice, he waved his hand. Rumble. The power of 3,000 great paths suddenly gathered in the immortal's hand. This time, the immortal did not hold back. A powerful palm of the great path slammed toward you. This time, it was even more powerful than before. Because the 36th immortal of 6 paths unsealed Sun Yuan, the power of the palm of the great path suddenly increased by more than 3 times. Even Jiang Chun would avoid such a terrifying power, let alone you. When the palm came, you knew that it was extremely dangerous. This palm even sealed the surrounding void, leaving you with nowhere to run. It was going to completely destroy him. However, you did not retreat at this moment. His eyes turned cold, and he slammed his palm down. Power of all living beings, follow my command. You shouted. Boom. Yu's palm collided with the palm of the great path. Countless cracks appeared in the void. The entire mortal realm trembled violently. The power of all living beings, when Yuan Shi Tianzun used it in the past, was at most equivalent to the power of 3 great paths. 3 great paths, and 1 great path had 300 great paths. The power of all living beings was only equivalent to 900 great paths. However, the palm of the great path now had 3,000 great paths, and its power had increased by 3 times. How could the power of all living beings compare? Up in the starry skies, 30 revealed a cold smile. What a joke. Your power of life is only equivalent to 300 great Daos. What use is that? Unless you utilize the power of all living beings by draining them dry. This little bit of power is simply not enough. 30 doesn't look favorably upon you. In the distance, Jiang Chun was also not optimistic about the outcome. Although the power of all living beings was strong, it was still not enough. How could it compare to the palm of the great Tao? Ha ha ha! Immortal of 6 paths laughed out loud. He increased the strength of his palm and pushed the giant paw back. His face darkened and his eyes widened. Boom! Behind Qi, 200 great Daos suddenly appeared, but they were the great Daos that Qi grasped. As soon as the great path appeared, it immediately provided Qi with an extremely terrifying power. The void exploded even more. However, it was still not enough. Now, Qi's strength was at most equivalent to 500 great Daos. How could it compare to the great Dao palm of an immortal? It's useless. Qi, in terms of strength, I am the number 1 in the world. Even Qi from before did not dare to fight me head-on. He only dared to use unorthodox methods to force me. You want to fight me with strength? You are courting death. Immortal of 6 paths said with a trace of disdain. Not enough strength? Qi's eyes turned cold. Power of the sun, follow my command. My left eye is the sun. Illuminate the earth. Qi roared. Wong. In the sky above his head, the sun suddenly bloomed with a dazzling golden light. The golden light instantly rushed towards Qi, and a terrifying power of the sun instantly poured into Qi's body. Rumble! The sun trembled, and a monstrous power poured into Qi's body, as if it was Qi's powerful shield. The huge influx of power immediately slowed down Qi's paw. Power of the sun? You can mobilize so much power of the sun? Immortal of 6 paths said in surprise. The power of the sun is equivalent to 500 great Daos. But it's still not enough. Now, Chi's power is equivalent to 1,000 great Taos. If it was before I unlocked Sinuan shackles, it could be on par with 6 paths. But now it's still not enough. Chi sneered in the starry sky. Only 1/3 of the power of the Great Tao Palm? It was still not enough. The Great Tao Palm was still overwhelming. Power of the moon, follow my command. My right eye is the moon. Illuminate the world. Chi roared again. Rumble. In the sky in the west, there was a rumbling sound. As Chi's right eye turned silver, the moon that had set in the west suddenly rose from the west again. At the same time, the surging power of the moon rushed into Chi's body. Boom! Chi's left eye was golden, and his right eye was silver. A huge moon was pulled up from the underworld to Chi's head. It slowly flew up to Chi's shoulders. The sun and moon actually corresponded to each other in the sky above Chi's shoulders. The left was the sun, and the right was the moon. The power of the sun and moon became Chi's strong shield. Rumble! The power of Chi's paw increased a little, and the speed of its repulsion slowed down a little. The power of the moon? This is equivalent to 500 power of the Great Tao. Chi's paw is already equivalent to 1,500 power of the Great Tao. 30 squinted his eyes and looked down. No, the fusion of the sun and moon is not just 1 + 1 = 2. The power of the fusion is equivalent to 500 more power of the Great Tao. Chi's power has already reached 2,000 power of the Great Tao. In the distance, Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes and said, Rumble, the Great Tao Palm versus Chi's paw. Almost 2/3 of the Great Tao Palm. Chi's power was beyond Immortal 6 paths expectation. If Sun Yuan had not unsealed his power and increased his power by 3 times, he would have lost just now. Immortal 6 paths felt a chill in his heart. But at the same time, when he looked at Chi, his murderous intent became stronger. You must die. I must kill you. Immortal 6 paths roared with a ferocious expression. If Chi did not die, he would become his greatest enemy. He would become his nightmare. 2,000 power of the Great Tao. So terrifying? Don't worry, it's not over yet. I still have more. Chi suddenly sneered. What? Immortal 6 paths raised his eyebrows. Suddenly, there was a slight sway behind Chi, as if 6 huge tails had appeared. As soon as the 6 tails appeared, they were slightly connected to the void. OM, OM, OM. It was as if 6 hazy dragon-shaped pillars suddenly shone in the sky, as dazzling as the sun and the moon. Suddenly, rolling power surged from the 6 pillars into Chi's body. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening sounds came from Chi's paw. The retreating Chi's paw stopped in the air. Chi's paw and the Great Tao Palm were in a stalemate. They were evenly matched and equally matched. They were equally big and strong. Neither was weaker than the other. The stalemate in the void caused the void to shake violently. The aftermath of the two's power hit the starry sky. Above the starry sky, billions of stars were trembling violently. It was a draw. Chi's paw was equivalent to 3,000 power of the Great Tao. The terrifying palm made Immortal 6 paths' hair stand on end. 30 also narrowed his eyes, revealing a murderous intent. Jiang Chun, on the other hand, was overjoyed. Ow, how is this possible? How can Chi block 3,000 power of the Great Tao? Then, what are those 6 dragon-shaped pillars? Are they borrowing power from them? What is that? Long Outyin exclaimed. That is the 6 paths of reincarnation. Chi can use the full power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Good, good, good. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with admiration. 6 paths of reincarnation? Other than me, there is someone else who can use it at will? 30 narrowed his eyes. The 6 tails triggered the 6 paths of reincarnation and finally stopped the 6 paths immortal. She was also struggling. After all, so much power had passed through his body. The burden was terrifying. His face was a little red, but he stared at Immortal 6 paths. How can you use so much power? That's impossible. No, the power of the sun, the moon, and the 6 paths of reincarnation. If you can use them, they must go through your body. How can your body withstand it? Is it the body of the ancestor zombie? Immortal Six Paths exclaimed. Six paths? It seems that other than the sinuan in your hand, you are useless. She sneered. What did you say? Immortal Six Paths said coldly. Isn't that right? If you don't have the sinuan, would you be a match for me? That's it. No, you can't even deal with Chi just now. Chi sneered. Behind him, after a period of repair, Chi's body was finally restored. Chi was resurrected. Thank you, the Yin, for his holiness. Chi solemnly bowed to Immortal Six Paths. No need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank Gu Hai. Chi said in a low voice. Chi owed Gu Hai a favor, which was why he saved. Chi's expression changed slightly and nodded. Okay, I will remember. But I am very sorry. My cultivation is crippled, and I can't fight anymore. I can't help you. No need. This traitor is at the end of his rope. Chi said coldly. Chi nodded. Bai Zizai swung his sleeves and quickly returned to the infinite celestial capital with Chi at this moment. Everyone in the infinite celestial capital was staring at the battlefield. Immortal? That's it. He couldn't do anything to Jiang Chun, couldn't beat Laozi, and could barely deal with Chi now. Chi's strength was about the same as his. Perhaps immortals weren't that scary. Chi blocked the immortal's palm, but he had already used all his strength. After the initial shock, the immortal's eyes turned cold. Chi, you are powerful, but unfortunately, you must die today. There's only one ruler in the Six Paths Immortal Dome, and that is me. Chi looked coldly at the immortal of Six Paths of Reincarnation. Haha, I don't know how you can use the Six Paths of Reincarnation, but you might have forgotten something. Back then, Long Zhang was stole 3 paths of reincarnation to fight me, but he lost in the end. You don't know, but I can also use the 6 paths of reincarnation. The immortal sneered. As he sneered, he suddenly activated the sinuan in his hand. Rumble. Behind the immortal, the void trembled. Then, 6 huge Tongtian dragon-shaped pillars appeared behind the immortal. 6 paths of reincarnation? Bai Zizai exclaimed. It was already scary enough that the immortal could control 3,000 paths of reincarnation. Now, he could even use the 6 paths of reincarnation. If that was the case, the scales of victory would be tilted again. Boom! The immortal's 6 paths of reincarnation surged into the Great Dao Palm, causing the already ferocious and invincible Great Dao Palm to suddenly become 1 size bigger. This Great Dao Palm was equivalent to 4,000 paths of reincarnation. Surging power surged toward Hui. Chapter 1281. Songjie's Mansion. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire Songjie's mansion shook violently. At the same time, the immortal of the 6 paths in the distance also used the 6 paths of reincarnation. The huge explosion just happened to drown out the loud noise in Songjie's mansion. Apart from Jiang Chun and a few others, no one heard the sound in Songjie's mansion. This is... Long Out Yin looked at Songjie's mansion, which was shrouded in a scholarly aura, in shock. Jiang Chun also looked at Songjie's mansion and narrowed his eyes. Did Gu Hai break through? He reached the peak of the heavenly palace? No, he should be at the peak of the gods. Long Out Yin said in shock. That should be right. Jiang Chun nodded. This aura? True Lord, I can feel the aura in the barrier. It is very horrifying. Although it is only a small amount of aura, just this small amount makes me feel flustered, Long Out Yin said with a trace of fear in his voice. Gu Hai is still getting stronger? Good. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with satisfaction. In Songjie's mansion, Gu Hai finally won with his final move. This battle was even more difficult than the battle with Old Man Guanxi. He analyzed the 3,000 great paths and played against Gu Hai. In the end, it condensed into a monstrous image. In the image, there seemed to be billions of celestial domes being born in the void. In each of the billions of celestial domes, a peerless demon was pouncing on them. Under the stampede of tens of thousands of demons, they were finally wiped out by the army led by Gu Hai. Boom! The entire chessboard suddenly exploded. It turned into countless pieces. Among the pieces, only a single chessboard floated in the air. The chessboard had 37 horizontal and 37 vertical columns. At this moment, Gu Hai finally won. Wu Qi was not around for a long time. Perhaps he would make a breakthrough in that flash of inspiration. In the past, Gu Hai had spent hundreds of millions of years in the 18 layers of hell, but that was because he was the only one who could do so. Later on, when he met his match, the old man Guanxi, Gu Hai's chess skills skyrocketed. Now, with the help of Tsang Jie, Gu Hai was able to place a piece on an unparalleled Go game, which allowed Gu Hai's Go skills to achieve another breakthrough. The 37 Heavens and Earth Formation chess game. He directly skipped the 36th page. When the final piece was placed, the 3,000 Gu Hai figures formed by the 3,000 Great Paths immediately collapsed. At the same time, the 3,000 Great Paths used to analyze the chess game were also shattered by Gu Hai's chess power. Walalala. As the 3,000 Great Tao collapsed, billowing white qi surged into Gu Hai's body. It was the billowing qi of literature. It was Tsang Jie who had collected Li Gu's literary qi. Boom, boom, boom. However, at this moment, Gaochen, Ziwei, and Changsheng also made loud noises in their bodies. It was as if they had made a huge breakthrough. The billowing qi of literature also surged into the three of them. However, the amount that the three of them absorbed was less than 1% of what Gu Hai absorbed. Gu Hai was now like a whale swallowing, madly absorbing the billowing qi of literature. Tsang Jie was very well prepared, providing a feast for the four of them. At this moment, the 3,000 Great Paths collapsed, and the 3,000 Great Paths also collapsed. When the formation collapsed, Tsang Jie revealed a gratified smile on his face. His Holiness, I, Tsang Jie, wish the Dahan Celestial Empire long live. Tsang Jie said with a serious expression. Buzz! As Tsang Jie spoke, he suddenly shattered into countless pieces of paper and slowly scattered. What Gu Hai did not know was that the main body of this 3,000 Great Paths formation was not the formation, but Mr. Tsang Jie himself. The moment the formation was broken was the moment Tsang Jie was annihilated. The Dahan Celestial Empire would last forever. This meant that all lives were still alive. This was Tsang Jie's long-cherished wish. After Gu Hai absorbed the boundless qi of literature, a loud sound came from his body. The 4 Go puzzles in his forehead finally merged into a single small Go puzzle, a small Go puzzle with 19 lines. The small Go puzzle was no longer filled with Go stones. Instead, aside from the heaven-suppressing divine seal, there were only 2 Go stones, one black and one white. The 2 Go stones stuck to each other, looking like yin and yang, but also all-encompassing. All the Go stones could move, but these 2 Go stones could no longer be changed. This was the final Go puzzle. 1 yin and 1 yang represented the meaning of creation. At this moment, the 4 Go souls finally merged into 1 Go soul. Gu Hai's 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls were all perfected. In the heavenly eye between the heavenly soul's eyebrows, the qi cores in the pupil slowly spun. Finally, the 9th cyclone was born. The cyclone absorbed the surging qi of literature and finally formed a qi core. The qi of literature was Gu Hai's qi at the peak. The qi core formed, and the heavenly palace perfected. Gu Hai's cultivation finally perfected. However, everything was not over yet. The qi core seemed to command the remaining 8 qi cores. At the same time, it absorbed even more qi into the heavenly eye. Rumble. After a series of loud sounds, the qi core seemed to command the 8 qi cores and break free from the heavenly eye. Buzz. The heavenly eye seemed to want to seal the 9 qi cores. However, Gu Hai's will took the lead in the end. The 9 qi cores were unstoppable. Boom! It was a loud sound. The heavenly eye seemed to be cracked by the terrifying qi of literature. The 9 qi cores instantly burst out from the heavenly eye and rushed into the heavenly soul. The heavenly eye was even blown out of the heavenly soul. Buzz! Gu Hai's heavenly soul suddenly bloomed with 9 colors. Then, with a sudden flash, the heavenly soul became 9. Each chi core was a different color. In the heavenly palace, the heavenly soul was divided into 9. It became 9 heavenly souls. If this scene was known to the world, they would be shocked. This was impossible. There was only one heavenly soul. How could it become 9? However, Guhai used the heavenly soul technique and cultivated 9 heavenly souls. Other people only cultivated one kind of chi in the heavenly palace, but Guhai's heavenly palace cultivated 9 kinds of chi. Although the heavenly soul technique originated from the 30th soul technique, in the earliest ancient times, it came from the cultivation technique of the torch dragon. It was the most orthodox cultivation technique. Guhai alone had 9 heavenly souls. Thus, the heavenly palace perfected was much stronger than the ordinary heavenly palace perfected. But everything was not over yet. Among the 9 heavenly souls, the one chi heavenly soul was the leader. It immediately released waves of chi into the heavenly soul. The heavenly soul cultivated energy and essence. Essence dispersed and turned into chi. Chi was abundant and condensed into essence. At this moment, the rolling peak chi rushed toward the heavenly soul. 9 different kinds of chi filled Guhai's heavenly soul in an instant. The one chi was the leader, followed by the 8 chi. If it was an ordinary heavenly soul, it would take a long time to cultivate to perfection. However, Guhai's heavenly soul was already perfect. When it reached perfection, it instantly split under the influence of the 9 chi. Buzz, the heavenly soul, also strangely split into 9 in an instant. Each heavenly soul corresponded to a kind of chi and also a kind of essence. There were 9 heavenly souls. There are also 9 heavenly souls. Everything was not over yet. In the outside world, Guhai's need for the one chi was increasing. The one chi could nourish the heavenly soul, and the one chi could nourish the heavenly soul with the chi. The 9 heavenly souls instantly stabilized and rushed down the heavenly palace. In the heavenly palace, the human soul technique. Essence turned into chi. Chi turned into spirit. Spirit turned into essence. It was a cycle in itself. Now, in reverse, the rolling heavenly soul energy instantly filled the human soul. Like the heavenly soul, the terrifying energy instantly turned into a surging divinity. Coincidentally, the human soul was also perfect. In this way, it was done in one go. The 9 types of energy were immediately divided into 9 types of divinity. In the blink of an eye, the human soul also instantly turned into 9. Boom! With a loud bang, the human soul technique was perfect. The heavenly soul, human soul, and heavenly soul were all perfect. The strength belonged to the perfection of the gods. At this moment, Guhai reached the perfection of the gods from the perfection of the heavenly palace. What was different from others was that even if others reached the perfection of the gods, they only had 3 souls. Guhai, on the other hand, now had 27 souls. The 3 souls of heaven, earth, and human were 9 each. Everything was not over yet. The human soul technique cultivated divinity. Divinity was the power of the god. God? The 7th soul was the god. Whether it was a demon cultivator or a human cultivator, they all cultivated their 7th soul, which was the god. However, Guhai's god was formed from the chest soul. Why was the perfection of the gods so powerful? Because from this moment on, the power of the 3 souls could be connected with the power of the 7 souls. The divinity in the human soul would endlessly flow into the 7th soul, which was the god soul. Boom! As soon as Guhai's 7th soul was formed, it was instantly nourished by the human soul. It instantly grew to 36 feet tall. Then, with the help of the 9 types of divinity, it strangely split into 9. The 7th soul became 9, and Guhai's entire body was filled with energy. The 7th soul was Guhai's god. Guhai's 5 souls were metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, also known as the 5 gods. When Guhai was cultivating back then, he directly refined the gods of the 5 demon kings. Now, the seventh soul's divine power had reached the peak of its terrifying peak. Immediately, waves of divine power surged into the five gods. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, the five gods' transformation spikes shone brightly, and before long, they were 25 meters tall. At the same time, they began the Legion of Gods division. In the blink of an eye, each god was split into 9, almost as if they were 3 souls. The god soul was the main force. The 5 gods split into 9, and after reaching the peak, they instantly divided their power and poured it into the spirit mother god king, the leader of the gods. Most god kings in the Danteon were just ordinary god kings. Fire god kings, water god kings, and the like could only absorb the corresponding power. But Gu-Hai's spirit mother god king was the condensation of the spirit mother god king's chi. It had no restrictions and could accept all rivers into the sea. The power of the 5 souls, the might of the spirit mother god king, in the past was nourished by the spirit mother god king, but now it was nourishing the spirit mother god king. Boom! The spirit mother god king trembled violently. With the help of the 5 souls' terrifying power, it suddenly grew to a height of 60 feet, and then broke free from the eye of life and death. Bang! After the eye of life and death broke free, it merged with the heavenly eye. The Spirit Mother God King was also divided into 9 Spirit Mother God Kings under the 9 kinds of power. Rumble! The Spirit Mother God King turned into 9, and the powerful Spirit Mother God King strengthened Gu-Hai's body again. In the blink of an eye, Gu-Hai's skin turned black, denser, and stronger. The originally invincible physique was now 9 times stronger. At this moment, Gu-Hai's physique could no longer be described as strong. It was almost abnormal. At this moment, Gu-Hai's body was thoroughly baptized. The 3 souls and 7 souls had all reached the peak of perfection, and each of them had turned into 9. Perfection. This was the result of Gu-Hai's powerful foundation, resulting in the strength of his breakthrough this time. Song Jie collected the Spirit Mother God King's chi, but in the end, it was completely absorbed. With the Spirit Mother God King's chi as the peak from top to bottom, from the heavenly soul to the Spirit Mother God King. At this moment, the moment Gu-Hai absorbed the last strand of Spirit Mother God King's chi into his body trembled violently. Buzz! In the outside world, this tremble caused Long Out-Yin's hair to stand on end, and the threat of death filled his body. In the outside world, Jiang Qin's face also changed as he looked at the barrier around Song Jie's residence. At this moment, the Spirit Mother God King's chi was completely absorbed by Gu-Hai, and the white fog disappeared, revealing everything inside. Gu-Hai slowly opened his eyes. Awake. Chapter 1282. He's awake? The instant Gu-Hai opened his eyes, he saw a flat-chested face. Gao Qin's flat-chested face was right in front of him. Slap! Out of reflex, Gu-Hai struck out with his palm. Ah! Gao Qin screamed in pain. Master, why did you hit me? The speed at which you absorbed the culture energy just now almost drained the 3 of us. What did you do? So much culture energy, all gone. Ah, it hurts. Gao Qin covered his face and screamed in pain. Gu-Hai finally saw his surroundings clearly. He was still sitting on the futon in Song Jie's residence. In the center, Song Jie had already disappeared. Only some ashes like old skin could be seen on the ground. Gao Qin, Chang Sheng, and Ziwei were already full of energy. Gu-Hai could feel that the 3 of them had also achieved a huge breakthrough. However, at this moment, Gu-Hai couldn't care less about the 3 of them. Instead, he looked at the place where Song Jie's ashes were and revealed a great sense of gratitude. Gu-Hai stood up and solemnly bowed to Song Jie's pile of ashes. Sir, I can't repay today's kindness. I can only wait for the day when I wield the power of heaven to avenge you and help you be reborn. Bang! The barrier of Song Jie's residence also collapsed instantly. On the battlefield outside the boundless celestial capital, Qi mobilized the power of all living beings, the power of 200 great Daos, the power of the sun and moon, and the power of the six paths of reincarnation to finally resist the Immortal's 3,000 great Taos. However, at this moment, the Immortal could also mobilize the power of the six paths of reincarnation. Rumble. The terrifying power instantly suppressed Qi again. This time, the Immortal's palm of the Great Tao was equivalent to the power of 4,000 great Taos. Suddenly, it was ferocious and invincible, shaking the void. Suddenly, it became difficult for him to breathe. The ministers of the Dahan were extremely anxious. Wang. However, at this moment, a fiery red eye of heaven suddenly appeared on top of Qi's head. A beam of God-slaying light shot toward the sage of the six paths. Heaven's eye? Ha ha ha! You're only at the first stage. How dare you fight me? Immortal's six paths stared at him. Boom! Another beam of God-destroying light appeared out of nowhere and instantly destroyed Huey's God-destroying light. Above Ho's eye of heaven, there were dark clouds. It was the eye of heaven of Immortal's six paths that was staring down. Six paths of Immortal's heaven's eye was at the second stage, and a powerful suppressive force sealed Ho's heaven's eye. You can't do it. Today is the day you die. No one can save you. Immortal of the six paths said ferociously. It was obvious that he was going to lose. Bai Zizai gritted his teeth and roared. With a deafening roar, Bai Zizai immediately pounced towards the Immortal of the six paths in an attempt to disrupt and destroy him. Boom! With a loud bang, Bai Zizai was blasted back. Bai Zizai, you are really overestimating yourself. Now that I am surrounded by the force field of 3,000 great Tao, you want to break in? You can't even get close to my body. You are overestimating yourself. The Immortal sneered. With a sneer, the Immortal continued to push Hui down to the ground, wanting to kill it with the palm of the great Tao. Huey's face was cold as he slowly landed on the ground. The Torch Dragon's body can transform into all things in the world. The six souls can transform into the six paths of reincarnation. The six souls nourish the body and can reverse the power of the body. I still have the power of the earth. I use the Torch Dragon's six souls to ask the earth to lend me its power. Hui shouted. Suddenly, a deafening dragon roar came from the ground. Rumble. Suddenly, the dragon veins on the ground seemed to surge with endless power into Huey's body. The Dahan dragon vein and the great flame dragon vein suddenly surged into Huey's body and strengthened the giant palm of Hui. Rumble. The palm of the great Tao and the giant palm of Hui slowly balanced again. Immortal's six paths face darkened. Idiot, you have Sinuan, the strongest power in the world. What are you afraid of? You can use it, but you can't? A thunderous voice entered Immortal's six paths' ears. Immortal's six paths' eyes lit up. Power of the earth, listen to Sinuan's command. Break. Immortal's six paths shouted. Immortal's six paths also increased the power of the earth as Hui increased. The power of the earth surged into the palm of the great Tao. What? Huey's face changed. Die! Immortal's six paths shouted. Huh! With a loud bang. The palm of Hui could not withstand the pressure and exploded. No! In the distance, Ho, Yi, and Xingtian were in despair. Hui! Long Wanyu and the others were also shocked. Boom! The massive palm plunged into the ground, causing the entire mortal realm to tremble violently. In an instant, countless cities in the world collapsed. The power of the great Tao was boundless. When the palm of Hui collapsed, Immortal Six Paths' palm was equivalent to the power of 5,000 great Tao. It was more than terrifying, even with the power of the sun and the moon protecting him. It was useless. In the sky, the sun and moon shook violently and collided once. Endless light pierced the earth. The good starry sky immediately collapsed in large pieces. Countless fireballs fell from the sun, and countless ice balls fell from the moon, causing countless destruction in the world. Outside the boundless celestial capital, there was a palm-sized abyss. This was the final pit left by the palm of the great Tao. This was the full power of the Immortal. After the Immortal struck out with his palm, he panted heavily. The entire world slowly calmed down. The battle seemed to be over. In the deep pit, there was smoke and dust. When the immortal waved his hand, it was exposed. Inside, there was a shattered corpse lying in a pool of blood. Boom! Crack! Great Yin, Celestial Dynasty, Primeval City. The Sea of Providence clouds suddenly collapsed, and the Providence instantly collapsed. The Emperor was dead, and the Providence collapsed. Hui was dead? His Holiness! Xingqian and Ho Yi immediately knelt down in grief. His Holiness! The Great Yin officials all knelt down. At this moment, all the people of the Great Yin Celestial Dynasty felt the fall of their emperor. Hui was dead, and a vast atmosphere of sadness filled everyone's hearts. His Holiness! Many people knelt down. The palm of the Great Tao was too powerful. Even though Hui had gathered all his power, he was still one move behind. In order to protect the Dahan, Hui was dead. The boundless celestial capital suddenly cried out in grief. At this moment, the Immortal of the Six Paths let out a long breath. At this moment, his eyes were filled with lingering fear. Hui's power? How terrifying! Hui Sordao? How powerful! If it was a day ago, the two of them could have killed him. It was only because the power of the Great Tao suddenly increased by 3 times that he could turn defeat into victory. It was too terrifying. It was too dangerous just now. Just a little bit more, and he would have died. If it was the power of the Great Tao, he would be the one to fall now, right? At this thought, the Immortal felt a sense of relief and a sense of lingering fear. Dead? Good dead. Ha ha! The Immortal laughed maniacally. Turning his head, the Immortal suddenly stared fiercely at the boundless celestial capital. Whoosh! A wave of murderous aura surged, and the entire boundless celestial capital trembled. Who could stop such an immortal? TSK defeated, destroyed in body and soul. TSK defeated. His corpse was gone. The Immortal was still that immortal. He had Sun Yuan. With Sun Yuan, he could continuously gather the power of the Great Tao. Bai Zizai couldn't stop him at all. He was still in the void. Now what should he do? At this moment, facing the Immortal's murderous aura, for some reason, the Dahan officials were no longer afraid. With Chen Xian'er in the lead, they all looked coldly at the Immortal opposite them. For the Dahan Celestial Dynasty, destroyed in body and soul. For the Dahan Celestial Dynasty, destroyed in body and soul. Are you afraid? Chen Xian'er shouted. No! Everyone shouted in unison. The Immortal's divine might has Sun Yuan's help. He can destroy our bodies, but he can't destroy our righteousness. The Dahan's orthodoxy is righteousness. If we die, righteousness will last forever. It doesn't matter if you're an immortal or a demon. If I don't fear death, why should I fear the Immortal's might? Chen Xian'er shouted. If I don't fear death, why should I fear the Immortal's might? Everyone shouted in unison. At this moment, the Dahan officials all showed their heroic spirit. So what if they died? They wouldn't cower. Although they were just a group of weak people, their fearless spirit made the Immortal's heart tremble. With just a tremble, the Immortal steadied his heart and revealed a sinister expression. You're not afraid of death? Good, good, good. A bunch of traitors. Isn't it easy to die? Let's see who in this world can protect you now. The Immortal said with a sinister expression. With a sinister expression, the Immortal waved his hand again. Boom! Another palm of the Great Tao. 3,000 Great Taos suddenly gathered into an extremely terrifying giant palm, which pounced toward the infinite celestial capital. At this moment, the Immortal didn't care about anything else. The appearance of Ho and Ho had already made the Immortal restless. Anyone who disobeyed him, regardless of whether they were people or forces, had to be destroyed. Die! The Immortal roared. Boom! Crack! Crack! Just the momentum of the palm of the Great Tao instantly cracked the infinite celestial capital. Countless buildings collapsed, and countless people screamed. The palm of the Great Tao was about to destroy them. At this moment, Chen Xian'er, Long Wanqing, Lin Wan or Bingheim, Long Wanyu, Gu Qin, Gu Han, and Gu Tang all clenched their fists, showing no signs of yielding. Even if the calamity was right in front of them, even if they would die in the next moment, no one begged for mercy. The Immortal's revenge would lead to death. Begging for mercy was useless, so why not face it calmly? At least they would preserve their integrity. Just as the palm of the Great Tao was about to hit Shun Sienna Hong, a super loud sound rang out, and the vast palm of the Great Tao actually stopped outside the infinite celestial capital. What? Everyone's expression changed. The Immortal also revealed a trace of surprise, because the palm of the Great Tao he activated couldn't go any further. What's going on? The Immortal said, in surprise. But in front of the vast palm, a man in a black dragon robe suddenly appeared. The man was none other than Gu Hai, who had just returned from seclusion. He didn't use the power of the dynasty, nor did he use the power of the Great Tao. He brazenly clashed with the palm of the Great Tao with just the power of his two palms. This pair of seemingly ordinary palms contained a monstrous amount of power. This pair of palms forcibly blocked the palm of the Great Tao. His Holiness? All the officials suddenly cheered excitedly. Husband. Qin Xian was also very excited. Father. Brother-in-law. Cries of surprise rang out continuously. At this moment, Gu Hai's appearance was beyond everyone's expectations. In the starry sky, 30's eyes narrowed, and he looked at Gu Hai in disbelief. Gu Hai's palms forcibly blocked the palm of the Great Tao. In the distance, Jiang Chun also narrowed his eyes. Chapter 1283. A pair of palms blocked the palm of the Great Tao. Almost every expert in the world felt their hair stand on end. Previously, the officials of the infinite celestial capital were prepared to sacrifice themselves, but now that His Holiness had returned, they were naturally ecstatic. After that, all that was left was a cold gasp. That was the palm of the Great Tao, the power of 3,000 Great Taos. It was blocked by His Holiness's palms. In the starry sky, 30's pupils constricted. He couldn't believe it. Impossible. 3,000 Great Taos. That's the power of 3 souls of the Torch Dragon. How could it be blocked? He can't do it. 30 stared at the fierce-looking Gu Hai with a sinister expression. Outside Songjie residence. Just now, when Immortal 6 Paths killed Qi with one palm, the boundary of Songjie residence was instantly broken. When Gu Hai stepped out with the 3 of them, the dense aura made even Long Out Yin tremble. Jiangchen also revealed a look of surprise. This was because the auras of Gaochen, Ziwei, and Changsheng were still fine, but Gu Hai's aura made Jiangchen realize that his breakthrough was huge. This huge breakthrough couldn't be seen directly, but Jiangchen knew that Gu Hai was very strong. Until just now, when Gu Hai blocked the palm of the Great Tao with his palms, Jiangchen finally realized how strong he was. Allah! Am I seeing illusions? Is this real? Gu Hai blocked the 3,000 Great Tao with just his physical body? That's impossible. 3,000 Great Tao is invincible. Long Out Yin said in shock. Who said that the 3,000 Great Tao is invincible? Jiang Chun said in a low voice. 3,000 Great Tao is just the 3 souls of the Torch Dragon. Although it is the creation of heaven and earth, and is incomparably powerful, it is only a part of the Torch Dragon. The Torch Dragon's power surpasses the 3,000 Great Tao. 30 can also block the 3,000 Great Tao. Jiang Chun said solemnly. Long Out Yin was confused. I can also block the 3,000 Great Tao. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with determination. Long Out Yin looked at Jiang Chun in shock. In the distance, Gu Hai did it. A pair of fleshy palms blocked the palm of the Great Tao. He looked at the Immortal in the distance with a ferocious expression. Just a little bit more, and the most important people in this group of people would have been wiped out. Now that the Qi is crippled, the Qi is dead. Immortal of the 6 Paths, we have told you before that we will kill you every time you step into our Dahan. Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression. Impossible. Gu Hai, you think you can stop me with just your physical body? Impossible. Immortal of 6 Paths exclaimed. Roar. Gu Hai suddenly let out a roar. The hands that were blocking the palm of the Great Tao suddenly tore violently. Kaboom! The huge palm of the great Tao was torn apart by Gu Hai's ferocious strength. Roar! Countless officials and citizens in the infinite celestial capital roared in excitement when they saw Gu Hai tear apart the palm of the great Tao. This was his holiness of the Dahan's invincible his holiness. So what if it was an immortal's palm of the great Tao? His majesty was capable of tearing it apart. Impossible. How did your strength increase so much? Complete deity stage? You're already in the complete deity stage? Immortal of six paths stared at Gu Hai in shock. That's right. We are already in the complete deity stage. So, Immortal of six paths, it's time for you to die, Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression. With a ferocious expression, Gu Hai's roar reverberated throughout the world. Citizens of the great Yin, celestial capital, Gu Hai, have come out of seclusion. You destroyed your country to save the Dahan. Gu Hai came too late and couldn't save you. Today, I will kill the Immortal to avenge you. Gu Hai shouted. Boom! Gu Hai's voice instantly spread throughout the world of the living. In the great Yin, celestial capital, the citizens of the great Yin, celestial capital, who were grieving over the death of the great Yin, celestial capital, immediately raised their heads and looked in the direction of the infinite celestial capital. Although they couldn't see that far, they could confirm Gu Hai's identity. Kill the devil. We beg the Dahan to kill his holiness and avenge his holiness. Kill the Immortal. Cries of grief sounded in Dongfang. Gu Hai tore apart the palm of the great Tao and stepped out. Charging straight for Immortal of six paths, Gu Hai's move had indeed frightened Immortal of six paths. Immortal of six paths immediately retreated. Gu Hai, even a perfected god, can't be so strong. How did you do it? Immortal of six paths said in shock and anger. In his shock and anger, he didn't believe in Gu Hai's strength, and once again struck with the palm of the great Tao. Boom! The vast palm seemed to have the power to destroy the world. Gu Hai flipped his hand, and the Pangu axe appeared in his hand. Slash! Gu Hai shouted. Boom! The axe light suddenly lit up the world and met the palm of the great Tao with a force that could split the world. At this moment, Gu Hai could fully use the Pangu axe. He didn't need to mobilize the power of the great Tao. With his current powerful physical body, he could actually use the full power of the Pangu axe. The vast power seemed to be able to split the world. The axe light rushed into the sky and crushed countless stars in an instant. The gigantic palm of the great path exploded with a loud bang and slashed apart. The remaining shockwaves hit the Immortal. Boom! The Immortal was immediately sent flying, and a large amount of blood flowed out of his chest. No, impossible. How can the sky-splitting axe be so powerful? Immortal of six paths cried out in shock. As he spoke, he waved his hand. This time, it wasn't the palm of the great Tao, but the 3,000 great Tao that rushed towards Gu Hai as if to block Gu Hai. Boom! The Pangu axe slashed out, and a great Tao phantom was cut in half. Boom! 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 When the sky-splitting axe was unleashed, the sky fell and the earth cracked. One after another, the great Tao phantoms were cut in half. These great Tao phantoms were condensed by the power of the great Tao, but now, in front of Gu Hai's Pangu axe, they were cut in half one after another like rags. Gu Hai was getting closer and closer to the Immortal. Sky-splitting axe? It's so powerful. The great Tao is like rags in front of it. In the distance, Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes and said in surprise, No, this isn't sky-splitting axe, it's Pangu axe. The Pangu axe over there? In the starry sky, 30 suddenly narrowed his eyes. 30 immediately stared at Gu Hai, and there was a flash of shock in his eyes. It's impossible for anyone to use Pangu axe. Even I can't do it. It's not that I can't reach this power, but that Pangu axe doesn't listen to me, Shakyamuni, and the others. Pangu axe doesn't recognize anyone, and no one can use it at will. The will of Pangu axe only recognizes one person, and that person is Pangu. 30's face suddenly turned ugly. 30 stared at Gu Hai below. With the sky-splitting axe in hand, he killed God and Buddha in front of him. He was singing loudly all the way to Immortal of six paths. So what if he had the great Tao? So what if he had 3,000 great Tao? In front of Pangu Axe, everything was like rags. The power of the 3,000 great Tao that Immortal of Six Paths was so proud of was so laughable. When Pangu Axe was used, it could split the world. Who could compete with the great Tao of destruction? Guhai was getting closer and closer to Immortal of Six Paths. Immortal of Six Paths was also shocked. Heaven-defying? Immortal of Six Paths thought about how heaven-defying he was back then. Back then, he had to go through so much trouble and scheme. He deceived the entire world, exhausted all his strength, and even destroyed his 9 bodies to kill an immortal. Moreover, even if he tricked the heavens out of the immortal dome, both sides would be injured, and there would be endless trouble. But today, Guhai was also heaven-defying. Guhai's heaven-defying was too terrifying. There weren't many schemes, only strength. That terrifying strength. When Sky-Splitting Axe was used, it destroyed everything. So what if he was an immortal? Slash. So what if he was a great Tao? Slash. 3,000 great Tao? Slash. It was like a hot knife through butter, and it was about to reach him. Immortal of Six Paths revealed a deep sense of regret. What kind of freak did he provoke? Guhai. If he had known that he was so freakish, he would have destroyed him at all costs. Now that he had become so powerful, was his doomsday power? Guhai's power surpassed his by many times. Once he broke through, he immediately reached the peak. They were both perfected gods. Why was other perfected gods different from Guhai's perfected gods? Bai Zizai and Black Bai Wuchang of the infinite celestial capital were both perfected gods. At this moment, they were also dumbfounded. At this moment, the 3 of them deeply understood Guhai's kindness. Guhai forced them to submit in the past. It was definitely a great mercy. They were also perfected gods, and so was Guhai. Compared to Guhai, their perfected gods were nothing. When Guhai's divine might was released, heaven and earth shook. Jiang Chun revealed a look of shock. That ferocious and invincible aura was a feeling that even Jiang Chun couldn't grasp. Of course, Jiang Chun was more happy. Ha, ha, good, Guhai. No wonder Cang Jie is willing to die for you. You will definitely become 30's great enemy. 30's great enemy. Jiang Chun roared with incomparable excitement. In the starry sky, 30's eyes were fixed on Guhai. After recovering from his shock, he remained silent for a long time before trembling with anger. Pangu? Pangu? You old bastard. You're actually not dead? 30's expression was ferocious, and his eyes flashed with shock. Of the immortal dome, only Pangu was feared by 30. Of course, in the end, under 30's efforts, Pangu's everything was seized by 30. Pangu was destroyed in body and soul under 30's full power. But now, Pangu was resurrected? No, this was Guhai. Guhai was Pangu's reincarnation. Otherwise, why would Pangu's axe only listen to him? Guhai's power hadn't reached a level that terrified 30, but Guhai's identity was enough to make him tremble. Pangu? Even if Pangu returns to his peak, he won't be a match for me. I've already broken through. 30 snorted. Although 30 was no longer afraid of Pangu, the name Pangu was still a nightmare for him. He couldn't let it go. In the distance, the 3,000 great Daos were no match for Immortal Six Paths. Immortal Six Paths was about to lose. No, 3,000 great Daos, follow my command. 6 paths of reincarnation. Come out and help me destroy the enemy. Immortal Six Paths roared. Sun Yuan in his hand trembled as he mobilized all of his power. Wong. Once again, the 3,000 great Daos floated in the air, and the pillars of 6 paths of reincarnation appeared. Immortal Six Paths struck out again. This time, it was the palm of the great Daos that killed Qi. Its power was more than 5,000 great Daos. The vast power could kill even Qi in an instant. Now, another palm struck towards Guhai. Immortal Six Paths? It seems that you're only SOSO. Then let's end it here. Guhai said coldly. End it? You'll have to break my palm first. Immortal Six Paths struck again. Sun Yuan? Mobilizing the 3,000 great Daos and 6 paths of reincarnation, But now, the 3,000 great Daos are not yours alone. Gu Hai said coldly. Not mine alone. Do you think you can mobilize the 3,000 great Daos too? Ridiculous. Immortal Six Paths said disdainfully. Chest Dao imprisoned. Gu Hai waved his hand. Among the 3,000 great Daos that Immortal Six Paths controlled, the Go Dao laws suddenly lit up as though Gu Hai was controlling them. Then, the Go Dao laws trembled, and the 750 great Daos stopped moving. The energy surging towards Immortal Six Paths, Great Dao Palm instantly withdrew. What? Immortal Six Paths' expression changed. Zither Dao imprisoned. Suddenly, there was a loud shout. Gao Qin waved his hand in the limitless celestial capital. Book Dao imprisoned. Beside him, Ziwei shouted. Painting Dao imprisoned. Chang Sheng shouted. Wang. Immortal Six Paths instantly lost control of the 3,000 great Daos. At this moment, the 3,000 great Daos were controlled by Gu Hai, Gao Qin, Ziwei, and Chang Sheng. Impossible. My 3,000 great Daos? You're all literary cultivators? I've already collected all the laws of the literary path. Why? Immortal Six Paths exclaimed. You've only used Sun Yuan to seal the connection between the four great Daos and all living beings. However, the four great Daos are still in the world. Others can't connect with the great Daos, but my chess power has completely analyzed the great Dao of chess. Gao Qin, Ziwei, and Chang Sheng have also completely analyzed the great Dao of zither, calligraphy, and painting. You can't seal us. Freeze! Gu Hai shouted. Boom! The 3,000 great Daos stopped moving completely. Immortal Six Paths Palm was only left with the power of the Six Paths reincarnation. The current palm was weaker than the 3,000 great Daos, so how could it compare to Gu Hai and his Pangu axe? Genesis Splitter. Gu Hai shouted. Boom! Pangu axe slashed down. The vast power instantly split the palm of the great Dao. The axe was fierce, but it didn't weaken much. In an instant, it arrived in front of Immortal Six Paths Dai. Gu Hai shouted. No! Immortal of Six Paths opened his eyes wide and roared. Boom! Pangu axe instantly split Immortal Six Paths. Chapter 1284. The Pangu axe cleaved the heavens and earth. The palm of the great Dao was instantly destroyed. The axe's power rushed toward the Immortal of the Six Paths like a hot knife through butter. Die! Gu Hai shouted. No! The Immortal of the Six Paths opened his eyes wide and roared. Boom! The Pangu axe cleaved the Immortal of the Six Paths in half. The Immortal's eyes widened in disbelief. However, it was too late. The Sky Splitter axe passed by, and the Immortal's body exploded into billions of pieces. Buzz! The 3,000 shadows of the great Dao slowly disappeared. The world seemed to have quieted down in an instant. Many people stared with their eyes wide open, unable to believe that this was all real. Gu Hai's strength had reached such a terrifying level after just one seclusion. That was an immortal. An immortal! How could he explode in an instant? Hichu, the little golden dragon on Long Wanyu's shoulder, opened his eyes wide. Xianyuan City. This is impossible. The immortal died? Exploded? Long Outyin said in disbelief. Sky Splitter Axe? What a powerful Sky Splitter Axe. Jiang Qin's eyes flashed with amazement. At this moment, the strength that Gu Hai displayed made Jiang Qin feel a great threat. This power was able to slay an immortal in just an instant. The immortal who was arrogant just a moment ago, the number one immortal in the world. In the blink of an eye, he was killed by Gu Hai's axe. In the starry sky, 30 had a ferocious expression. Gu Hai? Pangu? It really is you. You're still alive after all? Oomph. If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. 30 stared at Gu Hai. Above the boundless celestial capital, everyone was no longer shocked. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Bai Zizai looked at the Hui beside him, then at the abyss on the ground. The Hui had died in that deep pit. Such an immortal was killed so easily by Gu Hai. This scene made everyone unable to calm down for a long time. Dead. Xing Tian, who was standing at the entrance of the Flame God Hall, asked blankly. His Holiness, Gu Hai has avenged you. He knelt down with red eyes. No, little Six isn't dead yet. In the distance, Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes and said, Bang! The Sage of the Six Paths' body exploded and fell from the sky. Everyone thought that the Sage of Six Paths was dead. But no, immortals had the bodies of heavenly gods, and they had cultivated the art of creating thousands of clones and merging with all things. Their bodies exploded, and the Celestials suffered heavy losses. However, they didn't lose their consciousness. Instead, they hid their consciousness in the fragments of their bodies and escaped to the ground. Only Jiang Chun knew that the Sage of Six Paths had escaped to the ground. No one else was discovered. However, Gu Hai discovered a trace of abnormality. What about Sun Yuan? The Sage of Six Paths was dead, but Sun Yuan should still be alive. Where did Sun Yuan go? Gu Hai immediately felt that something was wrong. Then, he lowered his head and looked. At this moment, the fragments of the Sage of Six Paths had fallen to the ground as if they were going to merge with the ground. Boom! However, at this moment, a raging fire suddenly erupted from the ground. The Sage of Six Paths suddenly screamed from the ground. What? He's not dead yet? Is that the Sage of Six Paths? Impossible. Countless people looked at the ground in shock. Just now, it was indeed the Sage of Six Paths' scream. The Sage of Six Paths is not dead yet. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. At this moment, a large number of fragments of the Sage of Six Paths appeared on the ground. They were all forced out by the underground fire. Boom! The fire burned fiercely, forcing out all the fragments that were trying to hide underground. The fire of Drought Demon? The Sage of Six Paths is not dead yet. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Immediately, Gu Hai rushed to the abyss below. Kill him, kill him. The Sage of Six Paths' weak voice came from the abyss. His Majesty? In the distance, Ho, Yi, and Xing Tian's expressions changed abruptly as they revealed wild joy. Whoosh! The two of them rushed over without hesitation. At this moment, the Sage of Six Paths was blasted into countless fragments by Gu Hai's heaven-splitting axe. He was almost powerless to resist. The fire of Drought Demon of Six Paths forced him to be powerless. It was obvious that the Sage of Six Paths was extremely weak. The Sage of Six Paths' voice came from the abyss. He wanted Gu Hai to kill the Sage of Six Paths. However, Gu Hai was more concerned about the Sage of Six Paths in the abyss. Whoosh! Gu Hai rushed to the bottom of the abyss. Bai Zizai, Gu Han, He Bai Wuchang, Ho Yi, and Xing Tian immediately rushed over. Kill! 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 Everyone immediately attacked the fragments of the Sage of Six Paths. At this moment, the fragments were no match for Bai Zizai and the others. In the blink of an eye, they were killed. You are courting death. No. The Sage of Six Paths' miserable cries rang out endlessly. At this moment, the Dahan's ministers cheered. Even if the Sage of Six Paths did not die, he was thoroughly defeated. Did Gu Han and the others not kill him at will? Gu Hai rushed to the bottom of the abyss and immediately saw the Sage of Six Paths. The Ho's injuries were extremely serious and miserable. His entire body was already shattered like a pile of dregs. There were numerous cracks all over his body, to the extent where even his 3 souls and 7 spirits were shattered. Clearly, he was already dead. Only a wisp of remnant consciousness remained. However, it maintained its general form. Perhaps it would turn to dust in the next moment. However, the Sage of Six Paths did not. When Gu Hai saw the Sage of Six Paths' condition, he did not dare to hesitate. He immediately laid a ritual array, locking the fragments of the Sage of Six Paths' soul in the center. At the same time, he drove the heaven-mending energy into the Sage of Six Paths' body. However, the heaven-mending energy could not heal the Sage of Six Paths' injuries. The Sage of Six Paths' body had already turned into slag. However, under the ritual array's lock, the fragments did not scatter. Gu Hai, we have been waiting for you to come out of closed-door cultivation, the Sage of Six Paths said with a bitter smile as he looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked at the Sage of Six Paths. At this moment, the Sage of Six Paths looked like a living corpse. Even Gu Hai could not save him. I will help you find the Nirvana pill and revive you. A determined look flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. We no longer owe you a favor, right? The Sage of Six Paths asked NLY as he stared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. You no longer owe me a favor. On the contrary, I owe you a lot this time. Don't worry. I will revive you. As long as I am around, your great Yin dynasty will never be destroyed. No. The Sage of Six Paths sighed softly. What? Even if the Nirvana pill comes, it will not be able to restore us to our peak. Everything that we cultivate depends on luck. The Nirvana pill can only bring us to the peak of the Vermilion Bird Realm at most. It will never be able to return us to our original state. Since you owe us a favor, then owe us completely. What? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Pass down my order. From now on, the Great Yin dynasty will officially submit to the Dahan Heaven dynasty. All subjects of the Great Yin dynasty will listen to Gu Hai's arrangements. Anyone who disobeys will be punished for treason. The Sage of Six Paths suddenly said. In the desolate city, the collapsing sea of fate suddenly trembled slightly. The Sage of Six Paths that was about to collapse suddenly received an order, and its entire body shook. Roar! The Sage of Six Paths instantly turned into a golden dragon of fate. With a dragon roar, the voice of the Sage of Six Paths instantly spread throughout the Great Yin dynasty. Pass down my order. From now on, the Great Yin dynasty will officially submit to the Dahan Heaven dynasty. All subjects of the Great Yin dynasty will listen to Gu Hai's arrangements. Anyone who disobeys will be punished for treason. The voice was loud, and the ears of the people in the 13,000 cities were filled with the sound of the Sage of Six Paths. His Holiness? His Holiness is not dead. That's impossible. Didn't the fate collapse? It's His Holiness. It's His Holiness. His Holiness is still alive. Submit to the Dahan Heaven dynasty? Did His Holiness say that? Many people of the Great Yin dynasty who were grieving were stunned. They were stunned. Then, they were all overjoyed. The fact that His Holiness could speak meant that they had not reached the saddest moment yet. Roar! Rumble! The surging fate of the Great Yin dynasty suddenly surged towards the Dahan Heaven dynasty and rushed towards the limitless celestial capital's Sea of Fate. The limitless celestial capital's Sea of Fate also instantly roared and churned nonstop. Gu Hai felt the change in the Sea of Fate, and bitterness flashed across his eyes. You didn't have to do that. However, the Sage of Six Paths stared at Gu Hai. It's useless. 30 will be back soon. I don't know if I can save him. Even if I can, he won't be able to return to his peak. As I said just now, since you owe me, then you owe me completely. As the Sage of Six Paths spoke, a ball of flames slowly flew out from the fragments of the Sage of Six Paths. These are the 200 great Tao that I inherited from Jiang Lianshan. Actually, they are one with the 100 great Tao that Matriarch Ji stole. 300 of them form a vein, the Xing vein. Although Jiang Lianshan's abilities were not good enough, and his calculations were in vain, his painstaking collection and many years of deduction, as well as his Fire God's deduction in the East Spirit Fire Sea, he finally deduced the Xing vein. It's a pity that he won't be able to enjoy it. The Sage of Six Paths sighed and smiled. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Xing vein? Quick, it's going to break open soon. Quickly collect it. The Sage of Six Paths said weakly. Who? Gu Hai collected it, and the flame necklace entered the Immortal Dome of Ancient. In the Immortal Dome of Ancient, the Book of Life and Death rapidly duplicated. At the same time, the Immortal Dome of Ancient quickly merged. Lin vein, live vein, Xing vein. Now you could be considered to have grasped 900 great Tao. This is different from Sun Yuan. Although Sun Yuan could control the power of the 3,000 great Tao, he could only control it. He did not have all the clear lines of the 3,000 great Tao, nor did he have any spirituality. However, you're different. You already have 900 great Tao lines, and you have the most detailed ones. Even if these 900 great Tao are gone, you can recreate them. The Sage of Five Paths laughed. I am collecting these great Tao that has been deduced. You just gave it to me like this, and I owe you more and more. Gu Hai said bitterly. More is better. More is better. In the future, you will repay me even more. The Sage of Five Paths looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai nodded. Today's grace, Gu Hai will never forget it. Also, my zombie ancestor seeds, fire attribute zombie ancestor seeds. You can take them as well. I have fully developed them. If there is a chance, merge the 4 zombie ancestor seeds. Solemnly, the Sage of Five Paths said, merge the 4 zombie ancestor seeds? Gu Hai was puzzled. That's right. Those shaman tribe geniuses are really perverted. They copied Jiang Chun completely and created the 4 zombie ancestor seeds. As long as they merge into one, they will become the new Jiang Chun. The Sage of Five Paths explained. The new Jiang Chun? Gu Hai was shocked. It seems like you don't know. Back then, I saw that Dragon Godding was your subordinate, so I didn't make a move on him. You owe me. Remember this. This time, Dragon Godding is lucky. The Sage of Five Paths said bitterly. A fire seed and an ice seed floated out from the Sage of Five Paths. Gu Hai reached out his hand and sent them into the Immortal Vault. My greatly poetry of heaven and earth. I hid it in Jing Wei's hands. I gave her a necklace. Take it away. Gu Hai, protect Jing Wei for me. The Sage of Five Paths finally closed his eyes weakly. 37 heaven and earth chessboard. Condense the coffin of laws. Seal everything in the Sage of Five Paths. Gu Hai formed a hand seal. Boom. Heaven and earth energy surged, instantly wrapping around the Sage of Five Paths. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a coffin. The Sage of Five Paths had fallen into an eternal slumber. It could also be said that the Sage of Five Paths had died. However, before her death, her body and soul fragments were sealed here. Gu Hai looked at the coffin of the Sage of Five Paths. Deep emotions flashed through his eyes. Don't worry, Sage of Five Paths. If we defeat 30 paths in the end, if I am still alive, I will definitely return what I owe you 100-fold. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with determination. Chapter 1285. Outside the limitless celestial capital. Gu Hai carefully put away Huey's coffin. Carrying a surge of anger, he slowly flew out of the huge crater and flew to the surface. The battle was still going on. The Immortal of the Six Paths was a heavenly god. He could create thousands of clones and escape underground. However, the Drought Demon's fire forced all of them out. Guhan, Bai Zizai, He Bai Wuchang, Ho Yi, and Xing Tian killed a large number of them. Gaochen, Ziwei, and Chang Sheng used the power of the Great Path to search everywhere. They tried their best not to let any of the Immortal of the Six Paths escape. At this moment, the severely injured Immortals with thousands of clones couldn't even withstand a single blow. Die, die, die. In an instant, all of the clones were destroyed. When Gu Hai floated to the surface, most of them were already destroyed. Boom! With a loud sound, the last of the clones were completely destroyed. Did you kill them all? Bai Zizai roared. Almost all of the Immortal of the Six Paths clones were destroyed, right? Gaochen said. I don't have any here either. Ziwei said. No, there's definitely none here. Chang Sheng said. No, what about the Immortal Source? Guhan frowned. Immortal Source? The expressions of the group of experts changed. Sun Yuan was gone. There must be another clone of the Immortal of the Six Paths that escaped with Sun Yuan. Oh no, what should we do? He Bai Wuchang said anxiously. Although the Immortal is severely injured, he still has Sun Yuan. Once he recovers, won't he? Bai Zizai's expression changed. So what if he recovers? As long as he appears in the Dahan, I can still kill him. Gu Hai said with a serious expression. Everyone looked at Gu Hai. Yes, His Holiness had just killed the Immortal like cutting a piece of cloth. So what if he did it again? So what if he was an Immortal? In front of His Holiness, he could not even withstand a single blow. Everyone immediately felt relieved. His Holiness, how is His Holiness? Ho immediately rushed over. Xing Tian also turned to Gu Hai with an anxious expression. Gu Hai sighed lightly and said, The Ho's injuries are too severe. I'll seal him first. After we find the Nirvana pill, we'll think of a way to revive him. Ah, Xing Tian's heart sank. At the very least, it's not the worst-case scenario. He let out a long sigh. Gu Hai nodded and said, "Both of you, since Ho is not around, just take it that she is in seclusion again. The great Yin Sky dynasty will be temporarily managed by both of you." Xing Tian and Ho glanced at each other, then bitterly shook their heads. "We don't have the ability to manage the great Yin Sky dynasty. His Holiness, since His Holiness wants us to submit to you, he must have his own considerations. Before His Holiness is revived, we will enter the Dahan as subjects. When His Holiness is revived, we will ask His Holiness to let us return to the great Yin Sky dynasty." Solemnly, Ho looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked at the two of them and nodded. "All right, Xing Tian, Ho, greet His Holiness. Long live His Holiness." The two of them bowed respectfully. "Long live your Holiness. Long live your Holiness." Everyone in the boundless celestial capital suddenly bowed. After witnessing Gu Hai's invincibility, the citizens of the infinite celestial capital were naturally overwhelmed with excitement. They bowed to Gu Hai together and vented their excitement by roaring. Gu Hai took a deep breath and nodded. "All citizens of the Dahan, I, Gu Hai, have returned. I have already killed the 6 evildoers. The Dahan is here, so there is no need to fear the immortals." Gu Hai shouted. "Roar!" A dragon's roar suddenly sounded above the sea of Providence clouds. In an instant, Gu Hai's voice was transmitted to the ears of all citizens of the Dahan. The citizens of the Dahan immediately cheered. "Long live His Holiness! I knew that His Holiness is invincible. What a mortal! He's just a traitor. The Dahan is the rightful ruler of the world." Countless citizens cheered. Meanwhile, some people who still had some reservations about the Dahan widened their eyes. Is this true? The Immortal was defeated? That's impossible, right? His Holiness killed the Immortal? The world was in an uproar. Although the citizens couldn't see the battle just now, the huge earthquakes that shook the world showed how fierce it was. After such a great battle, His Holiness still won in the end? Who in the world could be His Holiness's match? The citizens cheered, and the world was shocked. Gu Hai led his officials to the infinite celestial capital. "Congratulations." Qi congratulated Gu Hai sincerely. "Qi, I've implicated you this time," Gu Hai said bitterly. Gu Hai now had 2 talent techniques. Although he didn't see Qi's battle with his own eyes, his control talent allowed him to recall the past. Gu Hai already knew just how terrifying Qi's sword Dao was. If he hadn't helped the Dahan, Qi wouldn't have been destroyed in body and soul. "I was the one who invited me here. You don't have to take it to heart. Besides, my consciousness is still there, so is my sword heart. Also, my 4 sword Dao disciples are guarding with their sword Dao. It shouldn't take long for them to recover. It's just a pity, Qi." Qi shook his head. "No matter the reason, if you hadn't come this time, the infinite celestial capital might have been destroyed. I have to thank you." Gu Hai shook his head and bowed slightly to Qi. Gu Hai bowed, and all the subjects of the Dahan followed suit. In the starry sky, on a star, the Immortal of the 6 Paths had thousands of doppelgangers, but most of them had been destroyed. Now, only one doppelganger was left, and it escaped with Sun Yuan. Gu Hai, just you wait. I will take revenge. I will make you regret it," the Immortal of the 6 Paths said with hatred. Whoosh! The Immortal of the 6 Paths turned into his human form and flew to a star. At this moment, the Immortal of the 6 Paths' body was illusory and extremely fragile. However, the ferocity on his face was not reduced at all. Whoosh! In an instant, the Immortal of the 6 Paths arrived at the center of the star, on a mountain peak. At the peak of the mountain, a person was standing there. It was Zhu Sanson. However, at this moment, Zhu Sanson was possessed by 30-second divine thought. Zhu Sanson, quickly, give me your Nirvana elixir. The Immortal of the 6 Paths flew over and shouted anxiously. Zhu Sanson turned his head and looked at the Immortal of the 6 Paths coldly. Trash. What did you say? How dare you? The Immortal of the Six Paths stared at him. I say, you are really trash. You have Senuan control the 3,000 great paths and the 6 paths of reincarnation. How could you be defeated so easily? If you're not trash, then who is? On the way, I helped you to undo the restriction on Sun Yuan, and your strength increased by 3 times. How could you be defeated so easily? If you're not trash, then who is? Zhu Sanson said coldly. Did you undo it for me? The voice I heard on the way was yours? No, you're not Zhu Sanson. The Immortal of the 6 Paths stared at him in shock. 30 looked at the Immortal of the 6 Paths coldly. The Immortal of the 6 Paths immediately reacted. You are 30? Didn't 30 possess Zhu Yi? Is this your second divine thought? Is it you? 30? 30 snorted. I don't care if you're 30 or Zhu Sanson. Now, give me Zhu Sanson's Nirvana elixir and help me recover quickly. The Immortal of the 6 Paths glared at him. Why should I give it to you? You're just a piece of trash. You are not worthy of my help. Leaving you to fend for yourself is already the greatest kindness I can give you. 30 said coldly. What did you say? How dare you talk to me like that? The Immortal of the 6 Paths glared at him. 30 looked at the Immortal of the 6 Paths coldly. Yes, I'm injured and weak, but I'm still an immortal. I have the Senuan. I can mobilize the power of 3,000 great Daos. Even if I can only mobilize a small amount, it is not something you can compare to. Do you want to die? Then don't blame me. I will take the Nirvana elixir myself. The Immortal of the 6 Paths coldly snorted. Suddenly, the Immortal of the 6 Paths activated the Senuan in his palm. The Senuan suddenly emitted a piercing red light. It was as if he was going to mobilize the power of 3,000 great Daos to destroy 30. 30 looked at the Senuan in the Immortal of the 6 Paths palm and sneered. You want to use this Senuan to deal with me? What? Are you afraid? I will stand here and let you try. How about that? 30 sneered. The Immortal of the 6 Paths' eyes flashed with a trace of viciousness. The Senuan instantly connected the 3,000 great Daos. Suddenly, the rolling power condensed into a palm of the great Daos. Although it was much weaker than before, it still made the starry sky tremble. The palm of the great Daos instantly hit 30. 30 did not resist and just stood there quietly. However, just standing there quietly made the Immortal of the 6 Paths feel uneasy. However, the Immortal of the 6 Paths still had a ferocious look on his face as he hit 30 with his palm. Boom! It was not a loud sound, but the moment the palm of the great Daos touched 30, it strangely dissipated into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. This is impossible. Why is my palm of the great Daos not effective on you? The Immortal of the 6 Paths shouted in shock. 30 slowly walked over. The Immortal of the 6 Paths continuously hit him several times, but he could not hurt 30 at all. All your power comes from this Sun Yuan? You are ridiculous. You still don't know that this Sun Yuan was created by me. How can it hurt me? 30 said indifferently. What? The immortal source was created by you? How is that possible? You are lying to me. The Immortal of the 6 Paths' eyes were filled with fear. Although he did not believe it, Sun Yuan was ineffective against 30, so the Immortal of the 6 Paths had no choice but to believe it. Back then, Torch Dragon recorded everything he cultivated in the Book of Life and Death. After his death, I obtained the Book of Life and Death. I extracted all the 3,000 great Daos recorded in it and condensed Sun Yuan. 30 said indifferently. Condensed Sun Yuan? That is not yours. The Immortal of the 6 Paths said coldly. No, you don't understand. What I mean is that the real Sun Yuan has been taken away by me from the Immortal Dome. I have been comprehending the real Sun Yuan for countless years, and that is how I became stronger and stronger. In the end, I reached the level of Torch Dragon and defeated Pangu. The real Sun Yuan has been taken away by me. 30 said indifferently. What did you say? Taken away by you? Then The Immortal of the 6 Paths stared. You guessed right. Before leaving the Immortal Dome, I made a defective copy of the real Sinuan and threw it to the heavens. Otherwise, why do you think the heavens could not comprehend Sinuan and reach the level of Torch Dragon for millions of years? That's because your immortal origin is a defective product to begin with. It's a defective product that I created. Do you think something made by me can hurt me? Ridiculous. 30 sneered. He reached out his hand and pointed. Bang! The Sinuan of the Six Paths suddenly exploded, turning into a large cloud of smoke and fire. No, my immortal source, no. This was the Six Paths' greatest trump card, but now it was gone. The Six Paths' heart was filled with panic. Give me back my Sinuan. The immortal of the Six Paths pounced on 30 in fear. The heavens are too stupid. How can someone like you become an immortal? You made me waste so much energy on you. Oomph. 30 snorted. He reached out his finger and pointed at the immortal of the Six Paths' forehead. At this moment, the immortal of the Six Paths realized that he could not escape from this finger. The aura of death instantly filled his body. The immortal of the Six Paths shivered. No, didn't you want me to help you deal with Jiangchun? Didn't you want me to help you deal with Guhai? Don't kill me, no. The immortal of the Six Paths screamed in fear. No need, 30 said coldly. Whoosh. 30's finger instantly pierced through the immortal of the Six Paths' forehead. I am on your side. 30 don't. Buzz. The immortal of the Six Paths' eyes went blank, and his consciousness was destroyed by 30. The immortal of the Six Paths was dead. Chapter 1286. Guhai led the officials of the limitless celestial capital and bowed solemnly to thank him for his help. Just as he was about to say something, boom, a wave of energy suddenly came from the starry sky. When Sun Yuan was crushed by 30's finger, he triggered the 3,000 Great Tao and immediately created a wave of energy in the void. Very few people could sense this kind of wave, but Guhai's current strength was still very sensitive. He turned his head to look at the starry sky. Coincidentally, he saw Zhu Sansan crushing Sun Yuan with a finger. Then, before the immortal of the Six Paths could dodge, Zhu Sansan's finger instantly pierced between the Six Paths' eyebrows. Vermilion bird? Nirvana pill? Guhai's eyes lit up. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Guhai stepped into the sky. All the civil and military officials appeared confused as they looked in the direction that Guhai was heading. Immortal of the Six Paths? Killed by Zhu Sansan? That's impossible. When did Zhu Sansan become so strong? Sun Yuan was crushed too? Bai Zizai said in surprise. Xianyuan City. Jiang Chun cast a spell and restored Xianyuan City to its original state. Originally, he was going to lead his subordinates back to the temple. Suddenly, Jiang Chun seemed to have sensed something and turned his head to look at the sky. Suddenly, Jiang Chun saw 30 on the star. 30's finger pierced between the immortal of the Six Paths' eyebrows. Little Six. Jiang Chun's eyes suddenly became angry. Boom! Jiang Chun instantly rushed into the sky and headed straight for the star. The immortal of the Six Paths? At this moment, his body was already extremely weak. Even if Zhu Sansan was not possessed by 30, he could still kill the immortal of the Six Paths by himself. His finger pierced between the immortal of the Six Paths' eyebrows and instantly destroyed the immortal of the Six Paths' consciousness. At this moment, 30's face suddenly darkened, and he turned his head to look below. He saw Guhai and Jiang Chun rush into the sky almost at the same time. Humph! With a cold snort, 31 took a step forward and shot off in another direction. 30 was now just a strand of divine sense. Even though his main body possessed monstrous might, he could not display much of it at this moment. Making an enemy out of Guhai and Jiang Chun was clearly not a wise decision. Oh, in the blink of an eye, Guhai and Jiang Chun arrived on the star almost at the same time. At this moment, 30 had just flown away. His consciousness of the Six Paths disappeared, and his body slowly fell to the ground. Isn't that Zhu Sansan? Guhai looked at Jiang Chun and asked. 30's divine sense possessed me, just like how it possessed Zhu Yi and lured me away. Jiang Chun explained. 30. Guhai suddenly raised his eyebrows. Boom! Without the slightest hesitation, Guhai shot forward, chasing after 30. However, at this moment, Jiang Chun only glanced at the leaving Gu Hai and no longer paid attention to 30's escape. Instead, he immediately reached out and helped the Immortal of the Six Paths, who was about to fall to the ground. Little Six? Little Six? Jiang Chun's expression was somewhat anxious as he channeled a strand of energy into the Immortal of the Six Paths, Wang. The Immortal of the Six Paths trembled all over. At this moment, Bai Zizai, Gu Han, Long Outyin, and the others had all arrived on the star. The Immortal of the Six Paths? Jiang Chun, what are you doing? Are you trying to revive him? Bai Zizai immediately glared at Jiang Chun and said angrily. Jiang Chun did not care at all and continued channeling a strand of seven-colored energy into the Immortal of the Six Paths. True Lord, is this the power of time? Reversing the time of the Immortal of the Six Paths and reviving him? Long Outyin asked curiously. Jiang Chun still ignored him and stared at the Immortal of the Six Paths. The Immortal of the Six Paths' body trembled and was covered with seven-colored energy. 30? As expected of 30, a strand of his divine sense can destroy everything about Little Six and cut off his timeline. Jiang Chun's face was gloomy. Wang, the Immortal of the Six Paths, slowly opened his eyes, but he was extremely weak at this moment. He looked at Jiang Chun with hazy eyes. Jiang Chun, you saved me? The Immortal of the Six Paths looked at Jiang Chun in disbelief. Little Six, this time, I have no other choice. Unless I devour and refine 30 and absorb everything about him, I can only keep you alive for a short while. Jiang Chun revealed a trace of sadness. So you can't save me? If you can't save me, then don't pretend to be merciful. After all, you have never cared about me. The Immortal of the Six Paths smiled bitterly. When Gu Han and the others saw that the Immortal of the Six Paths could only live for a short while, they did not continue to be aggressive towards Jiang Chun. Instead, they looked at 30, who was chasing after Gu Hai. 30 only had a strand of divine sense now. Naturally, he knew that he was no match for Gu Hai. He was about to be caught by Gu Hai. 30 revealed a trace of malevolence. Gu Hai? Fine. Let my strand of divine sense see how much strength you have recovered. How much weaker are you compared to Pangu? Boom! With a loud sound, 30 suddenly fell to the ground like a meteor and instantly plunged into the ground below. Gu Hai coldly snorted and did not hesitate to chase after him. Boom! A large amount of earth and rocks were blasted out. Gu Hai also instantly chased after him. Rumble! The ground was violently churning. Obviously, Gu Hai and 30 were chasing after each other quickly underground. Gradually, the churning of the ground became smaller and smaller. His Holiness chased after Zhu Sanson deep underground. Bai Wuchang's face sank. Gu Han was silent for a moment. Father will definitely return safely. That's right. His Holiness's current strength can be said to be invincible. How can that Zhu Sanson be His Holiness's opponent? Black Impermanence laughed. That's not Zhu Sanson, Bai Zizai said with a gloomy face. Not Zhu Sanson? Everyone looked at Bai Zizai. That aura, it's like 30's. 30's divine sense? Bai Zizai's eyes were filled with fear. 30? Everyone looked at the already calm underground in surprise. The ground was calm, but everyone knew that the battle between Gu Hai and 30 had become even more intense. Because the two had already entered the depths of the ground, the deeper they went, the quieter the commotion outside. Everyone was worried. At this moment, they quietly waited. At the side, Jiang Chun hugged Little Six with a sorrowful expression. Little Six, do you know? At the beginning, I did want to use you, and I was very strict with you. I thought that my life was selfish, that I was only born to kill 30. In my heart, there was no place for other than killing 30. However, I never thought that as I watched you grow little by little under my guidance, I would experience the feeling of raising a child. The more I poured my heart and soul into you, the more I felt like a mortal looking at their own son. When you died for the first time, my heart was only slightly shaken. When you died for the second time, I was completely certain that I would revive you at all costs. When you died for the third time, didn't you realize? When you died for the third time, I started to indulge you. Even if you disobeyed my will, even if you hated me, I did not blame you. Unfilial son is still a son. Who would have thought that in the end, I was the one who harmed you? Jiang Chun revealed a sad expression. Died for the first time? Haha, died for the second time? Jiang Chun, don't be such a hypocrite. Your words are full of holes. I'm already a dead man. What's the point of saying all these things? Is there any meaning? Died for the second time? I only died once. How could there be a second time? The Immortal of Six Paths stared at Jiang Chun with a strong hatred in his weak state. Twice. You know it yourself. Before you, I taught two little sixes. Have you forgotten? Or have you not recovered the memories of your previous lives? Only once? Jiang Chun looked at the Immortal of Six Paths. What did you say? The two little sixes before me were both me? Impossible, impossible, you lied to me? Haha, you lied to me. The Immortal of Six Paths stared at Jiang Chun with deep disbelief in his eyes. You don't know? Then why did you say that you died before? Why do you hate me? Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes and felt that something was wrong. Stop pretending. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. The Immortal of Six Paths said in disbelief. I still have two memories of your previous lives. See for yourself. Jiang Chun said with a trace of astonishment. As he spoke, he gently tapped the Immortal of Six Paths' forehead. Two rays of blue light entered the Immortal of Six Paths' forehead. Wong. The Immortal of Six Paths trembled. After trembling, the Immortal of Six Paths' eyes suddenly opened wide. Then, as if he had a terminal lucidity, a lot of information flashed through his mind. How? Those two little sixes were me? You resurrected me twice? The Immortal of Six Paths showed a trace of confusion. You don't know these two memories? That's impossible. When you reincarnated, you should have kept your memories. Jiang Chun frowned and said, No, these two memories are mine. It's just that they were sealed by an inexplicable force. So I didn't know that they were sealed by an inexplicable force. 30? The Immortal of Six Paths' face was filled with shock. Your previous two memories have been sealed? Then how do you know that you died? Because of your own death. You hate me so much? Jiang Chun seemed to smell a conspiracy. The Immortal of Six Paths looked at Jiang Chun, his weak eyes flashing with a complicated look. Let go of your memories and let me read them. Don't resist, let go of me, Jiang Chun said with a sense of urgency. The Immortal of Six Paths instinctively resisted Jiang Chun, but in his last moments, he couldn't resist at all. Moreover, the Immortal of Six Paths was suspicious at this moment. Jiang Chun placed his hand on the Immortal of Six Paths' forehead, and suddenly, a red light entered the Immortal of Six Paths' forehead. Wong. Jiang Chun slowly closed his eyes and carefully checked the Immortal of Six Paths' resentment towards him. After a while, Jiang Chun's eyes became ferocious. In the heavenly path, reincarnation? That time you died? Impossible, impossible. During the reincarnation cycle of the heavenly Tao, I gave you 10 layers of protection. At that time, you definitely wouldn't have died. Moreover, after you died a second time, I didn't force you anymore. How could you have died? You came back from the dead, and it was 30 who saved you? Impossible. It wasn't 30 who saved you. It was 30 scheme? 30 scheme. Jiang Chun suddenly roared. At this moment, Jiang Chun's body emitted a monstrous anger, causing the entire planet beneath his feet to tremble. It was 30? It was 30 scheme? The Immortal of Six Paths revealed a look of despair. When Jiang Chun read the Immortal of Six Paths' memories, he also transmitted his plan to the Immortal of Six Paths' mind. At this moment, the truth was revealed. It was 30 who tricked the Immortal of Six Paths. At that time, it was not Jiang Chun who killed the Immortal of Six Paths, but 30 who killed him and framed Jiang Chun, then revived him, planting the seed of hatred in the Immortal of Six Paths. Because of that, the Immortal of Six Paths' temperament changed greatly. 30. Jiang Chun trembled in anger. The Immortal of Six Paths was getting weaker and weaker. He looked at Jiang Chun with a guilty expression. I'm sorry, Master. Jiang Chun lowered his head and looked at the Immortal of Six Paths. The Immortal of Six Paths was getting weaker and weaker. He seemed to have no strength to open his eyes, but 2 drops of tears fell from the corners of his eyes. He kept muttering, "I'm sorry, Master, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." After a series of regretful words, the Immortal of Six Paths completely lost all signs of life. Little Six. Jiang Chun hugged Little Six and roared in grief. Chapter 12, 87. Under the ground. Gu Hai chased after 30 like a hot knife through butter. The ground was thick and there were countless minerals. However, with Gu Hai's current strength, he was still able to break through the ground and chase after 30. The deeper he went, the greater the pressure from the ground. However, this pressure was not difficult for Gu Hai. As for 30, not long after he entered the ground, he seemed to have merged with the ground. There was no damage, but he seemed to have merged with the ground and moved quickly. Gu Hai, your speed is not enough. 30 revealed a cold smile, infuriating Gu Hai. How could Gu Hai not see through 30's scheme? 30 seemed to be purposely leading Gu Hai to the ground. However, Gu Hai had no choice but to go. The 30 in front of him was possessed by Zhu Sanson, and in Zhu Sanson's body was the Nirvana elixir that Gu Hai desperately needed. The Nirvana elixir had a certain time limit. If 30 died after an incense stick's time, the Nirvana elixir would be useless to her. He had to be fast. Roar! Gu Hai roared, and his body became more ferocious. More rocks were blasted away by Gu Hai's charge. Still as reckless as Pangu? Huh! 30 revealed a cold smile of disdain. Oomph! Gu Hai snorted coldly, and his speed increased by another notch. Soon, Gu Hai would reach the 30th mark. However, 30 suddenly formed a hand seal and shouted, "We're finally here. Gu Hai, gather all forces, Dragon Vein shakes demon." Around Gu Hai, a huge force was formed, as if an endless force filled Gu Hai's body. Boom! The powerful force sealed Gu Hai in an instant. Gu Hai was unable to move. What? Gu Hai's face darkened. Roar! 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 All of a sudden, the roars of countless dragons could be heard from all directions. Following that, it was as if billions of dragon veins swooped down on Gu Hai. Each dragon vein contained the power of the earth and sealed off Gu Hai. Wong! Gu Hai twisted his body, but he was unable to move. There's no need to struggle. This is the power of the dragon veins from all over the world. Oh, right, Dahan also has the dragon veins of the earth. It's a pity that you don't know how to use the power of the dragon veins. The power of the dragon veins of the Dahan can only use a small amount of the power of the earth. 30 sneered, laughing coldly. 30 slowly walked towards Gu Hai. Gu Hai's face turned cold as he shuddered again. Boom! Under the immense power, the surroundings only shook violently, but Gu Hai was still locked in place, unable to move. Your 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls are already strong enough, but the power of the dragon veins in the world is not something your 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls can compare to. 30 said coldly. The power of the dragon veins in the world? That's right, I don't know much about the dragon veins, but why would the dragon veins listen to you? What part of the torch dragon is the dragon veins? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. The torch dragon's physical body transformed into all things in the world, and most of them turned into the earth. In the physical body, there are some marks of the torch dragon, or rather the remnants of the torch dragon. These remnants roam the earth, gathering and mobilizing the power of the earth, which is the dragon veins of the earth. You don't know how to use them. Your Dahan's dragon veins can only control the land near the capital, but I can mobilize all the wandering dragon veins in the world. The endless power of the earth is at my disposal. Although the earth is the corpse of the torch dragon and no longer has the power to move, the dragon veins can help me gather the power of the earth to squeeze you to death. 30 sneered coldly. With a sneer, 30 approached Gu Hai. The dragon veins of the torch dragon are the remnants of the torch dragon's consciousness. In other words, it was once a part of the torch dragon's 7th soul, which is also a part of the torch dragon's god? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. That's right. You're in the middle of the torch dragon's brows. Here, thousands of dragon veins are at my disposal, and the torch dragon's physical body is at my disposal. Let's see how long your physical body can last." 30 sneered and walked towards Guhai again. Crack, crack, crack. With every step he took, the power of the earth pressed down on Guhai. The force grew stronger and stronger, and Guhai was about to be squashed flat. He couldn't even speak. 30 sneered. "Pangu's reincarnation? Hey, is that all you have? You're the god of creation over there, on par with the torch dragon. I took away your power, and your consciousness was reborn. Is that all you have? But that's right. Your consciousness has reached the limit of what it can do now. The power of the 3 souls and 7 souls can't be increased anymore." As he spoke, 30 reached out his hand and seemed to be pointing at Guhai's forehead. Guhai's face was twisted, as if he was struggling. Don't struggle. It's useless. You can only reach the limit of the 3 souls and 7 souls, unless you have another 3 souls and 7 souls, and double the power. Die, Guhai. 30 came over. Just as 30's finger was about to touch Guhai, Guhai's twisted face suddenly calmed down, and a cold smile appeared. This cold sneer startled 31, as if he felt that something was wrong. However, he saw Guhai's right hand move suddenly, and in an instant, it broke through the ground. Rumble. Even with the endless dragon veins blocking it, Guhai's power seemed to have broken through the endless shackles and rushed towards 30 like a hot knife through butter. "What? How can you move?" 30's expression changed. Rumble. With a loud sound, Guhai's right hand suddenly pierced into 30's dantian. 30 wanted to dodge, but it was too late. It was too close right in front of him. It was also because 30 had let down his guard and was ready to kill Guhai. In the end, Guhai still had a lot of power left. Rumble. 30's dantian suddenly exploded, and Guhai's hand reached in, as if holding something. Guhai's other hand also surged with endless power, and he grabbed 30's finger. Kacha! With a ferocious twist, Guhai instantly broke that finger. How'd you do it?" 30 exclaimed. Rumble. The right hand that was in 30's dantian was pulled out, and Guhai's right hand was holding a nirvana elixir. Nirvana elixir? Huh. Guhai laughed. If Guhai only had 1 set of 3 souls and 7 spirits, he would have been sealed by the power of the earth. However, Guhai did not have 1 set of 3 souls and 7 spirits, but 9 sets. 30 shuttled through the earth like a shadow, and it was difficult to chase after him. Moreover, Guhai was worried that he would not be able to find him, so he beat him at his own game and deliberately pretended to be captured to lure 30 into offering himself. If 30 wanted to kill him, he would have already materialized his physical body, and this was the best opportunity. Guhai crushed 30's dantian, preventing him from destroying the nirvana elixir. He grabbed the nirvana elixir tightly in his hand. With the other hand, he grabbed 30's finger. He pulled fiercely. Whoosh! The immortal dome of ancients opened, and Guhai wanted to pull 30 into it. Once 30 entered the immortal dome of ancients, no matter how capable he was, he would not be able to escape. 30 also had a lot of combat experience. Earlier, he did not expect Guhai to be so strong. Now that he fell for Guhai's trick, his expression immediately changed, knowing that the situation was bad. Whoosh! Nearly instantly, a 7-colored flowing light came out of Zhu Sanson's body. 30's spiritual sense came out alone. Whoosh! Zhu Sanson was immediately pulled into the immortal dome of ancients, with nowhere to run. However, Guhai did not bother with Zhu Sanson at this moment, using his great Tao energy to seal Zhu Sanson. Guhai also stepped into the immortal dome of ancients. Whoosh! Guhai immediately found Clam's coffin and opened it. He immediately saw Clam's shattered corpse sealed by the Godao laws. Without hesitation, he tossed the nirvana elixir in. Buzz! Clam's corpse trembled slightly. Seeing Clam slowly recovering, Guhai released a long breath and instantly exited the immortal dome of ancients again. However, the moment Clam came out, 30's spiritual sense had already traveled far away on a golden dragon vein. So, that is the case. Previously, this great one could not understand how you could move through the ground like a ghost. Even though you possessed Ju Sanson, his physical body could merge with the ground. It turns out that you were wrapped in the dragon vein and used the dragon vein's power to travel underground. Guhai's expression sank. Boom! At this moment, Clam slowly recovered. Guhai also fulfilled his wish and quickly chased after 30. Rumble. The ground moved quickly. In the distance, 30's spiritual sense, wrapped in the dragon vein, felt furious. Guhai, how much strength did you recover? Even the dragon vein cannot seal you? 30 was shocked and furious. Stop. This great one will tell you slowly, Guhai said with a ferocious expression. However, how could the current 30 listen to Guhai? He controlled the dragon vein and instantly traveled hundreds of millions of leagues. Guhai did not give up. Although his physical body was strong, he could not travel as fast as the dragon vein. The two chased further and further away. Guhai cannot catch up. Without controlling the dragon vein, you will never be able to catch me. Even if I am just a strand of spiritual sense, no one can touch me. Guhai, can you be any faster? 30 sneered. Guhai's expression darkened. Guhai could be faster, but the damage to the ground would be greater. At that time, the ground would be overturned, and the people on the ground would suffer. Guhai could only maintain this speed and watch 30 slowly escape. Pangu? Humph. So what if you were the reincarnation of Pangu? Back then, when you were at your peak, you lost to me, let alone now. Humph. 30 snorted and immediately shot into the distance, shaking off Guhai. Roar. However, right at this moment, a majestic dragon's roar suddenly rang out from underground again. As the dragon roar sounded, 30's dragon vein suddenly stopped moving. Whoa! Guhai instantly appeared in front of 30. What? Why is it not moving? Go! 30 exclaimed. Whoosh! Guhai grabbed the rainbow-colored 30 divine senses. Dragon roar? Who was that dragon roar just now? Who can control the dragon vein? 30 exclaimed. Bang! Guhai clenched the 30 strands of spiritual will into a clump with his palm. Then, he immediately used his energy to seal them in a small sphere covered in restrictions. Whoosh! At this moment, a ray of light flashed in the distance. It was Chongming who had arrived instantly while riding on a dragon vein. His Holiness, you caught it? Chongming was surprised. Guhai held 30 spiritual sense and nodded. Chongming, you were the one controlling 30's dragon vein. Yes, I have obtained the 7th soul of the candle dragon and some of the memories of the candle dragon. I can control the remnant will of the candle dragon between heaven and earth. Coincidentally, this dragon vein is one of them. When there was a huge commotion, I came to investigate, so Chongming said with a smile. Well done. Guhai praised. Chapter 1288. With Chongming's help, Guhai captured 30 strands of divine will. Well done. Guhai praised. His Holiness is too kind. Everything I have is a reward from His Holiness. Otherwise, I would not be in this world anymore. No matter what, without you, this strand of 30 strands of divine would have escaped. Guhai shook his head. His Holiness, the remnant thoughts of the torch dragon roam the earth. Now that I have the ability to do so, why don't I gather all of the remnant thoughts for the Dahan's dragon vein to devour? When the dragon vein is strong enough, it can even penetrate the 2 realms of yin and yang and combine them again. Chongming looked at Guhai and said, Penetrate the 2 realms of yin and yang? Guhai frowned slightly. Yes, His Holiness should also know that the 2 realms of yin and yang only share a piece of land. This piece of land is formed by the torch dragon's physical body, and it divides the entire immortal dome. The land of the 2 realms of yin and yang is just the 2 sides of the torch dragon's physical body. Chongming said, In the past, when I went into the void, I knew that the 6 paths immortal dome is in the shape of a sphere. It is empty inside, and it is the sky. There is a layer of land in the middle, which divides the immortal dome into 2 hemispheres. The sun and moon of the 2 realms of yin and yang are the same. They revolve around the immortal dome, but in the 2 realms of yin and yang, the qi of yin and yang will increase and decrease. Guhai nodded. That's right. I didn't expect the torch dragon to be so powerful. The earth formed by its physical body is so deep that even the dragon veins of the earth can't penetrate it. However, I believe that as long as we collect all the dragon veins in the world and some of the scattered dragon veins in the earth's core, our Dahan's dragon veins will definitely connect the two worlds and be vast and boundless. When that time comes, His Holiness will be able to mobilize the dragon veins of the earth and control the boundless power of the earth. Although the power of the earth's core that Yuan Shi, Tianzuan mobilized in the past was provided by the candle dragon, it was actually just the accumulation of the power of the earth's dragon veins. I can assist His Holiness in commanding the entire earth and controlling the candle dragon's physical body under Dahan. Solemnly, Chongming said. Guhai looked at Chongming and finally nodded. Okay, let's do it. Yes, Chongming answered. Since that's the case, I won't follow His Holiness to the outside world for the time being. I'll start collecting the dragon veins of the four directions. Chongming said respectfully. Okay, Guhai nodded. By the way, His Holiness, while you were in seclusion, I brought Kong Xian and the others into seclusion as well. I mentioned it to His Holiness last time. This time, it went relatively smoothly. In Fushi's 64 trigrams furnace, all of them broke through to the great circle of the gods. Chongming said with a hint of excitement. All of them? Guhai's eyes lit up. Yes, there's a lot of luck involved, but they all achieved it. Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, Dragon Goding, Scorpio, Shanghai Hen, Ao, Sheng, Mao Tianyun, and Goddess Ho too are all here. I've already asked them to come out of seclusion due to the previous shock. They should be heading to the surface now. Chongming said. Okay, I understand. Guhai nodded. His Holiness, take care. Chongming sent him off respectfully. Guhai nodded. Guhai took a step forward and soared into the sky, heading towards the world of the living. Not long after, Guhai arrived at the world of the living. Boom! With a loud bang, Guhai exploded a large amount of rubble and appeared on the ground. After coming out of the ground, Guhai couldn't wait to return to the infinite celestial capital. But when he turned his head, he heard the sound of an intense battle outside the infinite celestial capital. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of battles, Guhai frowned. But in the next moment, Guhai revealed a trace of a bitter smile. The one fighting wasn't a bystander, but Ho's sister, Jingwei, who had just returned from seclusion in the sun. Boom! Bai Zizai, who was already injured, was instantly sent flying by Jingwei's heavy attack. Master! Hey, Bai Wucheng anxiously rushed over. Don't attack! Bai Zizai immediately cried out bitterly to the two. Princess, His Holiness did it willingly. Princess, please calm down. Xing Tian shouted and tried to stop her. Princess, the ancient sage has already avenged His Holiness. Please calm down. It was His Holiness who wanted the great Yin to submit to the Dahan celestial capital. He also anxiously tried to dissuade her. However, Jingwei didn't care at all. At this moment, tears were flowing from her eyes. She let out a heart-wrenching cry. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. You caused my sister's death. I want you to be buried with her. Jingwei cried and charged towards the infinite celestial capital again. At this moment, Jingwei's strength was extremely fierce. Xing Tian and He couldn't stop her at all. With a single charge from Jingwei, they were all sent flying. Princess, don't. The two cried out miserably. However, Jingwei didn't care at all. She wanted to destroy the infinite celestial capital. Bai Zizai, who was injured, was about to charge forward again. Jing sacrificed himself for the infinite celestial capital. Chen Xian, Long Wanqing, and the others couldn't do anything. Since they couldn't do anything, I can only do it now. Bai Zizai looked at Jingwei bitterly. This Jingwei's strength wasn't any weaker than his. How did she cultivate? He was injured now, but he still couldn't stop her? Bai Zizai felt terrible for a while. Bai Zizai, you rest first. Let's do it. Shangwan Hen and Ao Sheng stepped forward. Screech! Jingwei roared and transformed into a huge vermilion bird. The vermilion bird roared and tore through the air with its sharp claws. Immediately, Two claw lights wrapped in endless sun flames surged towards the infinite celestial capital. 8. 9 mystic arts, 72nd layer break. Shangwan Hen glared and shouted. Boom! With a loud sound, the huge fist collided with the sharp claws. Immediately, one of Jing Wei's sharp claws was sent flying. Ao Sheng let out a dragon roar and also punched out. Boom! Jing Wei's other sharp claw was also sent flying. Rumble! Jing Wei immediately retreated in succession, revealing a shocked expression. Bai Zizai also stared at the two. Ow, how is this possible? Shangwan Hen's strength has already reached the ancient Xuanwu supreme strength? Ao Sheng's strength has also reached the ancient Azure Dragon supreme strength? How did this happen? Bai Zizai exclaimed. Jing Wei, Shangwan Hen, and Ao Sheng clashed once and was actually at a disadvantage. Immediately, he revealed a blank expression. He had improved so much. How could he still not be as good as them? He could not avenge his sister? Jing Wei's whole body was filled with grievance. You all bullied me. Sister, I will avenge you. Even if I die, I will destroy the infinite celestial capital. Jing Wei revealed a sinister look and roared. In an instant, Jing Wei's whole body was filled with endless sun core fire. What? Are you crazy? Jing Wei, you want to burn yourself and stimulate all your potential? No. Bai Zizai exclaimed. No, princess. Ho Yi and Xing Tian also exclaimed. No, the great Yin celestial capital will always belong to my sister. No one can take it away. Gu Hai, you liar. You killed my sister and want to take her great Yin celestial capital. I will fight it out with you. Jing Wei roared crazily. At the entrance of the infinite celestial capital, Chen Xian was very anxious. Quick, we must save Jing Wei. If Jing Wei died, the hand would not have the face to see Ming again. Kong Xian, Dragon God Ying, Mao Tianyin, and Goddess Ho Tu were about to fly out. No one expected Jing Wei to risk his life like this. Nonsense. Suddenly, a voice resounded in the sky. Just as Jing Wei was about to explode, he suddenly froze and looked at the sky in disbelief. Xing Tian and Ho Yi also looked at the sky in disbelief. Then, they saw the sky behind Jing Wei. Gu Hai stepped on the sky and came over. Beside him stood a woman. It was Ming, who had just come back to life. Ming? Everyone rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Ming also came back to life. Immediately, the officials of the infinite celestial capital were overjoyed. His Holiness? Xing Tian and Ho Yi exclaimed in surprise. Sister, Jing Wei also exclaimed in disbelief. As he spoke, Jing Wei immediately pounced towards Ming. Sister, they said you were dead. They said you were dead. Woo-woo. Jing Wei flapped his huge wings and flew over. Raging flames instantly burned the sky. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and immediately flew away with Ming. Gu Hai, what are you doing? Jing Wei stared at him. Ming has just come back to life and is still very weak. Princess Jing Wei, please restrain your aura. Gu Hai said. Oh. Jing Wei's expression froze. Jing Wei obediently transformed into his human form. Like a child who had done something wrong, he flew to Ming's side. Sister, are you okay? Jing Wei asked with concern. Ming looked at Jing Wei and smiled bitterly. She did not blame him anymore because she understood that Jing Wei was so reckless because he was worried about her. I am fine. Why aren't you apologizing to Gu Hai? Ming sighed and said, Jing Wei looked at Gu Hai unwillingly. Forget it. Jing Wei did it for you. I owe you. It is only right for her to throw a tantrum. Gu Hai shook his head and smiled. As for the other people in the limitless celestial capital, they were also quite understanding. Love a house, love its crow. With such a huge debt of gratitude, no one would blame her sister if she messed around a little. Phew! A group of people flew to the square of the limitless celestial capital. Why, Your Majesty, you've truly recovered. Ho Yi walked over with a hint of excitement in his voice. Just a little more time, and it was too late. Gu Hai finally found a nirvana elixir. However, although I am alive, everything will still be the same. From now on, the great Yin celestial capital will submit to the Dahan celestial capital and become part of the Dahan celestial capital. Solemnly, Ming said, "Ah, sister, that is your great yin celestial capital." Jing Wei was still unwilling. 30 is coming back. What is the use of fighting for the great yin celestial capital? The world must be unified immediately. Ming said, "Ah, yes." Jing Wei said with a hint of reluctance. Gu Hai looked at Ming with gratitude. "Thank you. I will assist you to take the great yin celestial capital into the Dahan celestial capital as soon as possible. From today onwards, I will temporarily stay in the limitless celestial capital." Ming looked at Gu Hai. "Okay." Gu Hai nodded. Ming looked at the officials of the Dahan celestial capital and was also very surprised. Shang Wanhen and Ao Sheng were both in the great circle of the gods. The Dahan celestial capital was unstoppable. Gu Hai walked in front of Ming again. "Ming, the situation was urgent." "I am sorry," Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. He was just thanking Ming when he suddenly ran away. This was indeed very rude. "Don't be sorry. I am relieved that Ming was saved." "Gu Hai, can you send me back to my residence?" Ming looked at Gu Hai and asked. "Sure." Gu Hai nodded. Chapter 1289. Gu Hai sent Zhua back to the South Sea. Gu Hai did not bring anyone with him. He left in secret. Whether the world was united or not, Gu Hai would do his best to protect Zhua. Soon, they arrived at an island. On the island, Dongfang Bubi, Shimin Chui Xue, Dugu Qiubai, and Zhang Sanfeng were already waiting. "Master, why didn't you ask us to come with you?" Zhang Sanfeng complained. "That's right. Master, we were in seclusion to comprehend the sword. When we were done, we realized that you had left. Master even set up a barrier for us so that we couldn't sense the chaos outside. If we went together, perhaps Master would also." Dugu Qiubai sighed. "You have reached the most critical moment of sword comprehension. You can't be disturbed." Chung laughed. "Thank you, Master." The four bowed to Chung gratefully. Then, the four looked at Gu Hai. "Greetings to His Holiness." Gu Hai nodded. "How long will it take for Zhua to recover?" The four looked at each other. Dongfang Bubi said, "Master should be able to recover soon in the sword dream, but I don't know how long it will take." "Don't worry, I won't abandon the sword." Zhua looked at Gu Hai and said, "If there's anything I can help with, just tell me." Gu Hai said solemnly, "No need. As a sword cultivator, as long as the sword is with me, I will recover on my own." Zhua shook his head. "All right." Gu Hai sighed. Zhua had sacrificed too much for the hand, but Gu Hai could not help. It was a pity. "Have the four of you fully comprehended sword cultivation?" Zhua looked at the four of them. "Yes, we are much worse than Master." Shimin Chui Xue sighed. During this time, the four of them admired Zhua from the bottom of their hearts. Zhua's talent in sword cultivation was so strong that even if the four of them worked together, they would still be inferior. "Since you have fully comprehended, it means that I was right not to disturb you before. In the following period of time, 30 can come back at any time. 30 wants to destroy all living things. You all may have to participate in the battle." Solemnly Bai said, "We await Master's orders." The four of them said respectfully, "Who?" Chung flipped his hand and took out 4 long swords. "This is?" Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. "These are the 4 immortal slaying swords of the Tongtian sect master. Back then, I took them and refined them. These 4 immortal slaying swords represent the immortality of our Wanshou Taoism. Once a mortal slayer is unleashed, who can contend against it? Invincible in every endeavor, unrivaled in every way. If Dongfang is not defeated, you will wield the exterminating immortal sword." Solemnly Bai said, "Ah, yes." Dongfang Bubi replied, "Once the slaughter immortal is unleashed, blood flows like rivers. When the sword reaches the plum blossom, blood stains the world. Shimin Chui Xue, you will wield the kill immortal sword." Solemnly Bai ordered, "Yes." Shimin Chui Xue took the immortal culling sword. Once the immortal trapping is unleashed, the heavens fall and the earth rends. Once the net is formed, there will be no return. Dugu Qiubai, you will wield the immortal trapping sword." Solemnly Bai ordered, "Yes." Dugu Qiubai took it respectfully. Once the end Immortal is unleashed, it will be sealed. Defend like a mountain, break like an ocean. Zhang Sanfeng, you will wield the end Immortal sword. Solemnly, by ordered. Yes. Zhang Sanfeng took it carefully. While I am recovering in seclusion, the four of you will await Gu Hai's orders. Solemnly, by ordered. The four of them looked at Gu Hai and nodded. Yes. Bai also looked at Gu Hai and said, you told me before that 30 would be back in a year at most. I don't know if I can participate in the battle, but these 4 disciples of mine will do their best. You should use them well. Their swordsmanship is not weaker than mine. Not weaker than yours? Gu Hai was surprised. That's right. The 5 of us created sword cultivation together. They have already comprehended it during their seclusion, which means that they have reached the same level as me. Moreover, they each have their own specializations. Sword cultivation with specialization is more lethal. Bai explained. Gu Hai looked at the 4 of them with a hint of surprise. Did this mean that there were 4 more Bai? Bai's strength was extremely terrifying. Back then, Immortal's 6 paths almost died under his sword. Moreover, the 4 of them form a formation with the Immortal slaying 4 swords, which is even more powerful. Bai explained. Gu Hai looked at Bai. Solemnly, he nodded. Thank you. Everyone is responsible for the Battle of Armageddon. You don't have to thank me. Bai laughed. Gu Hai nodded. Bai then walked to the main hall, where he was in seclusion. In the main hall, there was a light ball floating in the void. There seemed to be billions of sword chi circling inside the light ball. Master, please recover soon. The 4 disciples said respectfully. Bai nodded and stepped into the light ball. Buzz. As soon as he entered, Bai was instantly immersed and disappeared. This is Sword Dream? The place where you created the sword cultivators? Gu Hai asked curiously. Yes. Zhang Sanfeng nodded. His Holiness, Master arranged for us to listen to your orders. Now, what do you want us to do? Dongfang Booby asked. There's no need. 30 hasn't returned yet. You all stay here in Garbai. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. The 4 of them bowed to Gu Hai solemnly. Gu Hai also slowly left. Gu Hai left alone. The 4 sword cultivators represented the power of the 4 Bai. If it was in the past, Gu Hai would have been very happy. But now Gu Hai was puzzled. 30 wants to destroy the world. How strong is this 30? When Gu Hai returned to the limitless celestial capital. Boom! Above the starry sky, a light figure rushed down. It was Laozi who stepped back from the void. As soon as he returned to the limitless celestial capital, he was surprised by the changes in the world. Gu Hai, you came out of seclusion? Laozi looked at Gu Hai in surprise. Gu Hai nodded. Laozi's hands moved slightly, and the expression on his face changed for a while. In the blink of an eye, he understood the major events that happened in the world during this period. Panga's will? Panga's axe really recognized you? Laozi said with a trace of surprise. Gu Hai nodded. Panga's will? What does that mean? 30 has been saying that I'm the reincarnation of Pangu. You're not the reincarnation of Pangu. Pangu has fallen, just like the torch dragon here. He has already fallen. Laozi shook his head and sighed. Oh, but didn't Amitabha finally reincarnate as Zheng Fa Ming? Gu Hai was puzzled. Pangu and Amitabha are different. Panga's opponent was 30. 30 wanted to destroy him. So how could he give Pangu a chance to be resurrected? Before Panga died, he scattered his will to a region. Everyone born in that region has Panga's will. In other words, everyone in that region is Pangu, just like the thousands of demons in the Immortal Dome are all split off from the Torch Dragon God. Laozi explained. That's right. That region. Don't tell me it's Earth? Gu Hai asked with a trace of confusion. Laozi looked at Gu Hai and finally nodded. That's right. There are countless planets in our Immortal Dome. That's why the Immortal Dome is next to Earth. We're protecting Earth, Pangu's will, and Panga's bloodline. You mean everyone on Earth has Panga's will? Everyone is Pangu? Gu Hai was shocked. You can say that. Not only Panga's will, but everyone on Earth has Panga's bloodline. It's just that it's too weak to show its power. You, on the other hand, are relying on your perseverance to slowly make your bloodline purer and purer, making your will closer and closer to Panga's ultimate form. In other words, You're the closest person to Pangu. That's why Panga's axe recognizes you. Laozi explained. So that's how it is. Shock flashed through Guhai's heart. We're lucky that you're like this. According to my calculation, you haven't used all your strength yet? Laozi asked curiously. Yes, I still have some strength left. Guhai nodded. That's good. Laozi said happily. By the way, you want to chase 30. How is it? Guhai asked curiously. I've killed Zhuyi. 30's divine will is also broken. Some fragments have entered the void and should disappear soon. Laozi said confidently. Guhai nodded. That's good. This time, no matter what, I've failed in my duty. I'm very sorry. Laozi looked at Guhai and finally sighed slightly. Guhai looked at Laozi and sighed slightly in his heart. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't angry. If he hadn't protected the infinite celestial capital and all his family members were killed, Guhai would definitely be very sad. It was really dangerous just now. However, Guhai couldn't blame Laozi because Laozi no longer cared about personal gains and losses. For the lives of the Immortal Dome, Laozi could even give up his promise. It could be said that he had given up everything for the lives of the people. How could Guhai blame such a Laozi? Forget it. The infinite celestial capital is fine. Everything is fine. But how strong is 30? How could he make you and Jiang Chun so afraid? Guhai looked at Laozi and asked curiously, how strong is 30? Huh? Laozi's expression suddenly turned solemn, and he revealed a bitter smile. How much stronger is he than the Immortal of 6 Paths? Guhai asked with a frown. The Immortal of 6 Paths? What's the Immortal of 6 Paths? I can defeat him. 30 compared to him? 30 can kill the Immortal of 6 Paths with just a pinky, Laozi said bitterly. A pinky? Guhai frowned slightly. He immediately thought of the death of the Immortal of 6 Paths. At that time, 30 really did seem to be a pinky. He crushed Sun Yuan and then pierced the Immortal of 6 Paths between his eyebrows and killed him. A pinky? Don't think about 30's divine will. It's not counted at all. This divine will is nothing compared to his real body. His real body is so strong that perhaps all of us together are no match for him. Laozi said bitterly. He's that strong? Guhai was surprised. I don't know how strong he is now, but I know that before he took everything from Pangu, he seemed to have reached the level of the Torch Dragon. This is the message from Pangu's last will. Laozi smiled bitterly. Before Panga died, he had already reached the level of the Torch Dragon. He must be even stronger now. At that time, he was as strong as the Torch Dragon? Guhai's face darkened. Needless to say, Xianxiong knew how strong the Torch Dragon was. The god of creation. The 3,000 great Daos were his 3 souls. The 6 paths of reincarnation were his 6 souls. And all the demons in the world were his 7th soul, God. The earth was his body. The sun and moon were his eyes. And the stars were his hair. This was the dead Torch Dragon. His power had already manifested to such a terrifying degree. How strong was the Torch Dragon when he was alive? And now, 30, in addition to the Torch Dragon's inheritance, also had the inheritance of Pangu. How strong was he? Just thinking about it gave him a feeling of horror. Chapter 1290. Seize the shrine. Jiang Chun carefully buried the sage of 6 Paths' body in a coffin. Buzz! Just as Jiang Chun was about to close the lid of the coffin, a cloud of black gas suddenly emerged from the coffin. The gas seemed to want to escape from the coffin, but the moment it escaped, it was caught in the palm of Jiang Chun's hand. Creak, creak, creak. The black aura seemed to be struggling against Jiang Chun's grip. Jiang Chun slowly opened the coffin again. Inside the coffin, the 6 Paths Immortal was lying peacefully. This aura came from the 6 Paths Immortal's robe. Jiang Chun was confused. He reached his hand into the Immortal of 6 Paths and slowly took out a parchment scroll. He slowly opened it. The parchment scroll was filled with densely packed characters. These characters seemed to form a seal, sealing something away. The black aura that had just appeared was coming from this seal. The talent that little 6 grasped, Jiang Chun revealed a hint of surprise. But in the next moment, Jiang Chun was attracted by the words on the seal. Jiang Chun, damn you. A teacher for a day, a father for life. He deserved to live. He never cared about me at all. I was just a tool. Damn it. He taught me thousands of spells, helped me kill my enemies, and bought candied haws for me. He deserves to live. He didn't save me and watch me die. Damn it. He helped me climb a tree to get a kite, and even cooked a pot of lotus root soup for me. He deserves to die. There were many words on the seal that were hidden by the 6 paths. However, when these words were put together, they only contained 2 meanings. One was the hatred towards Jiangchun, and the other was the kindness towards Jiangchun. Although the whole story was about whether or not to kill Jiangchun, it recorded every detail of Jiangchun's time with the dominator of Samsara. In their past interactions, there were contradictions, warmth, anger, and touching moments. Word by word, he wrote out his complicated feelings towards Jiangchun. Because he had been deceived by 30, he felt endless resentment towards Jiangchun. However, every little thing was filled with reluctance and gratitude. Using these words as a seal showed how much the sage of 6 paths treasured these words. Solemnly, however, it was useless. The 6 paths had fallen, killed by 30, and would never return. As he watched, Jiangchun's eyes suddenly became moist. Long Out Yin and the others did not dare to interrupt, because this was the first time they had seen Jiangchun cry. Tears that had never appeared before appeared in Jiangchun's eyes today. Long Out Yin and the others nervously turned their heads. Little 6, I will definitely avenge you. Yeah, 30? Not only for myself, even if I have to sacrifice myself, I will avenge you. Jiangchun said with a ferocious expression. Boom! Jiangchun carefully closed the lid of the coffin. Holding the scroll, Jiangchun carefully put it away. Infinite Celestial Capital. Guhai and Laozi were discussing 30 strength. 30 was involved in Torch Dragon's death, and Panga's death was also caused by 30. It could be said that 30 killed 2 Immortal Firmament's creation gods. How strong was 30? You want to know 30's strength? I can tell you. Suddenly, a voice sounded beside Guhai and Laozi. The 2 turned their heads at the same time. They saw Jiangchun walking out alone from the entrance of the Divine Palace, with a ferocious look of hatred on his face. Whoosh! In an instant, Jiangchun stepped into the Infinite Celestial Capital. Jiangchun, Guhai's expression darkened. Laozi, you should be from another immortal firmament, right? Jiangchun looked at Laozi. Laozi looked at Jiangchun warily and finally nodded. Don't look at me like that. Our goal is the same. Kill 30. Jiangchun said with a hateful look. You just said that you know 30 strength? Guhai asked doubtfully. My physical body is the one before 30. The innate power of spirit cultivation is the power 30 had before he left. To be more precise, when 30 went to another immortal firmament, he didn't bring anything with him, only his soul and will. Am I right? Jiangchun looked at Laozi. It seems so. I used to think that his physical body was destroyed in the void. Laozi nodded. Guhai, give me all of your spirit cultivation power. I will use 30's physical body and 30 strength to show you 30 strength in the past. How about it? Jiangchun stared at Guhai. You want my innate power? Guhai frowned. Spirit cultivation is divided into 5 parts. Little 6 part is in my hands just now. The remaining 4 parts are sorrow, joy, separation, and reunion. I have the heaven and earth fusion endowment. The rest should be with you, right? Jiangchun looked at Guhai. Guhai was silent for a moment and nodded. Joy and sorrow are in my hands. Separation was also given to me just now. It's just that it's only the first stage now. It doesn't matter. Just give them all to me. As for the innate power, it's useless for you to try it on me. Because my physical body is 30, it's completely immune. Give them all to me, and I will show you my power. At the same time, I will also show you your power. Jiangchun said. In the previous battle, Jiangchun had a lot of expectations for Guhai. Naturally, he hoped that Guhai could be as strong as possible. Jiangchun also saw that Guhai was still able to fight against 6 Dao. He also wanted to know where Guhai's limit was. Give them all to you? Guhai frowned. He was a little reluctant. Regardless of whether the innate power was useful or not, every bit of power was extremely important to Gu Hai. How could he give them away, casually? Don't worry, I won't let you lose. How about this? Jiang Chun turned his hand, and a white ball appeared in his palm. Small Xinxiong? Gu Hai asked curiously. Give me 3 innate powers that haven't been cultivated properly. In my small Xinxiong are the Weapon Meridian, Fighting Meridian, Swordsman Meridian, and Qian Meridian. 1,200 Great Dao. How about this? Jiang Chun said solemnly. For Great Dao? That many? Gu Hai was surprised. If you can beat me, I can tell you where the other meridians are. Unfortunately, I can't get them. Jiang Chun sighed. Oh. Gu Hai was surprised. See for yourself. I don't have to lie to you. Jiang Chun shook his head. For Great Dao, the power level was not much lower than the 3 innate powers. More importantly, Gu Hai had not cultivated the 3 innate powers to the extreme. Gu Hai took the small Xinxiao. He activated it slightly and poured his divine sense into it. Suddenly, Gu Hai saw a vast Xinxiang that was not weaker than the ancient Xinxiang. At this moment, Jiang Chun removed his mark. Gu Hai could immediately sense 1,200 Great Dao. Is it true? Gu Hai looked at Jiang Chun in surprise. Can we exchange? Jiang Chun looked at Gu Hai. Okay. Gu Hai nodded without hesitation. As they spoke, Gu Hai took out a necklace. This is the Great Ode of Worldly Separation. I haven't cultivated it yet. Also, these 2 scrolls are the Great Ode of Worldly Compassion and Great Ode of Worldly Joy. Gu Hai took out 2 scrolls again. Rumble. In the sky above, rolling purple clouds and rolling black clouds suddenly appeared. The Eye of Sorrow and the Eye of Joy instantly burst out. As soon as the 2 eyes appeared, the void shook. You've already reached the 2nd stage, said Jiangchen solemnly. You've cultivated well. Unfortunately, the further you go, the more difficult it becomes. 30 points of power have their own order, and only I know what that order is. Rumble. On top of Jiang Chen's head, a white eye suddenly appeared. There was only the white of the eye, and there was no pupil. No, if one looked carefully, one would see that the pupil was still there, but it was as thin as a needle. All of a sudden, the Eye of Closure strangely split open from the center like a huge mouth and swallowed everything in one gulp. Wow! In one gulp, the Eye of Sorrow and the Eye of Joy were swallowed. Rumble. The clouds in the void suddenly churned as if the Eye of Sorrow and the Eye of Joy were struggling desperately. But at this moment, Gu Hai deliberately let go. Jiang Chun forcibly swallowed with his physical strength of 30. How could he resist the Eye of Closure? Moreover, the power of the Eye of Closure seemed to be stronger. Gu Hai had a feeling that this Eye of Closure should be at the 3rd stage. Roar! Jiang Chun opened his mouth and inhaled. Suddenly, the Eye of Closure rolled up all the clouds and was sucked into Jiang Chen's stomach. A terrifying aura was emitted from Jiang Chen's body. I will go back and refine this force. You should also refine the 4 branches of the Great Tao. After 10 days, I will come to you and let you know the strength of 30 before he left. Jiang Chun said solemnly. Okay. Gu Hai nodded. If you can defeat me. No, as long as you can defeat me, I will tell you all the secrets of 30. Jiang Chun said finally. Gu Hai nodded. Whoosh. Jiang Chen's figure flashed and disappeared. 30's strength before he left this immortal dome? Is there a need to compare? The current 30 must be stronger than before. Laozi frowned. No, at the very least, 30 could kill Torch Dragon. And Jiang Chun is the one who knows the most about 30. I also want to know how I compare to Jiang Chun and 30. Gu Hai said solemnly. Laozi nodded. In fact, Laozi also wanted to know Gu Hai's limit. Without any hesitation, Gu Hai gave a simple explanation in the boundless celestial capital and immediately went into seclusion. Time was short. According to Fushi's calculation, 30 would only return in a year. Moreover, whether it would be brought forward was still unknown. Gu Hai was racing against time now. In the Great Yin Celestial Empire, with the assistance of the Ho, there was naturally no problem. In 10 days, The immortal dome of antiquity had undergone tremendous changes. One day in the outside world was 10 years inside. 10 days in the outside world was 100 years inside. The immortal dome that Jiangchun gave had completely integrated into the immortal dome of antiquity in these 10 days. Looking at the immortal dome of antiquity with 2,100 great Tao, Gu Hai was excited. Gu Hai stepped out of the immortal dome of antiquity. He walked out of the training room. At the same time, Jiangchun also walked out of the divine, seizing temple. 10 days had allowed Jiangchun to fully refine his innate gift. He had reached the peak. Separated by an endless distance, Gu Hai and Jiangchun looked at each other. The world is fragile. How about you and I enter the void to fight? Gu Hai looked at Jiangchun in the distance. Enter the void? The power of your heavenly veins has weakened greatly. Don't you need to mobilize the power of the great Tao? Jiangchun asked doubtfully. No, let's go, Gu Hai said solemnly. Jiangchun looked at Gu Hai and nodded. Boom! The two rushed into the void almost at the same time. Chapter 1291. Gu Hai and Jiangchun soared into the sky and broke through the starry sky in an instant. Boom! The providence of the Great Han heavenly dynasty collapsed. However, at this moment, the ministers of the Dahan did not panic, because everyone knew that the battle between Gu Hai and Jiangchun would take place in the void. Now, the world was almost unified, and there was no one with ulterior motives to disturb the Dahan regime. After all, almost all the powerhouses were gathered in the Dahan imperial court. Laozi, Kong Xian, Long Outyin, Dragon God Ing, and even Qin Xianer went to the edge of the void to watch the upcoming battle in the distance. Gu Hai and Jiangchun, separated by a distance, looked at each other. From each other, the two of them could feel an extremely vigorous aura. Pangu's reincarnation? Gu Hai, I didn't expect that you were the Pangu that 3030 soul seeds never forgot. The only person that 3030 feared. Jiangchun looked at Gu Hai and sighed. I'm not Pangu. I just inherited Pangu's will. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Gu Hai shook his head. You're not Pangu? Jiangchun showed a trace of surprise. Why do you know Pangu? You just mentioned 30 soul seeds. Last time, when Fushi was resurrected, he trapped 30 soul seeds? Is it the same as 30's divine sense? Gu Hai asked curiously. Divine sense? How can divine sense be compared with soul seeds? You're right. From that soul seed, I extracted countless memories of 3030. If you can defeat me, no. If you can defeat me, I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything, said Jiangchun solemnly. Don't you think too highly of yourself? Gu Hai frowned. Think too highly? Ha! I've arranged all the power of spirit cultivators. Now, except for my consciousness, my strength is almost the same as before 30 left. Do you think I overestimated myself? Jiangchun said solemnly. Gu Hai looked at Jiangchun solemnly. In the past, Torch Dragon's descendant, 30 was the number one in the world. Now, in this world, even without me, you would still be the number one. Indeed, you haven't overestimated yourself. However, I still have a chance of winning. Come, Jiangchun shouted. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold as he clenched his fist. Ka ka ka. As he clenched his fist, the sound of strength could be heard, and a powerful aura was emitted. Who? Jiangchun and Gu Hai moved almost at the same time. They did not use fancy gang cheese. Instead, they charged at each other directly, using their powerful bodies to punch each other. Boom! Within the void, there was no space that could be torn apart. Even a simple sound was greatly weakened by the power of the void. Even so, this terrifying collision caused everyone's hearts to tremble violently. This power makes my heart skip a beat. It will definitely tear apart a large part of the void. Even I may not be able to withstand it. Black Impermanence said with an ugly expression. Bai Zizai glanced at Black Impermanence. You can't withstand it? Huh. Even I can't withstand it. You'll explode with this punch. Black Impermanence was surprised. In the distance, Gu Hai and Jiangchun's fists were in a deadlock. Both of them were using their powerful strength. Not bad. This punch is similar to Little Six power of the Great Path when he was at his peak. You're not just using that, right? Jiang Chen stared at Gu Hai and said solemnly. Of course, I'm worried that you can't withstand it. Gu Hai said solemnly. Don't worry about me. You continue. Jiang Chen shook his head. Okay, Gu Hai said with a cold look in his eyes. Gu Hai only used one set of the power of the 3 souls and 7 spirits just now. Since Jiang Chen could withstand it, Gu Hai naturally wouldn't hold back. 2 sets of the 3 souls and 7 spirits. Both of their fists were still pressed together, but a huge muffled sound suddenly came from the center of their fists. Bai Zizai and the other's eyelids twitched violently under this muffled sound. This was because with this second sound, a powerful golden energy flame appeared on Gu Hai's body. This flame dissipated in the void, but it was still extremely fierce. It doubled. Jiang Chun looked surprised. That's right. It's this power that withstood the palm of the Great Path back then. Gu Hai said solemnly. Back then, in the infinite celestial capital, Gu Hai withstood the palm of the Great Path with this power. However, Jiang Chun was still able to withstand such a terrifying power, which surprised Gu Hai. Jiang Chun lived up to his reputation as the strongest person in the world. If he could kill the Immortal of the 6 Paths, Jiang Chun could also kill the Immortal of the 6 Paths. Moreover, Jiang Chun still had some power left. It's not enough to deal with 30. Jiang Chun said solemnly. 3 sets. Gu Hai activated another set of the 3 souls and 7 spirits, and the terrifying power increased by another half. Finally, Jiang Chun was moved by this display of power. Jiang Chun opened his eyes wide and looked at Gu Hai in surprise. Not bad, not bad, this is good. Do you have more? 4 sets. When he used the 4th set, the golden flames around Gu Hai were as huge as a mountain. The raging flames made everyone's expression change, which was followed by ecstasy. On the other side, Jiang Chun finally revealed a strained expression. 4 times the power? 4 times? Gu Hai, are you really not Pan Gu's reincarnation? Jiang Chun asked in surprise. Gu Hai shook his head lightly. If it was a year ago, I might be surprised by your current power. However, this is not enough. Really, 30's power is not something you can compare to. Jiang Chun shook his head. But you're already straining. Gu Hai frowned. No, it's still early. I'm only activating the power of my physical body. The power of my spiritual cultivation has not filled my entire body. Your power is not enough. Jiang Chun said solemnly. Not enough, Gu Hai said with a frown. Not enough. However, your power is already qualified to see 30's power. Look, I'll fill my body with the power of my spiritual cultivation. Jiang Chun said with a stare. Suddenly, a 5-colored energy appeared on the surface of Jiang Chen's body. The moment the 5-colored energy appeared, he raised his head to the sky and howled. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's body began to swell. His clothes were instantly shredded to shreds. In an instant, the center of the 5-colored energy seemed to be shining with golden light. Like Gu Hai's power flames, it expanded by more than 10,000 times. Jiang Chen's body turned into a golden dragon in the blink of an eye. The golden dragon was 100,000 feet long and was extremely ferocious. The dragon horn was ferocious and emitted a terrifying aura. Even in the void, the terrifying aura did not disappear for a long time. That huge aura rushed towards Bai Zizai and the others. Black Bai Wuchang's heart suddenly trembled. He could not help but take a step back. Chun Xian, and the others also had ugly expressions. However, Laozi stood in front of them and blocked the aura of heaven's might for them. Under the fierce and invincible aura, everyone felt incomparably small. It was like comparing ants to the sky. It was extremely frightening and horrifying. How is it? What do you think of your power now? Jiang Chen shouted. With a shout, the dragon claw grabbed at Gu Hai again. 5 sets. Gu Hai stared. He greeted it with a punch. With a loud sound, endless power flames exploded. Gu Hai was actually knocked back by this claw. What a terrifying 30. Kong Xian said in horror. Again, Gu Hai stared and pounced again. 6 sets. Guhai hit the dragon claw with his palm. However, this time, the golden dragon did not use its claw. Instead, it swung its tail. Honk! With a loud sound, Guhai was instantly knocked far away. However, this time, he retreated a little closer than before. Not bad. You can still increase it, right? The golden dragon roared and charged at Guhai again. The dragon tail was like a talisman of death. It smashed at Guhai. 7 sets. Honk! Another loud sound rang out, and Guhai flew back a little more. You still have energy left? You still have energy left? Ha, not bad, not bad. Jiang Chun said in surprise. In surprise, he pounced again. 8 sets. At this moment, when he mobilized 8 sets of 3 souls and 7 spirits, Guhai's whole body was trembling. It seemed that even Guhai's fierce and strong body could not bear it. Guhai also felt strained. When he mobilized all the power in his body, it seemed that he had reached the limit of his body. Roar! With a dragon roar, the dragon tail smashed down. Honk! A loud sound rang out. This time, Guhai did not retreat. He formed a shield with his palms and blocked the huge dragon tail with a loud bang. The peerless power made everyone retreat again and again. Jiang Chun also stared at Guhai. The dragon tail was the most powerful part of the dragon's body. He mobilized such a terrifying power to smash Guhai, but he actually blocked it? Blocked it? This was what Jiang Chun wanted to see the most. Good, good, good. Guhai, now, you and I can fight to our heart's content. Jiang Chun laughed. Roar! The dragon body swayed and pounced at Guhai. Under the power of 8 sets of 3 souls and 7 spirits. At this moment, Guhai was fierce and invincible. His aura burst out. Although his body was far smaller than the golden dragon's, Guhai could activate his earth energy. In an instant, monstrous palms, monstrous fists, monstrous feet, and monstrous palms fought fiercely with Jiang Chun again and again. Boom, boom, boom. In the void, the two collided fiercely again and again. Flesh to flesh, splashing endless power and flames. At this moment, any magic or secret technique was just a joke. A single force could break 10,000 techniques. Under such a huge amount of power, other magic was simply useless. So powerful. With such power, I may die just by touching it. Is this the power of 30? Black Impermanence said with a hint of horror. While everyone was happy for Guhai, only Laozi showed a wry smile. Mr. Laozi, His Holiness is so powerful. Why are you not happy? Bai Zizai asked blankly. It's not that I'm not happy, but it's not enough. Laozi said with a wry smile. What's not enough? Everyone looked at Laozi in confusion. If I go all out, I can also reach their current power. However, compared to 30, this power is far from enough. Laozi shook his head and sighed. Really? Everyone looked at Laozi in horror. With His Holiness and Jiang Chen's power, how long can they fight with 30? Kong Xian said blankly. How long? No, 30 doesn't even need to do it himself. 30 can condense a doppelganger and reach this level. Laozi sighed. Condense a doppelganger? In other words, Guhai and Jiang Chen's power now is only equivalent to 30's? Is there such a metaphor? Of course, after hearing Laozi's explanation, everyone felt a chill in their heart. Chapter 1292. The power of the 8 sets of 3 souls and 7 spirits was extremely powerful. Jiang Chen's strength was also extremely ferocious. The two of them were almost the most powerful people in the 6 Paths Immortal Dome. One was the most powerful person in the world today, and the other was the most powerful person in the world for millions of years. At this moment, a man and a dragon were fighting each other in the void. His tyrannical power shocked everyone who saw it. Jiang Chun, is that all 30 strength can do? Guhai shouted. The golden dragon and Guhai were evenly matched in the battle. For a moment, neither of them could do anything to the other. Roar! The golden dragon suddenly roared. Boom! However, the huge dragon head suddenly trembled and then suddenly split apart. This is... Laozi raised his eyebrows and showed a surprised expression. However, the dragon head split into 2 and then into 3. Boom! In a short time, the aura of the golden dragon suddenly increased by 3 times. Three-headed golden dragon? Bai Zizai was surprised. This golden dragon has 3 heads? What's going on? Shang Wanhin was also surprised. Everyone was surprised by the golden dragon's change. Long Wanyu, who was protected in the center, nodded and said, "Yes, this is 30's form in the past." 30's form? Chen Xian'er was surprised. "Yes, I was wondering if I had made a mistake. Now I am right. 30 is 3 heads. One dragon has 3 heads. That's why he was called 30. Long Wanyu explained. One dragon has 3 heads? What do you mean? This is 30's perfect form? Laozi looked at Long Wanyu in surprise. Yes, this is it. 30's strength will be stronger in this form. Oh, right, it's 3 times the strength of one head, and it may be more than that. Long Wanyu said, "Oh no, we misjudged 30's form." Laozi's expression changed. Roar. In the distance, Jiang Chun let out a thunderous roar. The golden dragon's 3 heads abruptly unleashed 3 massive dragons' aura, as if wanting to tear Gu Hai apart. A huge force enveloped him, and Gu Hai immediately knew that he was in trouble. At this moment, Gu Hai no longer dared to hide. He flipped his hand and took out the Pangu axe. Cleaving heaven and earth, Gu Hai shouted, "Boom!" The massive axe collided with the 3 dragon heads. Under the impact of the tremendous power, the golden power that escaped from the 2 of them rippled in all directions like a golden sea. Pangu's axe appeared, splitting the heavens and splitting the earth. Even with the heavens splitting axe's powerful amplification, it was still unable to withstand the might of the dragon head. All 9 sets activate. Gu Hai roared with a glare. A deafening boom rang out as Gu Hai unleashed all of his 9 sets of 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. Terrifying power erupted from his body, and huge cracks began to appear on Gu Hai's body. Power, power, power. Boundless power surged out. Under the tremendous power, Gu Hai was sent flying 50 kilometers away. The golden dragon on the other side was also sent flying 5,000 kilometers away. More than half of its dragon scale shattered. Under the impact of the powerful power, Gu Hai felt immense pain all over his body. He stopped in the void and looked at the golden dragon on the other side with a ferocious expression. On the other side, the 3-headed golden dragon slowly transformed into Jiang Chen's human form. Jiang Chen also glared at Gu Hai with a ferocious expression. Jiang Chen had used all his strength in the earlier attack. The 2 were actually evenly matched. No, Gu Hai had retreated a little closer, while Jiang Chen had retreated a little farther. Gu Hai had a slight advantage, but it was only a slight advantage. The victor had not been decided, but Gu Hai had become slightly stronger. If it were any other time, the battle might not have ended. However, at this moment, it was enough for Jiang Chen. Seeing that Gu Hai was slightly stronger when using the heaven-splitting axe, Jiang Chen did not feel angry. Instead, he felt happy. Good, good, good. Gu Hai, you are stronger than me. You are stronger than me. Song Jie did not die for you in vain. Jiang Chen revealed an excited expression as he laughed loudly. Jiang Chen no longer had any intention of continuing the battle. Gu Hai's ferocious expression also slowly returned to normal. As Gu Hai looked at Jiang Chen, he smiled bitterly and said, "In a battle of life and death, a slight difference in strength does not count. No, if I say it counts, then it counts." Jiang Chen immediately said with a smile. "However, this is only my own strength. If we were in heaven and earth, 30% of the power of the Great Path can mobilize 3,000% of the power of the Great Path. However, I can only mobilize 2,100% of the power of the Great Path. It is still a bit lacking." Gu Hai shook his head and sighed. "It is already good that your strength is slightly stronger. There is still 1 year left. Let's think of a way together." Jiang Chen said expectantly. "Okay." Gu Hai nodded. The battle between the 2 stopped. Gu Hai also put away the Pangu axe. He turned his head and looked at the people watching the battle in the distance. Everyone looked at Gu Hai with excitement. Only Laozi's expression was extremely ugly at this moment. Gu Hai and Jiang Chun seemed to have noticed Laozi's abnormality. Let's go to the seizing divine palace, Jiang Chun suddenly said. Gu Hai nodded. You go back first. Mr. Laozi, let's go to the seizing divine palace together, Gu Hai said. Laozi nodded. The others also nodded. Whoosh! The group stepped into the Six Paths Immortal Dome again. As soon as they entered, above the infinite celestial capital and the eternal Indu, the Lux suddenly appeared out of thin air again and rolled and condensed. The ministers of the Dahan were already used to the loss and appearance of these Lux. Everyone went back reluctantly. Gu Hai, Jiang Chun, and Laozi arrived at the entrance of the Seizing Divine Palace. Seizing Divine Palace? Laozi looked at the plaque of the Seizing Divine Palace. Seizing Divine Palace, haha. At the age of 30, you want to seize my body and destroy my mind. So I named it Seizing Divine Palace, and also to be vigilant of myself at all times. Jiang Chun explained. At this moment, Gu Hai finally understood why it was called Seizing Divine Palace. When the three of them stepped into the Seizing Divine Palace, Long Outyin and the others also returned. However, at this moment, Jiang Chun didn't let anyone else in, only the three of them. Quang. The door closed with a bang. Everyone was blocked outside. There was a coffin in the Seizing Divine Palace. Looking at this coffin, Gu Hai guessed that it must be the coffin of the immortal of the Six Paths. Jiang Chun wasn't as heartless as the Six Paths thought. At least, he still cared about his disciple. Mr. Laozi, I saw that you didn't look right just now. Do you? Gu Hai asked curiously. Laozi suddenly stared at Jiang Chun and said, Mr. Jiang Chun, I heard you say that you extracted the memories of 30's soul. I want to know, is 30 still in the form of a dragon with 3 heads? Yes, that's right. What's wrong? Jiang Chun asked curiously. Haha, we were all wrong, all wrong. Sigh, Laozi said bitterly. What do you mean? Gu Hai was puzzled. Although 30 took everything from Pangu and even reached the level of the torch dragon before Pangu died, we didn't lose hope. Because everything of Pangu has the mark of Pangu, and everything of the torch dragon has the mark of the torch dragon. They have different cultivation styles, and they all have their own strong styles. 30 himself, although 30 got the power of the torch dragon and the power of Pangu, we're still optimistic because they can't merge perfectly, Laozi solemnly said. Can't merge perfectly? Yes, just like the 3 souls of heaven, earth, and human. They belong to 3 different people. Can they be combined into one person? Laozi asked. Gu Hai and Jiang Chun frowned slightly. No, because they have their own strong styles. Pangu, Torch Dragon, and 30. How can they merge into one? It's not the combination of 3 people. If you force them together, they will only conflict with each other and form a gap. At most, they will reach the peak of the 3, right? Laozi explained. Conflict of 3 wills? But Pangu and Torch Dragon are dead? Gu Hai frowned. They are dead. However, the most perfect cultivation method is the beginner. There are marks in each other's cultivation methods. Not only the marks of wills, but also the marks of laws. That's why I think they will conflict. Although 30 is powerful, he is not invincible. But, Laozi's face darkened. Gu Hai and Jiang Chun also guessed what Laozi was going to say. But 30's original body looks like this? One dragon with 3 heads? 30? Why didn't we think of that? If that's the case, all our efforts may be a joke. Laozi said bitterly. You guessed right. 30 has 3 heads. One of them is the Torch Dragon, the other is Pangu, and the middle head is 30 himself. Therefore, their powers don't conflict. Jiang Chun said in a low voice. 1 Pangu, 1 Torch Dragon, and 1 30? How can we deal with them when they are perfectly merged into one body? Once he connects the 2 immortal domes, 30 will be the perfect body of 30, Pangu, and Torch Dragon. How can we fight against such a fierce beast? Laozi suddenly became much older. The battle is not over yet. Who says 30 will win? Jiang Chun suddenly looked at Gu Hai. 30 can combine the power of Pangu and Torch Dragon. Why can't others? Jiang Chun said in a low voice. Others? You're also in the form of 30? Laozi's expression changed. Not me. I'm not 30's opponent. I can only represent the power he had before he left. After 30 left, his strength has reached the level of Torch Dragon, and he has cultivated the head of Torch Dragon and the head of Pangu. I'm much weaker than him, Jiang Chun said in a low voice. Then you mean? Laozi frowned and looked at Gu Hai. Yes, Gu Hai, Jiang Chun said in a low voice. Me? Gu Hai was puzzled. Gu Hai inherited the will of Pangu, but he cultivated the cultivation method of our immortal firmament. In other words, Gu Hai's cultivation method was left behind by Torch Dragon. He can also combine everything of Torch Dragon and Pangu, can't he? Jiang Chan said in a low voice. Laozi suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Hai. Combine everything of Torch Dragon and Pangu? How is that possible? Gu Hai frowned. It's impossible for you, but we can help you. Even if we don't succeed, at least we tried, right? Do you know where 30 is now? Jiang Qin frowned. Where? The center of the immortal dome of 30 paths and the immortal dome of 6 paths. He has already reached the center. As soon as he finds the way back, he can immediately build the Rainbow Bridge. Once the Rainbow Bridge is completed, it will be the time of extinction. What's more, this body of mine has a strong feeling that he'll be back soon. Very soon, Jiang Chun said bitterly.